and resume this budget briefing of the DBCC by the Senate Committee on Finance. We'd like to acknowledge our members and vice chairs present. We have with us Vice Chair Cynthia Villar, Vice Chair Nancy Binay, Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros. Good morning, Your Honors. We'd like to also greet our good secretaries who are present. We have representing the Office of the President, Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Guevara and his team. Morning, sir. Of course, from the DOF, Sec Ben Diokno. From the NEDA, Sec RC Balisacan. From the DBM, Sec Amina Pangandaman. Morning, Your Honors. And from the BSP, Governor Eli asked to be excused because of an important engagement today, and I asked with the permission of our colleagues, they graciously agreed. We'd like to acknowledge Deputy Governor Bruce Tolentino and Senior Assistant Governor Iluminada Sikat, and Deputy Governor Dakila is also with us. Good morning, Your Honors. So I think just for orderly procedure, we'd like to repeat the order, subject of course to the arrival of the 4 Senate officers, although we would like to give our colleagues a chance to ask in the first round. Vice Chair Senator Pia Cayetano has 5 minutes left. Then Vice Chair Senator Cynthia Villar, Vice Chairs Binay, De La Rosa, Ontiveros, Ejercito, Gatchalian, Senator Alan Cayetano, Vice Chair Chingoy Estrada, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Vice Chair Senator Grace Poe. That's in the order of arrival. Again, subject to the tradition of allowing our 4 Senate officers to speak. So we'll give the floor now to Vice Chair Senator Cynthia Villar. Ma'am, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to say good morning to all our colleagues in the Senate and as well as the our colleagues in the executive department. I don't have to mention all the name. I might miss out and magagalit pa kayo sa akin. So, the problem of agriculture is can be discussed during the Senate hearing on the budget of agriculture. But I'm discussing these issues for the benefit of those who will be making the budget before, so you will know, you will understand agriculture. So when you make the budget for agriculture, you will have some idea of how to do it. Kasi minsan malayong-malayo dun sa kailangan ng agriculture. First of all, I want to discuss rice. Kasi alam nyo, ang rice is the most important agricultural product in the Philippines. In fact, when I passed the rice tariffication law, which liberalized the importation of rice, that was done in 2018 because the Department of Finance asked me to do it because rice has risen from 32 to 40 per kilo to 48 to 60 per kilo. And you know naman, pag nagtaas ang price ng rice, the president becomes unpopular. Diba? So ngayon tumataas ang price of rice, you have to be careful because the popularity of the president will be affected. But anyway, I want to discuss the rice tariffication law in that context, na it was supposed to bring down the price of rice in the market. Okay? Dati po, ang system is there's no liberalization. Ang nag-i-import is NFA. NFA, oo. And parang may cartel. Kasi for the price of rice to rise from 32 to 40 to 48 to 60, there must be something wrong. So they asked me to take out the power of the NFA and instead liberalize the importation of rice. Kasi parang nakikita nila may cartel na between NFA and the traders and the importers. So I did not write the bill without any study to support it. So we asked the PIDS to study. And we compared Vietnam and the Philippines because Vietnam then, and up to now, has the lowest cost in the production of palay. During that time and up to now, Vietnam produces palay at 6 pesos per kilo and the Philippines 12.50 per kilo. Kaya napakalayo. That's why we import a lot of rice from Vietnam. So the idea is to make a rice farmer competitive and more productive. So when they studied, the PIDS studied that, the reason is number one, the labor cost in the Philippines is higher by 350 per kilo. So yung 6 peso difference, 350 non-labor. So it's mechanization, di ba? Pag mataas ang labor cost, then you have to mechanize. And the other 250 is the productivity of the seeds. So we had to determine what kind of seeds we will use to improve productivity. So we mechanize. So tinanong ko sa kanila, how much will we collect if we liberalize the importation of rice? And they said 12 billion. So I put, kaya 10 billion yon kasi hindi naman pwede na eksaktong-eksakto gagawin natin. I thought that 12 billion is correct. So 10 billion. So I gave 5 billion to mechanization under PhilMech and 3 billion to the PhilRice to distribute inbred seeds to the farmers and at the same time teach the farmers how to produce inbred seed because that can be produced in the Philippines. Oo. So 3 billion and then I gave 1 billion to Land Bank and DBP because that will prevent farmers from being victim of 5-6. And then another 1 billion to TESDA and ATI and PhilMech, PhilRice for training. Because even if we mechanize and we don't train them to how to use the machine and how to maintain the machine. Kasi ang daming complaint na yung pinamimigay na machine ng DA, puro nakatiwangwang lang kasi hindi sila marunong mag-maintain. So I gave a lot for training on how to operate and how to maintain. And at the same time, at para magturo ng inbred seed production. So our seeds will come from the Philippines. And PhilRice promised that from 3.7 metric tons per hectare, they can raise it to 6 metric tons per hectare, which is about doubling, almost double. And if we double our production of rice, then we're self-sufficient and we can export. Kasi ang shortage lang natin, 15%. Kung madodouble mo, di tapos ang problema, hindi na tayo kailangang mag-import ng rice. But I did not remove NFA because there are 4,000 employees of NFA. Gusto ba nyo, online ako araw-araw dahil tinanggalan ko sila ng trabaho. But happily, after that, kasi hindi na sila maraming trabaho, kasi hindi na sila mag-i-import, they offered a very nice early retirement package. And I think 50% of the NFA employees retired. So, na-solve then partially yung over na employees ng NFA. And we're doing it now. I think PhilRice said that they can reach 5 metric tons per hectare by next year. And PhilMech, ang daming changes sa PhilMech, marami akong consumption sa PhilMech, but that's part of the government na pag malaki budget pinapalitan nila ng mga kaibigan nila yung head ng agency. So I cannot stop that, but we're doing our best to do oversight. Now, I saw in your budget that you gave 30 billion to the National Rice Program. So yung National Rice Program is parallel to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, di ba? Nung kasabay namin yan, 15.7 billion lang ang budget niyan. Ngayon, 30 billion na. So, alam nyo ba ginagawa ng National Rice Program? They just import hybrid seedlings. And that's very expensive and very expensive to grow. Kasi malaki ang production niyan, pero ang laki ng inputs. So yung hybrid seedlings, bagay lang yan sa mayayamang na rice farmers. Okay lang gumamit ng hybrid rice seedlings kasi ang inbred rice seedlings is 30 pesos per kilo. Ang hybrid is 250 per kilo. So, ibig sabihin, for rice farmers that can afford that kind of rice seedlings and the inputs needed, okay lang yon. But not for the poor farmers of the Philippines, who are the majority in the Philippines. Kaya gusto ko lang po na pag nilagay nyo na malaki budget ng National Rice Program, wag nyo ilimit sa hybrid seedlings. Pag sila masusunod, it's all hybrid seedlings because they import. I don't know why they like importation. Sometimes I call them Department of Importation. And then, they import chemical fertilizer. Yun lang dalawang yun ang major sa National Rice Program. Chemical fertilizer, which is bad for the soil. 38% of the soil of the Philippines is degraded. And I asked the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, how do you solve the degradation of the soil? And they answered, compost all your waste and bring them back to the soil. So there is really a need for composting. But unfortunately, every time you make the budget, you don't give a budget to the Bureau of Soil and Water Management to distribute composting facilities all over the Philippines. Because we can produce fertilizer in the Philippines by composting. 50% of our waste are kitchen and garden waste, which can be turned into organic fertilizer. So if we gave every municipality in the Philippines to do composting, they don't have to buy all their fertilizer. They can just make it. And at the same time, our animal producer, livestock and poultry, they can produce organic fertilizer also from chicken manure and other animal manure. But their complaint, I went to Batangas, they are producing organic fertilizer out of chicken manure. The DA won't buy them. Nag-i-invoke sila ng certain permit to buy from them, which I don't understand. So I'm telling this to you just to inform you of what you have to do. Maybe when you give 30 billion to the National Rice Program, you break it down. Maybe you allocate a certain amount for hybrid seedlings and inbred seedlings, and then you give the fertilizer to Bureau of Soil and Water Management instead of importing all inorganic fertilizer. Kasi po yung inorganic fertilizer will destroy our soil. And in France, I always go to France to observe their agriculture because they are very fond of agriculture, even if it's a first world country, kasi mahilig sila sa pagkain. They forbid the use of inorganic or chemical fertilizer already. Kasi daw yung kinikita nila sa kanilang crops dahil sa fertilizer, kulang pa para linisin nila yung ilog nila na popollute ng chemical fertilizer. Kaya ayaw na nila. At saka yung soil nila na nasisira ng chemical fertilizer. So,
Your Honor, with your permission, I just want to inform you, you've consumed 11 minutes already.
Yeah.
You might want to ask a question. No?
Yeah. So, because, I can ask this in the DA budget, but they are the policy making, so they have
With
to
you.
understand
In fact, everything
what-
you've said, we agree with
Yeah.
Your Honor that we
So-
prioritize
So, yun
local
lang
inputs.
yun lang ang gusto kong sabihin. And at the same time, I just want to question the SIDA law. Kasi yung SIDA law, it's the first law I passed, and malaki problema natin sa sugar.
The sugar.
Oo. And the Senate President asked me to discuss this. Under the SIDA law, they have the sugar industry has a 2 billion budget every year. 1 billion for what do you call this? infrastructure in the sugar producing provinces, 300 million to land bank for loans to sugar farmers, 300 million to the black farm for land, for the ARBs. They call the farm of the ARBs as black farm, and 300 million for mechanization, 100 million for training. So you can see that meron na namang mechanization kasi that's very important to the competitiveness. But when I saw your budget, there's no budget specifically for the sugar industry. Pinaghiwa-hiwalay nyo to. So we want to make it clear where the SIDA law is in your budget. Yun. And then, of course, another question is the CDA. Oo. Kasi doon sa coconut industry, Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund, nakalagay doon, we will give 5% of the budget or 250 million to CDA for them to form cooperatives. Oo. And because unlike in the rice industry, there are plenty of cooperatives, but in the coconut industry, there are no cooperatives. So we have to form cooperatives. So because we cannot do processing without cooperatives, and we cannot do the dairy industry intercropping without cooperatives because that is being done by cooperative. So, kasi from my experience, hindi kayo naging definite dito. In fact, you're giving a budget to CDA to help cooperative. Parang binasa ko po yung the law that created cooperative. They are for forming cooperative and managing, helping them manage better the cooperative, but never to give projects to cooperative. Why yung 250 million binigay nila sa isang cooperative ng coconut farmers instead of forming cooperative? So I just want to mention this to you so you will be guided accordingly, and maybe you can answer me on what you hope to do to solve this problem. These are my only question.
Anybody can answer? Sec RC, I know is. By the way, I just want to mention to the body, congratulate Sec RC. Tonight he's receiving the Outstanding Alumnus Award from the UP Alumni Association. Congratulations, Sec RC. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Kahit mamaya na yung pakain, Sec, okay lang.
Thank you. But yeah, if I may just respond, Mr. Chair. I think I'm wearing my hat as an agriculture researcher. What you have mentioned, ma'am, is about preference for importation of seeds. I think that has been also a kind of perspective that we hold, because we know that in agriculture napaka-sensitive. Yung mga plants are very sensitive to soil, to climate, to pest, and these are localized. So if you import seeds from abroad to plant it here, they're not likely to perform as well as where they come from. So if you are seeing 7 tons per hectare in China for their hybrid seed, you won't see it here because their conditions are different. So the way to do is to import those seeds, further develop it here through what we call applied research. But unfortunately, we are not putting money to research to develop those kind of technologies.
Phil Rice is doing that.
Doing
Phil
that now,
Rice
ma'am,
can do that.
that's what they should be doing, and I am glad that actually they are moving in that direction. But that has been
Very supportive of Phil Rice. They're very good people supporting the rice industry.
yeah, that has been a major concern for a long time, Mr. Chair, and we really need to put in more resources into developing technologies that are appropriate for our local conditions. For example, it has been a long practice in agriculture in DA that when they develop a prescription for say, fertilizer, it's the same fertilizer prescription everywhere in the country. And that doesn't work. At least from my background as an agriculture graduate, it doesn't work because the conditions are so different. You have to develop packages of technologies appropriate for its regions, for its locality in the country. So
That's why the president has included the soil laboratory
Exactly,
in the budget.
In
I
the
was
past,
there
ma'am.
when he approved that.
Yes.
so.
In the past, ma'am, what they do, that's why our agriculture is not so responsive to the demands of farmers, is that whenever there are soil deficient, nutrient deficiencies in one place, what they do is, say in Mindanao or in Cebu, they'll bring it to Manila to test. That was some time ago. I don't know if that has changed now. And by the time the solution, the result of the lab comes out, the plants already, already died. I mean, the production cycle has already complete. So the system, in other words, Mr. Chair, was then not so responsive to the actual situations that farmers faced across the land. And so our appeal is that we provide more resources to our agencies that produce technologies, appropriate technologies for the various places of the country. We have that penchant for importing machines, for example, tractors. That would be appropriate for haciendas, but would not be appropriate for small farms in my hometown, in my region, where the size of paddies are so small, no? So mga ganon, no? We have just to develop technologies that are appropriate for. Unfortunately, those technologies are not manna from heaven. We have to put in resources into those institutions that are responsible. And I think we can make state universities and colleges, for example, be more responsive to developing such technologies for the regions where they are from.
And PhilMech is the Philippine Mechanization. They have been in existence for 1995, though, so that's more than 30, almost 30 years. But how come we are not performing well? So I think there are agencies in the Department of Agriculture which are assigned to that, but they are not, they are just there na hindi sila ano. I think mechanization, because lahat ng law natin may mechanization, so kailangan siguro encourage natin ang establishment of mechanization companies in the Philippines, kasi nakita ko doon sa report nyo na of all the sector of the economy, yung industries ang napakaliit, 7%, di ba? Oh,
Agri
sir,
is only 0.1%
Yeah.
contribution to
Oo,
GDP
7%.
from the figures.
Samantalang lahat ng budget natin na sinulat ko, mechanization, because that's the idea of modernizing agriculture. You have to mechanize. Hindi na talaga pwede yung magtanim ay di biro, maghapong nakaupo. Hindi na talaga, kanta yun hindi na totoo yun Oh, and I have a farm school and I have a tourist farm in my city, malaki. Hirap na hirap ako mag-manage ng tao kasi hindi na nila type magtrabaho So ako talaga, if I have the machine, I will mechanize. Kasi mas madaling i-manage ang farm pag mechanize kasi mas efficient.
Thank you. Thank you. Between Senator Villar, who chairs our DA, and the Agriculture Committee and the subcommittee of the Committee on Finance on the Agriculture.
Them to answer about the CDA. Bakit ganon? Ano ba yung...
Ano yung tanong niyo na CDA?
Kasi, ang pagka-intindi ko ng CDA, they have to...
the SIDA.
CDA, Cooperative
Cooperative.
Development Authority.
What is the question again, ma'am?
Ang pagkaintindi ko
Yeah.
doon, they're supposed to build cooperatives and help them manage cooperative, not give projects to existing cooperatives. Bakit yung binigay namin sa coconut industry, binigay nila sa isang cooperative yung lahat ng pera? That was meant to build cooperatives for the coconut
much, ma'am?
industry.
Magkano po yung binigay?
250 million.
That's a big amount to give to one cooperative.
I
yeah.
just want them to answer what is your understanding of CDA, Cooperative Development Authority, so we will not be confused that when we give money to CDA, they will use it to favor one cooperative and not build cooperatives, so there will be more, because we have to build cooperatives to develop the economies of scale, di ba?
Yes,
Kasi kung individual farm, walang mangyayari doon. There
Can
should be
anybody
cooperative.
respond from the economic managers? CDA now is under, budgetarily at least, is under the DTI. So, but does anyone know what is the policy, Your Honors?
Kasi may budget ka, to give projects to CDA. They're not supposed to give projects, they're supposed to build cooperatives and help them, the cooperatives, to manage themselves.
During their presentation, they gave a couple of reasons, apart from actually developing and creating cooperatives. One of the reasons that they presented is also to help them, because, ma'am, ang sabi po nila, there are different tiers of cooperatives. There are cooperatives po that are already up there, parang billionaires, parang yung mga already matured cooperatives. And there are also na cooperatives po na talagang really starting
To give 250 million to
Start-
one cooperative in
No po,
Mindanao. They
no
did
po.
that.
They did it. Okay po.
So better be
Maybe
careful.
what we can do, ma'am, maybe if, of course, if the Congress will still retain the budget, maybe they should come up with guidelines on how to provide the money.
They have to build
grants.
cooperatives, and the cooperatives have projects coming from PhilMec, from High Value Crop Program, NDA, Philippine Carabao Center. They're not supposed to give projects to cooperative. They're supposed to form cooperative and help them manage cooperative, but never give projects, because there are agencies in the government which are giving projects to cooperative. Kaya ako nilagay siya doon para yung magbibigay ng project sa cooperative, may bibigyan cooperative kasi wala nga masyadong cooperative. And we have to develop that for economies of scale. Eh bakit binigay niya sa isang cooperative lahat ng pera at hindi siya nag-build ng cooperative? So you be careful kasi pag binobola kayo paggawa ng budget, ina-abuse naman eh. Oo. Kasi that's my experience.
Apo.
So, okay, sige. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Sabi ko, between Senator Villar and Sec RC who's worked in the DA sector, baka pwede natin ayusin yung DA budget along the lines of what both of you mentioned. Thank you. Next is our Vice Chair, our Chair of the Senate Committee on Tourism, Senator Nancy Binay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And magandang umaga po sa lahat ng bisita natin ngayong umaga. Siguro just maybe a continuation dun sa na-raise po na point ni Senator Villar pagdating ho dun sa importation. Kasi parang napapansin ko ho na parang there's an undeclared policy of just importing whether it's agricultural products or supplies. Meron ho ba tayo, in fact, it was mentioned by the President during the SONA na magkakaroon tayo ng tatak Pinoy policy na ang ating main proponent is our chairman. Meron ho ba tayo for next year's budget na mararamdaman na natin na we are trying to move towards mas tatangkilikin natin yung mga Pinoy products and not just do importation. Siguro sa site ko lang din na isang example, yung sa common supplies ho, yung toilet paper namin, na ginagamit ngayon, sobrang mura ho siya, 7 pesos, made in China, pero pag ginamit nyo ho, dumidikit yung toilet paper sa kamay nyo. I don't know if you also have the same experience dahil pare-pareho naman tayo kinukuhanan ng common supplies. And it may be cheap, but if we siguro procure locally manufactured toilet paper, it may be more expensive, pero yung quantity naman na magagamit natin nung product na yon would probably come out the same. So meron ho ba tayong ganong policy, whether it's common supplies or construction materials, na tangkilikin natin yung sariling atin?
Yeah. If I may, yeah.
For Secretary RC response, thank you to Senator Nancy and Senator Cynthia for bringing this up. Because pasok talaga ito dun sa tatak Pinoy. You'd think other countries parang common sense na sa kanila yun na talagang. And we have that DBM, di ba, Director Ruiz Secmina? We have that provision in the GPRA na kapag within a 15% band, yung cost differential, local and imported, pwedeng ibigyan ng favor or pwedeng tangkilikin yung local, di ba? May ganon. Just to clarify on the record. Kasi we put that in the budget every year. And it's just a reiteration of the GPRA provision. And it's always, the Malacanang always puts a conditional implementation. Kung linalagyan ng conditions, kailangan pa ba yung lagyan ng conditional? Kasi batas yan di ba?
If I may, Mr. Chair, we do have domestic preference provision in RA 9184, and there's a provision implementing this in the implementing guidelines. However, let me note that the domestic preference provision is dependent on suppliers which will be able to acquire the DTI certification. Ang preference po natin yung bid or yung goods, hindi po yung supplier. So kailangan po substantially locally produced or of local origin as certified by the DTI. Makikita po natin
Just to
yung
clarify, when you say substantially, he has to be a big producer? Kasi yan ang sinasabi ng mga, sa hearings namin, yun ang sinasabi ng mga iba. They're required, the GPRA requires them to have a certain track record or a certain number of supply contracts that are difficult to comply with for a new entrant into. So may barriers to entry, kumbaga.
If I may, Mr. Chair, hindi po. In fact, during the pandemic, marami pong bagong manufacturers na certify ng DTI. DTI po ay nag-identify ng substantially local bid. Again po, yung good, whether locally produced or of local origin.
Pero siguro, Mr. Chairman, hindi. Kasi you mentioned during the pandemic, in fact, we had a hearing kadugtong nung sa Pharmally, yung mga textile industry natin, di ba, nag-shift sila to produce the PPEs, tapos dahil lang dun sa terms of reference na ginawa ng PSDBM ba or ng DOH, I don't know which agency, natalo tuloy yung mga local manufacturers natin, and we ended up buying PPEs from China.
Nung pong under Bayanihan 2, tinanggal po ng GPPB yung 15% margin. So, ibig sabihin po, kung meron kang domestic certificate, kahit po mas mataas yung bid mo, pwede po kayong ma-awardan ng kontrata during Bayanihan 2 because meron pong provision dun sa Bayanihan 2. But outside of Bayanihan 2, meron po tayong sinabi ni Senator Angara na 15% margin. So, it would really depend po kung meron kang domestic preference certificate. Pag tinignan po natin yung website ng DTI, meron lamang pong around 85 active suppliers na may domestic preference certificate. Kasama po dyan yung PPE, meron din po atang boots. Very, very limited po yung mga products.
Baka, Mr. Chairman, we need to maybe,
To
di
maybe
ba?
have an information campaign among the local manufacturers.
And assistance kung
And-
paano sila magiging compliant.
And I think
to
maybe the bidding process, you must also notify. In the US, the military procurement, they inform at the start of the year or before the fiscal year. They tell, we're going to purchase so many number of missiles, so many number of whatever, body armor, whatever. Whatever is going to be purchased in bulk. So alam nung industry, the industry can react. The industries can react. Maybe we can do something along those lines, Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in fact, we have what we call the indicative APP. So the year before pa lang po, required ang agencies to post not only in the PhilJeps but also on their website, ano yung mga pwede nilang bilhin next year. That's for the purpose of early procurement activities ng mga agencies. So we also do that. We also encourage procuring entities at the start of the year to conduct their own agency summit. Ibig sabihin, they will invite all of the suppliers, yung usual nila, yung suppliers sa mga kapitbahay nilang agency at explain nila ano ba yung mga nakasaad sa annual procurement plan nila para po ma-encourage din yung suppliers na mag-bid dun sa agency na yon when that time comes.
My apologies, I failed to acknowledge our Vice Chairs, Senator J.V. Ercito, our Chair of Local Government and Housing, and Vice Chair Senator Win Gatchalian, our Chair of Basic Education and Ways and Means. Apologies. Go ahead, Senator Binay.
Siguro, I don't know kung which secretary can answer
Ma'am,
the question pagdating ho dun sa...
Po, we have
Well,
Attorney
one
Dennis
is
here.
common use, but as a policy of the government, to kahit wala, pending pa yung bill, but it was already mentioned by the President, yung going towards that direction, natatak Pinoy, whether it's equipment for agriculture, yung produce, di ba? Yung mga sarili nating bawang, sibuyas, as a policy direction, of the whole of government or as a country na dun tayo papunta ngayon, na we will patronize our own products. And syempre for me, dapat magsimula dun sa government, yung procurement ng government. Tayo kumbaga, we should practice what we preach.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I will answer that policy part, and then my procurement can, the appropriate competent agency will respond to that. But a matter of policy, trade policy natin is that trade policy is used to enhance the working of the economy in such a way that we can stabilize prices, we can create employment, we can make our products more competitive, and so on and so forth. So napaka-importante yung trade policy. Let's give an example. If a particular sector is producing not enough to meet demand, for example, sugar, and that's causing prices to shoot to the sky, the trade policy is important there. You must have that flexibility of bringing in the supply to supplement the local production. So it's very important that all the players in the market, the stakeholders in the market, know clearly what the policy is, and you're correct. And the information is provided and available so that they can make those decisions early on in the game, even before the planting, for example, in the case of sugar, before the beginning of the year, they should know what's the prospects for the entire year so that those traders and wholesalers, retailers can plan for their actions. No? And in that way, the future and present prices will stabilize. Ang nangyayari ko kasi trade players don't know what the future is, what will happen in the next 6 months. They don't know if government will allow them to import or will allow them to export. So, yung arbitrage na sinasabi natin, price arbitrage between time periods, hindi very inefficient. And of course, the economy suffers as a result of that. There will be less employment, there will be less production, there will be less exports, there will be less quality jobs. So, it's that how important it is. And for us in the economic cluster, we are looking at this balancing of interests when it comes to policy, trade policy, that when we are protecting one sector, we must make sure that we know what the implications of that is for consumers, for our poverty reduction objectives, for our employment objectives, and for the performance of the other sectors that depend on that sector that is highly protected or protected. Ganun ho ang pagtingin namin sa policy.
That's very well said, but we're not advocating a protectionist policy here, Sec RC. It's a market-driven policy. What we're asking is, what Senator Binay is saying, let's use the government and its vast resources and influence over markets to help Philippine industries be more competitive. That's what we are asking. We understand what you're saying. We adhere to market forces, supply and demand, by all means. But other countries have left us behind in terms of helping their local domestic industries. That is what we're emphasizing. We're not saying let's protect them at all cost, Sec RC, just to clarify.
And siguro, Mr. Chairman, just to add dun sa point to, hindi talaga to protect, it's to empower our local industries, diba? Kasi siguro sa side ko na lang ho dun sa agriculture, kaya yung mga farmers natin, ayaw na, for example, yung mga tinamaan ng African swine flu, ayaw na nila mag-repopulate kasi hindi na nila kaya makipag-compete dun sa, mas malaki yung kita sa pag-i-import. Diba? So, yung production nila, hindi nila talaga kayang makipagsabayan. So, parang ang perception ngayon is, import na lang tayo ng import kasi mas madali for everybody.
Senator Bin, the Philippine consumer is sophisticated now. He is willing to give that preference, all things being equal, quality being equal, cost being, he's willing to give a little adjustment. He or she is willing to give a little adjustment to Philippine locally made products. Kailangan mag-level up yung gobyerno kasi yung consumer nagle-level up, yung local producers natin nagle-level up. Gobyerno na lang ang hindi nagle-level up sa totoo lang, Sec.
Yeah, I completely agree with that perspective, Your Honor. As we see from how other countries and from our experience, what must be done and what we should focus on really is number one, all efforts to raise productivity. That must be the basic concern that we can, of course, get many more products, compete with those imported ones, and we can, provided that we can get those products cheaper, better quality, more competitive, and that's where the importance of number one, research come in, the assistance to technology come in. And coordination, I think that's what we are missing in many, yung coordination ng government and the private sector, so that that matching of and scale economies can happen, because if there is no such coordination, lalo na sa atin ho, napakahirap yung coordination because of our geography, no? And the poor infrastructure, and so nangyayari, instead of may scale economies tayo sa production, sa agriculture for example, kung sana yung, all these production areas are near the port, and so you can have, but that's not the case for us. We are an archipelagic country, so we are more challenged than countries like Thailand or Vietnam when it comes to...
Pero siguro, Secretary, for next year's budget, will we see this empowerment for our local industries?
That's the objective. That's the underlying premise here, that we...
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Some provision in the budget that we are encouraging local purchases. You have to give that provision sa budget natin, to the point na merong nakalagay sa ilalim na this agency should ganun. Something like that. Kasi pag sinabi mo lang dito sa mga implementor at wala kang provision na gano'n, hindi susunod eh. Hindi susunod eh.
Okay lang naman sa amin yun ho. Basta yung importante yung kulatilya na sinabi ni ng chair natin, na all other things remaining the same. Yung competitive naman yun. Because otherwise, kawawa naman ng mga users ng mahal na.
Still consumer-driven, market force-driven.
Right.
But let's help. In a sense, you're helping them, the producers, get that scale. You're mentioning scale, pero who else will help them if the government will not be the one to initiate? That's also what governments in other Southeast Asian countries do. They help aggregate yung sinasabi mong geographical difficulties. That's something we have to deal with. It's an indicator that we should work even harder because we have that inbuilt difficulty. It should not be made an excuse that why we cannot do it. It should be an incentive to us to work even harder, Sec.
Mr. Chairman, when it comes din sa procurement.
Yes, that's why po, actually, you mentioned about yung sa annual procurement plan, we really push our agencies to really submit yung annual procurement plan and post it there para makita po natin yung total requirement ng national government. But as of now po, yung local government units, 20% lang po yung nagko-comply na mag-post ng kanilang annual procurement plan. And for national government, it's only 43%. I think it's also good that we push them to really put it there para makita po natin yung total na kailangan natin for a given year. And then, yes, the PSDBM po, at least for common use, and we will, may preferential naman po tayo for domestic production.
Tang natin yung nasa batas,
Opo,
di ba?
yes
Kasi
po.
parang hindi na-implement ng maigi yun nung when we purchased. Kasi talagang the prices of PPEs was so high in other countries. And so Secretary Mon Lopez asked, yung sinasabi, example ni Sen. Nancy Binay, he really asked the textile manufacturers, sige, mag-switch na kayo dyan to manufacture face masks, etc. Tapos hindi tayo umorder sa kanila, di ba?
Kaya siguro,
Attorney
pagdagdag
Day,
lang, nakakatawa, yung local manufacturers natin, nag-export na lang sila ng PPE.
mas mura. Kumuha. Maybe Attorney Executive Director Dennis Santiago can further explain.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa policy po regarding po dun sa domestic preference, as early as Commonwealth Act 138, mayroon naman po. meron pong domestic bidder and domestic entity preference, though the domestic entity preference was repealed by the competition law. So what we have now is really the domestic bidder preference. And in-explain nga po kanina, meron siyang 15%, they can make use of that with 15% edge against a foreign supplier. Yung pong sa PSDBM naman po, our products, ma'am, we have recently revised our technical specifications, of course, to conform with the national standards, Philippine national standards. Yung nabanggit niyo po, ma'am, na tissue paper, meron po yung green parameters na po ay nagsusupply din po sa amin, meron din pong eco-label. So perhaps ako ho mismo sa sarili ko, sa opisina po, ang ginagamit ko yung tissue paper na supply ng PS. So far, hindi ko naman po na-experience yung dumidikit sa kamay. Baka ho...
Mamaya, bibigyan kita ng sample.
Baka, check, yun po, ma'am. And then we are also looking at our, empowering our suppliers, ma'am, looking at them as our partners. This year, nag-conduct na po kami ng two conferences, if you may, to guide them in their eligibility checking and also to help them win bids. Kasi marami hong nadi-disqualify because of the eligibility check. So we are guiding them essentially to pong mga local
Permission,
suppliers.
just want to acknowledge the presence of our Vice Chair, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and our colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano, the Chair of the Committee on Science and Technology. Go ahead, Your Honors.
Siguro dun sa common supplies, anong porsyento dun yung imported na gamit? At anong porsyento dun yung locally manufactured? Would you have that data?
Mr. Chair, yung technical specifications po, for example, it's 100% recycled pulp. Yun po, ang nabatid din po namin na hindi po sapat ang supply ng recycled pulp here locally. So talagang sin-source out po nila ang materials sa labas. Even po, ma'am, yung papel po natin, A4, legal, yung raw materials po niya, wala hong sapat na supply locally. So kinukuha po, inaangkat po sa labas. Yung iba nga po, dumarating dito rolyo na kinakat na lang po ng mga paper suppliers. So even that conforms with the Philippine National Standard, ma'am. So yung pong we really leveled up our specifications.
Pero yun parang okay lang yun kasi may local component dahil dito kinakat or yung recycled dito naman minamanufacture. Ang concern ko is yung talagang made outside of the Philippines. Kumbaga, no local, di ba? Parang, kasi walang walang multiplier effect sa atin yung finished product na yun.
Yung pong may mga products po talagang outsource outside. Meron po talagang mga products na hindi ginagawa dito. Pero rest assured po, ma'am, na yung mga local suppliers po natin are well taken care of. As a matter of fact, we are guiding them even on how to bid. We are training them on that. Because hindi po, ma'am, sa supply, more on the rules, on eligibility check, on post-qualification, kaya sila hindi nakakasali. If you will notice, ma'am, yung pong sa yung nga po yung nag-repurpose na mga local manufacturers po natin. Actually, makakapag-comply po yung products nila. Ang hindi po sila nakapag-comply, dun po sa eligibility requirements natin. Even if they will apply...
May experience, yung X number of years.
Hindi po. Yung pong domestic preference at that time, ma'am, hindi po nila ma-apply.
Specify, Director, please, what you mean by eligibility requirements. Can you break it down, please?
Opo. The eligibility requirements po consist of the legal, the technical, and the financial eligibility requirements. Sa legal requirement po, you have SEC registration, you have po mayor's permit, or DTI registration, or CDA registration. Depende po kung sino yung sumasali. Okay? So that's legal. Yung pong technical eligibility will be the experience po. Nakapagkontrata na ba siya o nakagawa na ba siya ng proyekto na ganito ang halaga in the past for a certain period identified by the procuring entity. 3 years or 5 years. Yun naman pong financial.
Is that a legal, is that in the GPRA, yung 3 to 5 years?
Nasa IR.
Or that's in, yun ang sinasabi ng mga manufacturers. Why don't we make a gradation? Meaning, there's a window for them to enter. Hindi naman yung biglaan na, syempre, you cannot, and I understand the need for that requirement because you want to ensure the timely delivery of supply, di ba? Pero bigyan natin ng a window to enter for the small, the micro and small to enter na they will get that necessary experience. Parang sa job entry yan, di ba? If all companies require job entrance to have work experience, then none of the new graduates will get jobs. That's why the government created special programs for employment of students, Job Start, all of these programs, precisely so that they can meet that. So the government should also, in the case of bidding of domestic producers, should also give that window or that yung step up to local producers, di ba? Hindi yung kagad 3 to 5 years. Oh.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, just to add, baka certain volume, ganito lang yung years of
Limit it.
experience.
If your contract is maybe 5 million, I don't know, I'm just hypothesizing, 5 million pesos and below, then why don't you give a chance to the small guys, di ba?
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify, wala po sa IRR yung number of years. Ito po ay ina-identify ng procuring entity. Halimbawa po katulad sa NAPOCOR nung ako po ay board member, mas mahaba po yung period na kinakailangan namin kasi mga paggawa ng planta yon. Pero kung mga simpleng mga products lang po to or mga kontrata, hindi naman po kailangan matagal. So yung pong procuring entity ang nag-identify nun. Kaya nga po nung under the Bayanihan Act, nag-issue po ang GPPB ng rules na for the single largest completed, hindi pwede hong bagong entrant kasi nga precisely nag-remanufacture po yung mga textile companies to recognize that po para po maging effective yung Bayanihan 2 provision.
Alam mo, yung ibibigay mo ang power sa procuring authority, sila nga yung nagpapahirap para doon sa hindi nila gusto Oh. Nagrereklamo yung mga mga local producer, hindi sila makapasok kasi ini-invoke yung ganyan Oo. So maybe we should revise that na may special treatment yung local producer at saka yung mas maliliit, 'di ba? It should not be lahat ganon, 'di ba? Para naman matulungan natin yung mga not small, micro, and medium enterprises. Kasi sila nga nagpapahirap. Kasi yung sinabi sa akin nung nagawa ng organic fertilizer sa Batangas, in-invoke daw yan kaya hindi sila makasupply. Sayang din yon kasi chicken manure, malaki rin yun sa kanila. And that will really help them increase their income. So I guess it should not be standard for all. There should be some leniency para sa small, micro, and local producer. Kasi I understand national power because that's very highly technical. But yung mga fertilizer lang oo, depende, di ba? You have to make that policy.
Put that in our review of the GPRA.
Yes po, but
Sec.
while
Nina.
we are working on the amendments of GBRA, in the meantime po, I asked Attorney Weng if nagawa nila sa Bayanihan. Of course, wala na po yung COVID-19 pandemic. So maybe we can work
Can
on a new
mainstream that already.
IRR
That's a very
for
commendable
that,
what you
yeah.
did, Director Weng, Director Dennis, no? Very
Well,
commendable yon na binigyan nyo ng palugit. Sana i-mainstream na natin, wag
Opo.
lang in times of emergency.
And yun po yung sinabi ni Senator Nancy, maybe merong range po if ganito lang yung quantity.
Or
baka
smaller
pwede po.
numbers, yeah.
Baby steps.
The risk of default there is not
It's very low
is low, and then it does not really prejudice us to a great degree.
Sige. Thank you. Moving on to another topic. Sec. Amina, last August 9, DBM issued circular letter number 2023-10 requesting for agencies to submit their catch-up plans. Para what prompted this circular?
If you will, ma'am, Mr. Chair, if you will notice po dun sa presentation ni Secretary R.C. Balisacan on our GDP rates for second quarter, one of the reasons po kung bakit bumaba yung ating, I guess the economy as a whole is yung contribution po ng government spending. Negative po siya. So when we studied po kung bakit ganon, may underspending po tayo sa ating mga national government agencies. So we asked them to
Siguro,
prompt up.
Can you identify which agency? Siguro top 5 or top 3 underspending
To
government
date
agency?
po, ang obligation rate, meaning yung of your total budget na na-release na po sa inyo, ang na-obligate nyo pa lang doon for all the national government agencies po is only 50%. Now, if we will disaggregate it for yung top agencies po, This is as of June 30, 2023. DICT po, obligation rate is, again, percent of obligations over allotments. DICT, 9.2%. Department of Migrant Workers, 14.3%. Other executive offices, 18.4%. Commission on Elections, 26.1%. Department of Agrarian Reform, 28.9%. Department of Social Welfare and Development, 34.2%. DOE, 34%. Yan po. Department of Energy, 34%. Office of the Press Secretary, 34%. Department of Tourism, 35%. Yun po. We can provide po and it's online po. Yung,
And then, ano yan, may deadline kayo
before September 15 po.
for the agencies
To submit their catch-up
Okay.
plans.
So as we discuss the budget of the different agencies, more or less may submission na sila dun sa catch-up
Yes, ma'am.
plans nila.
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then, siguro dun sa DPWH, di ba siya yung agency tasked with most of our infrastructure works. Pero usually sila din yung underspender. But parang dun sa listahan mo, hindi masyado, no?
Yes po, medyo malaki din po if we will disaggregate po based on their major projects and programs. Meron din po kaming listahan on that.
Pero hindi kaya din nagiging dahilan nung underspending nila is yung kakulangan nila ng staff. Kasi di ba every budget, laging ang laki nung unfilled positions. Hindi kaya din ito dun sa isang component kung bakit merong underspending yung mga ahensya.
For DPWH po, we have provided them enough workers, at least for the Build Better More program. Nag-request po sila, but since it's project-based po, JO at saka COS po yung nature ng mga trabaho po
For example,
na pinrovide
DICT.
namin. DICT, wala naman request DICT. No? I think yung DICT po, we can better ask them po sa budget po nila. They have
Kung bakit ang baba nung...
po, opo.
Okay. Yun na lang muna, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much, Senator Nancy. Makakatulong ho dyan, Sec, ba yung right sizing dun sa giving, when you plan to right size, kasi pinag-uusapan naming mga senador, and Sec Ben has been advocating that even since his days in the DBM, sana magawa na natin na we delegate a certain amount of leeway to you to streamline the agencies. Pinag-aaralan nyo na ba yan? Is there a plan, meaning what is the optimal number of, ano yung pinakamagandang numero ng mga empleyado sa bawat ahensya? At sino yung mga kulang, sino yung mga sobra, etc.
Siguro,
Yeah.
just to add, Mr. Chairman, baka nga the word right sizing, kasi di ba parang it invokes mga negative
Dati nga downsizing, kaya nga
reaction.
ginawang right sizing. Dati kasi downsizing yun eh.
Kasi di ba parang ang dating nagbabawas when hindi ba supposed to be it's a rationalization
Sabi lang
of
Yusek
the
ko
staffing.
baka optimizing daw po. Kasi I
Baka,
think
yeah.
more than the...
Ekonomista talaga.
Opo, ekonomista. Optimizing daw po. Kasi I think more than yung magtatanggal ka ng mga certain offices or
Thank you.
bureaus within a department, I think it's important to note also na kasi as of now, since we're in the, for example lang po, in the area, in the
With
age
your permission, just to recognize our Chair of Energy and Migrant Workers, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Good morning, sir.
In the age of digitalization and modern technology, nagiging piecemeal approach po kasi yung mga request ng mga agencies if they want to create their own offices po that can cater into IT. And then those that are already ready, na may IT na sila, dadating naman po yung bago nilang request for cybersecurity naman. So I think maganda rin pong part ng ating right sizing and ano nga tawag mo? Optimizing the bureaucracy is to really standardize po yung
Sige,
mga
pag-isipan nyo na yung pangalan.
offices.
Pangalan lang naman pinag-usapan. Pag-isipan nyo na, pero pareho rin yun.
Opo.
Mr. Chairman, last na lang. Kasi di ba
Go ahead.
during the budget presentation, ang laki nung tinaas for ICT and digitalization, it's 60%. And then during the time of President Aquino and then the time of President Duterte, we had that program, yung MITHI. Ano ba to? is this a continuation of that program?
Yung-
Or it's a totally
Yung
different
mithi po
project?
kasi nawala po siya. So we are trying to, are we going to revive it, no? We're going to revive it na po.
Pero
Opo.
ano ba yun, yung target for mithi, na-fulfill ba natin yun?
Parang hindi po.
Yung sinasabi ni Sen Binay, sana may
Hindi
finish
po.
line yung
Nag-stop
program.
po kasi at a
parang
certain part. At a
never-ending
certain time.
computerization siya eh, di ba? I understand. That's the demand of modern life, di ba? You have to
Hindi,
update your
and
technology.
siguro-
Pero yung digitalization, computerization,
Siguro, Sen,
dapat may roadmap
dapat
na
may
medyo...
milestone tayo eh, 'di ba? For example, sa side ko na lang yung BIR, parang every budget na lang nila, merong component dun sa digitalization, and then parang in one budget hearing, I raised an issue dun sa connectivity ng mga different RDs. Tapos parang ang balik sa akin kasi kulang pa daw yung program, hindi daw na-budgetan. So parang ano ba talaga yung, how much would it really cost to finish a certain IT component of an agency? Para hindi naman tayo forever na may ganitong component.
Yan po, kasama na po yan doon sa bagong mithi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Pia also had 5 minutes left, and she was ahead of the queue. But so I want to ask before Senator De La Rosa, where's Senator Alan? He stepped out of the room. He stepped out. Okay. Anyway, next on the queue is our Vice Chair, Senator Bato De La Rosa. And before I acknowledge him, just to put the order, it's after Senator Bato, it's Senator Risa, Senator JV, Senator Win, Senator Jinggoy, Senator Tulfo, Vice Chair Senator Poe. Vice Chair De La Rosa, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is addressed to Secretary Jokno, sir. Sir, during a press briefing, when asked about the current MUP pension system, Secretary Jokno was quoted saying, "It is not sustainable, and if it goes on, there will be a fiscal collapse." Can you explain to us what is the meaning of fiscal collapse? How will this happen? What will be the signs that tell us that we are experiencing fiscal collapse?
Thank you, Your Honor. At that time, our estimate of the military pension is the liability there was already 9 trillion pesos, Your Honor. But that has to be updated. I don't know, maybe it's around, what's the most recent estimate? 5 trillion. And that's a big part of that's a big component of our GDP is maybe around 20 trillion. So you can imagine, right? And the pension system that is for the military is not a real pension system in the following sense. There are no contributors. A pension system is where the beneficiaries of the pension system contribute to the system, and there is a government counterpart, okay? But in this particular sense, there is no contribution on the part of the beneficiaries. And we only appropriate it annually, Your Honor. You appropriate annually. And this started during the term of President Ramos, Your Honor. And many presidents tried to correct it because it is not sustainable in the sense that you cannot have a pension system where there are beneficiaries but no contributors, right? And so you had ERAP, you had GMA for 10 years, and then you had Pinoy, and then you had Duterte. And so I think this president now has accepted that we really need to address it. Otherwise, it will become a huge component of the national budget, Your Honor. That is when I say that is the meaning of unsustainable, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Halimbawa, sir, hindi maipasa yung MUP Pension Reform Bill. Tapos, Dahil hindi nakapasa yung MUP
I think
bill.
if you let this to continue, I think the next administration will be faced with a huge problem. Okay. In fact, the current situation now, Your Honor, is that the amount that we allocate for the military pension is much higher than the current operating budget of the military.
Yes, sir.
Ganun po kabigat na po.
So meaning, sir, it will take, kung next administration, it will take around more than 4 years bago magko-collapse yung ating economy.
Ngayon
Bago
pala,
magkakaroon ng fiscal collapse.
right now, Your Honor, we are in a kaya nga po tayo nagkaroon ng medium-term fiscal framework kasi because of the pandemic, tumaas na po yung debt service natin. Debt as a percent of our GDP, tumaas na po to around 61%, no? Dati po nasa 40% lang yan. So, kaya ang unang-una hong action ni Presidente Marcos Jr. ay yung fiscal consolidation. Kasi we have to go back to where we were before, after the crisis. Kaya yun, tinitingnan po yan ng mga rating agencies. No? Kasi kung patuloy po nating i-ignore yung military pension system, baka po yung ating investment grade ngayon na sa mga rating agency, baka po yan magiging junk po tayo. It will be more difficult for us to finance our budget, borrow money, and it will be also difficult for the private sector to borrow money.
Yes, sir. Kaya nga I am soliciting your opinion, ikaw mang expert dito, para naman ma-convince ko yung mga kasamahan ko na ipasa na natin itong MUP Pension Reform Bill dahil sabi ni Secretary Jokno, next administration, fiscal collapse na tayo.
Salamat po. Ang magandang balita po, sir, magandang balita po, meron hong technical working group sa lower house, headed by Joey Salceda, and they just have a win-win situation po. Agree po kami dun sa version na yon at version po ng Kongreso. Pag I think pinasa na nila, no? Pinasa na nila, pag pinasa nyo po, solve na ho tayo.
Depende yan. Depende. We cannot assume right away na everything that is being passed to us by the House of Representatives ay automatically papasaya sa Senado. That will go through mabigat pa na deliberasyon yan.
Nakita ko po, sir, yung version. I think that is fairly acceptable. And that is a result of extensive consultation na po with all the branches of the military, PNP, sa mga other uniform personnel. Yun na po, after extensive consultation, yun naging produkto na po yun.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We will wait for that. Once it is passed to us from the lower house, titingnan natin. So, meron ba tayong ibang measure, sir, na being undertaken to ensure fiscal sustainability and responsible financial management in the 2024 National Expenditure Program other than the proposed MUP pension reform?
Marami po. In fact, this is part of what is called medium-term fiscal framework na inadapt po natin ng executive and it also adopted by both houses of Congress. And as far as we're concerned, on track ho tayo. And it consists not only of the military pension reform but also some of the tax measures na kailangan nating ipasa. And of course, on the collection of revenues naman, we're okay. And of course, we're limiting the deficit po. I think for this year, we're limiting the deficit to 5.1% of the economy. And our target is that we will limit it to 3%. Babalik ho tayo dun sa 3% before the pandemic po. So, we're, as I said, yun ho ang unang-una talagang ginawa natin para to give confidence to the outside world that we are in control. Yung tawag ko doon, fiscal consolidation program. First ho na nangyari sa Pilipinas yun at first time din po na in-approve ng both houses of Congress.
Kaya ko tinanong yan, sir, dahil nga, parang ang dating sa mga kasundaluhan at mga uniform personnel, para tayo tuloy ang magiging cause ng paghihirap ng Pilipinas kung talagang magkakaroon ng fiscal collapse. So yun ang iniisip nila eh. They were threatened by the term fiscal collapse. Ayaw rin naman talaga natin na magiging rason tayo na bumagsak yung gobyerno ng Pilipinas dahil dyan sa MUP to my next question. The defense sector is allocated with only 4.9% of the national government budget, or 282.757 billion. Do you think this is enough reflection of the President's pronouncement that we will not surrender any part of our territory to any foreign country? Kaya kuha na ba ito? Adequate na ba ito, or what do you think, sir?
That is much higher than the previous year's budget, Your Honor.
How much was previous year's budget? Defense budget?
Nag-increase na nila.
Defense sector. For D&D po, wala pa po ako. Nasaan yung sa Department of Defense din to eh. Diba? For D&D po, we posted an increase po. In fact, in 2023 GAA, it's 210 billion pesos, but for 2024 proposed po, it's 233 billion pesos po. Much of the increase po dito is yung sa AFP, revised AFP modernization program, because in 2023 GAA po, it was only 27.5 billion, and then we binalik po namin siya sa level na 50 billion for 2024 as previous years po.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we get the percentage as compared to the national government budget? Ito ngayon kasi 4.9. Was last year only 4.5 or 3 point something? So that will know the increase. If it was, well, ngayon 4.9 last year.
If we will look po the proposed budget for 2024 by sector po, it will post an increase po of 4.9. The share po is 4.9%. Tumaas po siya from this year's 4.4% as a share of the total budget po.
Thank you for that increase, ma'am. But I think yung increase na yan is a reflection yung sinasabi nyo palagi na inflation rate na kinukonsider nyo, kaya nag-i-increase ang budget every year. I'm not an economist, kaya tanong ko yan sa inyo. But anyway, ma'am, ganito. Nagkaroon ba kayo ng comparison with other yung mga ASEAN neighbors natin, especially Vietnam? Ito kasi yung bansa na hindi basta-basta nabubuli ng China pagdating dyan sa West Philippines Sea or sa South China Sea. Itong Vietnam, gaano kalaki yung kanilang defense spending as compared to ours? Kasi kung pwedeng i-approximate natin yung kanilang commitment ng gobyerno nila towards defense budget, then baka pwedeng dandahan nating kopyahin. Mayroon ba kayong study yan kung gaano kalaki yung sa Vietnam?
Wala po kami existing data, but we can look for it po, and then we'll try to compare po, and then maybe in the future budget po baka pwede po natin mahabol po
Okay.
Kaya po.
With your permission, Your Honors, I just want to acknowledge the presence of one of the committee vice chairs, Senator Francis Tolentino, our Senate Justice and Blue Ribbon Chair. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that answer, ma'am. Now, I will just give you a hypothetical situation, ma'am, no, sirs. Ganito, nakikita ko dito, yung proposed budget by sector sa social services, 37.9%. Economic services, 29.6%. Debt burden, 12.1%. General public services, 15%. Defense, pinakakawawa, pinakamaliit, 12.9%. Now here's a hypothetical question. Halimbawa, ako ang presidente. Then kayo pa rin, kasi magagaling kayo na economic team eh. Kayo pa rin gagawin kong members ng economic team. Sabihin ko sa iyo, sir, Secretary Jukno, I am the president, ha? Social justice natin masyadong malaki. 37.9%. Pwede mo bang tanggalin yung tail niya na 0.9%? Idagdag mo sa defense para magiging 6 something? Yung economic services, bawasan mo yan ng, halimbawa, 2%. Idagdag mo sa defense. Debt burden, huwag na natin galawin yan. Baka hindi tayo pautangin pag binawasan natin yan. Hindi na tayo papautangin. General public services, bawasan mo ng konting porsyento. Ilagay mo sa defense. Is it feasible? Is it doable? Granting, ako presidente ha. Sabihan ko kayo, you do this, you do that.
To remind everyone, Senator Bato was the presidential candidate of PDP Laban. And he was accompanied by Senator Tolentino through the COMELEC when he filed. Kumakain pa ho siya ng spam nun, pero nung ina-inform siya na siya yung presidential candidate ng PDP Laban.
Nagulat ako, Mr. Chairman. Presidential pala ako. Nagulat pa ako, ha? But anyway, that was history. Yun lang, sir. Given that hypothetical situation, kaya niyong gawin yan?
Your Honor, if you were the president, it can be done, but I will have to explain to you why it's difficult to do it.
Yes, sir.
Because
Please explain.
a big part of our citizen right now is are the young, and we have to educate them, provide them health care, social protection, so we can develop them into a productive workforce. So yun po ang ating ace eh. We have a very young population. Median age is 25. And in an aging world, yun po ang importante po sa atin. So I will argue that we should continue to provide for social services. And we'll, of course, since you're the president, I will do my best to comply.
Yes, sir. You were DBM secretary when President Duterte ordered you na doblehin mo yung sweldo ng
Dinoble ko po, di ba?
kapulisan. Di ba? Dinoble mo. And we were very thankful to you. Salamat, sir. Maraming salamat. Pero ngayon, ikaw rin nagsasabi na dapat yung pensyon ng military mag-contribute na sila. MUP, ikaw rin nagsabi. So,
Pero sinabi ko rin po yung kay President Duterte that there's a risk, that it's not sustainable.
alam ko, sir, how good you are because you've been through administrations. Kaya magaling ka. Kaya pag ako, ito nga, hypothetical situation, ako presidente, ikaw pa rin yung aking Secretary of Finance. And yun nga ang aking
Baka hindi na niya tanggapin kasi mahirap na masyado yung trabaho. Sen ba to?
Kaya nga sir, kung halimbawa, yan, you argue to me that hindi po pwede yan, sir, dahil ganito, ganun. Sabihin ko sa'yo, hindi naman yan totally tanggalin. Bawasan mo lang ng kunti. Idagdag mo sa defense para makabili tayo ng barko na may malaking powerful na yung pump, malang water pump na pag binuhusan tayo ng tubig ng China, ng Chinese ship, maka-respond tayo, tubig sa tubig. Bakbakan tayo sa tubig dito. Then, yun lang naman ako, sir, awang-awa na tayo sa ating mga puwersa doon. Forgive me. My heart goes to the MUP because I've been there, done that, and saw my people dying before my eyes during encounters with the enemy. Kaya kung itong pambabastos ng China, na simpleng tubig lang, wala tayong panglaban, kawawa naman talaga yung ating Coast Guard, kawawa yung ating Navy. Kaya sana, ang akin lang appeal sa'yo, if I were the President, Secretary Jokno, tanggalan mo lang ng konti sa dulo yan, idagdag mo sa defense. Yung nga, despite your resentment, despite your yung lahat ng mga argumento mo, sabihin ko, no, tanggalan mo yan, lagay mo dyan. Kaya, sir? Kaya? Ha? Kaya?
Kung ikaw ang presidente, done. It will be
Yun.
done.
Sige, hintayin natin. Maging presidente ako at palakihin ko itong hindi, wala akong pangarap maging presidente, ha. Gusto ko lang talagang makalaban yung ating mga tao doon. Ay, napakakawawa talaga. So, dagdagan natin kunti para ngayon, sir, ito, at our level, pasimple lang tayo. Halimbawa, I am the one defending the defense budget. I am the one defending it on the floor. At my level, sabihin ko, hindi kayo mag-argue kung sabihin ko na, sir, pwede nating tanggalan ito kunti, dagdag dito. Kaya, sir? Hindi kayo magre-revolusyon? DBM.
Hindi na po, sir, ako budget secretary.
Yung budget, yes.
Sec Mino.
At least, kayo pa rin kukonsultahin eh. Kayo ang economic team eh. Kayo ang economic team, so magkukonsultahan pa rin kayo. Yun lang ba? Ako'y nakikiusap para sa ating mga sundalo, ating mga Navy, yung ating mga Coast Guard nandoon na para nagkawawa. Palagi na, tinatanong ko, anong masasabi mo, General Bato, Senator Bato? Ang ako po ma-advise, ating mga Coast Guard dyan, please exercise maximum restraint, maximum patient. Huwag kayong mag-start ng war. Huwag kayong lumaban, huwag niyong putukan yan ng baril dahil it will start a world war kapag magsimula yan. So sabihin ng ating mga Coast Guard, hanggang ganyan na lang yung, mo sir, hanggang ganyan na lang yung magagawa mo, pakiusap sa amin, senador ka man, dapat mag-allocate kayo ng pondo para sa amin, makabili man lang kami ng malaking water cannon na panglaban o kaya yung laser. Kasi nabubulag na kami, sir, tinamaan yung mata namin. Ililiserin rin namin yung mga insect na yan para may panglaban kami. So, yun lang, sir, sa akin. Baka pwedeng, I am the one defending the defense budget.
Senator Bato,
yes.
Vice Chair, Senator Villar is asking how much ba yun? Magkano ba yun? Mukhang magdo-donate siya eh. Magkano daw yun?
Well, ito lang naman, as senators, yun lang naman ang aming may tulong sa mga sundalo natin, mga Navy, mga sailors at mga Coast Guard na nandoon ngayon sa West Philippines. Kawawa. Makita mo yung sitwasyon na BRP Sierra Madre. Kung makita mo, how many years na sila nakatira doon, yung mga Marines natin. So, parang akong, galing ako dyan sa sektor na yan, tapos ngayon, senador na ako ngayon, wala mo lang ako mai-contribute para ma-alleviate yung buhay nila doon sa mga puro kalawang na Sierra Madre. Sana magtutulungan tayo. Yun lang naman sa akin. Patulungan natin sila.
Magkano yun?
Magkano?
Sir, hindi po, tinatanong ko po yung staff. Mr. Chair, yes po, naintindihan po namin yung need, especially now. That's why, given our limited fiscal space, we still tried to increase the budget po of our defense sector. In fact, the share is from 4.4 to 4.9%. And ganun din po sa Philippine Coast Guard because we understand during the budget deliberations po is that meron po silang mga barko pero wala pong ammunitions yung mga barko po natin. That's why we also provided a sum for that para po makabili sila ng ammunition po para sa mga barko nila. But we also asked them na siguro po in the future, maybe proper planning also is necessary because when you buy something, sana po kumpleto para mapondohan po natin lahat. Because yung previous years po, they just bought the boat, wala pong ammunition, and then they will tell us kulang yung ammunition. So maybe yun po. So siguro po in our future budget deliberations and when they present their budget, we'll have a clearer picture po of what they need exactly. But we try to put budget po for the ammunitions po ng mga existing na mga barko na meron po yung Philippine Coast Guard.
Okay na sa akin yun, na marinig coming from you that your mind is on the budget and your heart is on the feeling of our Filipino sailors and Marines na nandoon sa West Philippine Sea. Medyo okay na sa akin yun at least we are on the same page, we are all Filipinos. Sana tulungan natin talaga sila doon. Yun lang ang apela ko sa inyo. At to move forward, matanong ko lang ma'am kung yung budget utilization rate ba ng Defense at Armed Forces, okay ba? Baka mamaya, yun na naman ang gagawin yung rason bakit hindi nyo binibigyan ng additional budget dahil ang kanilang budget utilization rate ay mababa. Wala pa, wala. Anyway, pero mataas sir, mataas. Ay, salamat naman. Salamat naman kung mataas.
Mataas po, it's almost 60% po yung obligation rate and 75% po yung disbursement rate. So mataas po.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, ilang minutes pa ako?
Actually, you consumed 12 minutes.
12 na?
Yeah, of the allowed 10, Your Honor.
Okay. So, isa na lang, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Isa
go ahead.
lang,
Yeah.
Ma'am, based on the recent family income and expenditure survey, the province that saw the biggest increase in poverty incidence among population were Region 7 with 9.88% point increase. Mimaropa with a 5.71% point increase. And Region 1 with a 4.5% point increase. May we know how did the economic managers factor this in preparing the 2024 budget? Nag-factor in ba ito, ma'am, o wala? Hindi ito na bigyan ng pansin. Mas dumami ang mahirap, ang naghirap doon sa Region 7. 9.88 point increase yung kanilang poverty incidence. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair. Yes, because particularly for the DSWD projects, because these are targeted, we used poverty status of the household or of the individual as basis for targeting. So regions that have high incidence of poverty will get the proportionate share of that budget. For infrastructure, again, as I mentioned yesterday, our trust is to interconnect our regions so that those lagging areas of the country, lagging regions are connected to those leading regions in such a way that growth will become more inclusive and so prosperity will become more inclusive. So overall, Mr. Chair, yes, there is that indication in the budget and in the overall Philippine Development Plan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, thank you and sorry for my overspending.
okay.
Overspending
Okay
of
lang
this
ho, okay
committee's
lang
time.
po. The chair wants to be liberal with especially with the vice chair, so they can.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
for
Chairman.
asking the very important issues.
Sir,
and-
maraming salamat sir sa inyo.
Salamat, Mr. President. Pagtakbo mo, wag mo kami kalimutan, Sen Bato. Pagka presidente ka na. Next is, si Senator Alan can use the time of Senior Vice Chair Senator Pia. Go ahead,
you,
Senator Alan.
Thank you, Mr.
After Senator Risa, Senator JV, Senator Win.
Gandang umaga, dear colleagues, Mr. Chairman. Sundan ko lang po yung kay Senator Bato. I will share with him the advice of my father. Don't talk to strangers, don't argue with economists, at wag kang sumama sa police pag walang warrant of arrest. Okay? So, this person is known as the Mr. Peace and Order. Here in the Senate, isang Mr. No yung kanyang mga hinihingi. But to those who are 65 and above, he's known as Mr. Clean. Yan po. Okay. So, pwera biro, Mr. Chairman, point of a personal privilege lang po. Sa Taguig po kasi, unfortunately, very unfortunately po, nagkabarilan yung 2 pulis dahil na-late po yung isang pulis na Muslim. Akala po nung mga tao absent. So, nagluto ng pork. So, nung nagkainan, akala sadya, nagkabarilan. So, may I make a privilege motion that all throughout the budget hearing, in respect to our mga kapatid na Muslim in government, let's not serve any pork na lang. Kasi I noticed they have to ask nilapitan ko po si
Well
Commissioner
taken, Your
Rubio.
Honor. Well
So,
taken.
with your permission.
We will please COMSEC and to the staff.
I'm sure they don't serve
That's a
pork
very
to the
good
Muslim,
suggestion.
but para lang hindi na sila kailangan magtanong man lang, wag na lang tayo mag-serve ng pork. Total, kahit anong gawin natin, hindi rin naman magbibigay si Sec Mina ng pork barrel. So, wag na rin tayo magbigay ng pork.
According to the staff, Senator Alan, we've not been serving pork for the last few years. At may request din si Senator Cynthia na we serve vegetables also.
So, chicken yung...
Preferably organic, sabi niya.
So, chicken tong sausage? May sausage kasi.
Yun, is that chicken? It's, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but para lang hindi magtanong kasi ako mismo nung nakita kong sausage, sabi ko pork ba yan? But anyway, Mr. Chairman,
It's pork po, hindi ako binigyan kasi daw po pork.
bigyan na lang ng fork yan, hindi na pork. Okay. Assalamualaikum, dear Secretary. Magandang hapon po. Magandang umaga po. You know, I love the verse from Jeremiah 29:11. And it's so inclusive kasi po ang Muslim, ang Kristiyano at ang Hudyo ay pare-pareho pong tinuturing na prophet si Jeremiah. No? Sabi dito, for I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Napakasarap pakinggan na ang Diyos ay may plano para sa atin. And if I'm not mistaken, can we go to the next slide? That the national budget is actually the fulfillment or the execution or the funding of a big plan. No? But I always remind students, kung ang Diyos may plano sa atin, ang demonyo may plano din. Diba? Ang plano ng demonyo, na dun galit po si Senator Bato, to cheat, to steal, and to kill. Diba? Okay, next slide. So, because we have limited time, maikli lang to. Actually, this is not... hindi pregnant questions po to. This is actually going to help me throughout the budget hearing. And these are just preliminary questions that I will really ask more on the departments. But being the budget coordinating council, just fill in the blanks, no? So tama po ba, no, that when we make the budget, we input, of course, we start with the preamble, di ba, the aspiration of the Filipino people's constitution, and then certain principles, di ba, like prioritizing education, the youth, family, and then you have Philippine Development Plan. So for example, no, sa Philippine Constitution, life starts at conception. So we do not fund abortion. We do not allow abortion, di ba? So then I heard both the NEDA Secretary and the Finance Secretary talk about the medium-term development plan, the Philippine Development Plan yesterday. Of course, any utterance of the President regarding policy becomes part of the policy, yung kanyang priority, and then of course other existing laws, and then policy statements of the President. Have I missed out on anything? Ano po ba ang, is there any study or any plan that the DBCC also takes into account when we make the budget?
Under the medium-term fiscal framework, there's an 8-point socioeconomic agenda. And when we prepare the budget, we also look at the TRIP, yung three-year rolling infrastructure program. We also look at the roadmap, it's there, of all the respective departments and agencies. And we also look into the ISSP po. Yun po yung parang roadmap of sorts din po ng that DICT approves per agency po in terms of their ICT.
So thank you for that answer. Because yan ang gagamitin ko naman when I ask the other departments kung in furtherance yung budget nila nung mga framework na binigay nyo. And blinangko ko rin number 7 because of course in the BICAM, i-input nyo rin yung gusto ng two houses of Congress based on the arguments and the deliberation. No? So next slide. I just want to make clear, I don't think I'll have time for all of this, but this is what I wanted sana to discuss this morning. Equalization of opportunities. All of us are still born in a country na your last name matters. Kung pinanganak ka na ang pangalan mo ay Ayala or C or Tan, diyan ba si Tita Cynthia Villar, no? Gatchalian, no? Or it also matters where you were born, di ba? If you were born in Marawi, especially during the siege, if you were born in Batanes, na very prone sa bagyo, it really matters, di ba? That's why government is there as a second parent, di ba? To try to equalize opportunities. So I wanted to touch on education, access to capital, and Secretary Diokno and mine favorite, ayuda, although we come from different spectrums of how to use it, but we do both believe in that it is necessary at times, no? Accountability, a budget vis-a-vis the plan, and I'll discuss that more with the departments. Transparency measures like double appropriation. So, Madam Secretary, I want to ask you later kasi 2003, mahigit 2 billion pa rin yung double appropriations. Binanggit ko yon before the hearing, pagkuha pa lang ng NEP, the hearings here, pero after the BICAM, meron pa rin double appropriation, no? Simple lang ang hiningi ko sa kanila, lagyan nyo ng phase 1 o phase 2 o lagyan nyo ng kilometers, pero hindi pa rin parang Xerox, no? So, para I don't delay you, mamaya, can I ask, maybe in the next hearing or pag DBM na yung hearing, I will give you the list. What I want to know is, pareho bang na-obligate yun at parehong na-release o isa lang, no? So if there are two appropriations exactly the same, 150 million Ayala Boulevard, Ayala Avenue, 150 Ayala Avenue, what happened to the two? Ito na ilabas, ito hindi, no? Just for transparency. Again, for those who are listening to us, especially in the internet, no, hindi DBM to, DPWH to, but because this is the Budget Coordinating Council, I wanted to see, no, and siguro one question on that. Wala pang software na when you come up with the budget, pagka-eksakto makikita. So, ano pa rin tayo? Human editing pa rin? Wala pang AI para dyan?
Wala pa po. Hindi pa po bago yung software, I think, na ginagamit po nila during the BICAM. That's why Symphony, it's still Symphony. It's an old system that they use. So, pag tinype po, unlike actually a regular Excel file or a Word file, makikita po yung, di ba magla-line pag doble po. Pero yung system po yata ay hindi po nakikita.
And for those listening, if we had enough time for everything, madaling sabihin ni Edit, but between the BICAM and the printing, nagmamadali ka na because pag madelay sa January, it has effects, no, sa our economy and spending. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, that's one reason why if we can finish earlier and have a little bit more time to go through the BICAM, or at the very least, so far naman DPWH lang I guess dahil sa laki ng pondo at sa dami ng projects, no? So, then the last item I want to discuss is the role of the DBCC and DBM. So let me go first to one of the great equalizers according to Horace Mann, and many people, including myself, have been quoting this, no, without attributing, let's attribute it to him, Horace Mann. Next slide. Article 14, Section 5 of the Constitution, the state shall assign the highest budgetary priority to education and ensure that teaching will attract and retain its rightful share of the best available talents through adequate remuneration and other means of job satisfaction and fulfillment. So 2 points about this. Number one, we all siguro agree na pagka yung education system natin becomes number one, talagang gaganda ang buhay ng mga Pilipino. Much more opportunities, di ba? In Taguig, we have 800, 900 million peso scholarship, 88,000 scholars. Wala nang pinipili. Basta pag graduate mo, automatic 15,000 pesos. Pag honor, 10,000 pesos more. If you're a priority school or course, up to 50,000. So we used to have 20 students in UP Diliman. Now we have at least 700 at any point in time because they get 50,000, no questions asked. And if you are a police, Senator Bato, or teacher assigned in Taguig, you can get 120,000 for masteral. No? So my point in this is I want to take a quick look on education, just on the policy. No? Next slide. And DPWH under the NEP will get 821 billion, but DepEd will only get 758.6. So would it be correct to say mas mataas ang infrastructure at DPWH sa education or sa DepEd, Madam Secretary?
Yung pag tinignan po natin yung total education sector, not just the DepEd, but kasama po yung higher education, mas mataas pa rin po yung education sector than the DPWH po.
I knew you were going to answer that, so next slide, please. No, marami kasing nagtatanong, so I wanted to spare you the having to repeat it in all of your interviews and all of the hearings, no? Because nung pinasa yung Constitution, Department of Education, Culture and Sports, di ba? Hindi pa CHED, TESDA, and DepEd, which is the work of the sponsor and author is, of course, Senator Angara. And, you know, I worked with him on the opposite side sa K-12, but his passion was really on education. Senator Pia, my dad, myself were all chairman of the Senate Committee on Education. So yes, mas mataas pag pinagsama mo 910 to 821. I just have a caveat. Next slide, please. In the NEP of 2023, we started with 717 sa DPWH. By the time natapos after the BICAM, it was increased by more or less 160, 170. So just as a caveat, when we do increase after the BICAM, can we make sure that hindi siya mas mataas sa total nung tatlo, nung TESDA, CHED, at saka DepEd, because we don't want to have to question the BICAM or not vote for it or question sa Supreme Court, no? So just as a caveat, mahirap na mag-warning pag tapos na. So ngayon pa lang, because of flooding, I guess a lot of people will be lobbying for more flood control. Because of traffic, a lot more people will be lobbying for more roads. Because sa agriculture sector, we really need irrigation and farm-to-market roads. And the Senior Deputy Executive Secretary, the head of the H2O office, told us nga na maraming infra na kailangan, no? So just that caveat lang. So next slide. Quickly lang po. Having the biggest allocation doesn't mean that they have enough. I know I'm preaching to the choir. Many of you, the NEDA secretary, in talking about inequality in income distribution, I've seen, or at least I've heard you or heard people talk about you about education. So I know nagkakaisa tayo dito, but I just want to show you a disturbing statistic, the next slide, and of course to thank Senator Win Gatchalian, who's heading the new EDCOM. So the first EDCOM was with Senator Ed Angara. This time around, si Senator Win Gatchalian, and just by his name, he's looking for a win-win situation. Pati girlfriend niya, manalo, kaya win-win talaga ang hinahanap niya, no? This disturbing statistics, just look at NCR, Secretary. 184 students ang one shift, but it's 6 hours and 30 minutes. Kami kasi noon 7 to 3 or 8 to 4 eh. So that was 8 hours. Ngayon 6.5 na lang. Yun ay kung walang shift. Yung 2 shifts is 5 hours and 10 minutes na lang. And kung titignan mo, 553 schools in Metro Manila are on a 2 shifts. Meron pang 3 shifts. 17 sila. So, if you look quickly lang, the 30-second history, time ni President Ferdinand Marcos, I think umabot tayo ng 18 or 20% ng gastos natin education. It was quite well, and I think we were second just to Japan, no? And then time ni President Cory, the new constitution demanded or assured people of free high school. But nagka-problema kasi walang pera. So towards the end of the Cory administration, nalaman na nagmag-mass promotion. Nag-high school yung hindi marunong magbasa ng bata. Fast forward, President Erap did some reforms, President Arroyo did some reforms. Pagdating kay President Pinoy, finally, nahabol yung dami ng classroom. Ang problema, dinagdagan ng 3 grade level. Dinagdagan ng K, dinagdagan ng 11 and 12 na hindi na-sustain yung pera. It was still doing good, to be fair, when the economy was good in 2016, 2017, 2018. Pero nagka-pandemic, yung mga nasa private school, lumipat na sa public school kasi hirap na sila. So right now, ang nakikita kong alarm bells pa lang is Region 4A, Region 7. Region 7, 1/4 na of the, di ba, 2,000 ang one shift, 539. So I do not blame DepEd now for streamlining the curriculum, but if you look at a longer range, if you look at education the last 40 years, we went from going to free to building more classrooms to adding years, and then babawasan mo rin pala ng oras. And then yung promise ng K-12 na parang Don Bosco, na kung gusto mo maging electrician or electronics, meron sa school. Kung gusto mo maging dressmaker, kung gusto mong maging fashion designer, walang gamit yung mga school ng ganun eh. So I just want to leave it there. I'll take it up with the Department of Education, but I do know they have a cap. So I do know they will agree with me. So that's one thing, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to look up. Baka dapat taasan yung cap ng, kung tataasan din naman natin ang DPWH, taasan na rin naman natin DepEd. But this time around, lupa, kasi sa Metro Manila, kaya
Sorry, Your Honor, what cap is that? What cap?
people kasi, di ba, pagka ang kausap na natin yung mga department, sasabihin na, sir, gusto naman namin pero kinat ng DBM. So people don't understand that actually, wala naman choice ang DBM kasi kung 5 trillion yung budget, hindi pwede lumampas doon. So ang gagawin ng DBM, correct me if I'm right anytime, Mina, but this was my experience sa DFA, magbibigay kami ng Tier 1 at Tier 2. Yung Tier 1, yung pinaka-essential, then Tier 2, yung parang wish list namin. So kung yung Tier 1, let's say ng DFA is 10 billion, ang Tier 2, usually they gave 5 billion. Nung time ko, sabihin ko, wish lang naman yan eh, lakihan nyo na. Lagyan nyo na ng 20 billion, halimbawa. So usually yan, mapapasa yung Tier 1 mo, pero yung Tier 2 mo, hindi lahat. So ang point ko, Mr. Chairman, so kung ngayon ang DepEd is 758, kahit anong sabihin natin kay Vice President Sara at sa kay Yusek Powa, etc., limited sila sa 758. But if we say, you know what, you need classrooms, you need to buy land, etc., we'll give you another 100 billion, then tataas yung initial cap na binigay ng DBM. So wala tayong cap sa Senate.
But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
With your permission, Sen. Alan.
Yes, go ahead.
Sen. Mina, may fund ba tayo? Kasi the problem, ni-raise na niya yung sa vocational. Hindi hinahire yung K-12 graduates because there's no certificate or accreditation or certification of the graduates. Unlike when they go to TESDA, may sinacertify sila. So, industry knows whether to hire them or not because they base it on that certification. Eh dito since we've had the K-12 for 10 years, there is no funding for certification since then. So, all those graduates, we gave them that false promise na mahahire sila. They will find work. But the truth is, they will not unless they have that certification. So, my question is that certification provided in the 2024 budget? Did anyone know? If not, I'll just ask it during the DepEd budget and maybe the Senate can do something about it. Alam ni EDCOM Chair Winto na yan talagang one of the crucial low-hanging fruit pagdating sa K-12.
Chairman, while they're looking for it,
My apologies for raising that issue. I know you were
No.
not to break your momentum,
I'm
Your Honor.
super happy that you brought that up kasi nga, I was one of the 2 senators who was against K-12. But Senator Angara patiently sat me down, talked about it patiently, pero alam mo naman mga tatay natin.
Wore you down, wore you down.
Wore me down. Pero alam mo naman mga tatay natin, may kasama ng, pasana natin yan. Diba? So, anyway, ang promise nun, the TESDA certification will be passed to them. And even TESDA teachers can be used by DepEd. So for example, no, if we have a high school, pupunuan namin ng gamit for electrical, kung ano yung sa TESDA na MC2 na electrical, ganun din sa high school namin. Siyempre, you won't offer anything. The high school has to choose. So for example, if my high school has cars, I can put a driving school and I can offer that. Diba? Or if my high school has a lot of computers, we can offer coding. And yung time ni TESDA man, Senator Majority Leader Joel, ino-offer na yon yung MC2. Nangyari ngayon, baliktad, dinagdagan natin ng dinagdagan yung TESDA, tapos pag out of school ka, doon ka pumunta, rather than ang TESDA, pumasok sa mga high school and supervise yung technical part of the K-12 track. So instead of joining the two, although different supervision, di ba sa ano ngayon, sa Singapore and sa ibang countries, you have yung collab na, Mr. Chairman, yung Harvard and NUS or yung ganon, di ba? So the ideal really is that TESDA actually coordinate with the DepEd on the technical part and then they accredit, di ba? So but let me just input that and then pass it to you, Mr. Chairman, pagdating sa TESDA at saka sa education. But that was the promise, no? And somehow hindi natupad. Kasi DepEd doesn't have the money to buy that equipment, eh. No. But TESDA does have that money.
Mr. Chair, with regard to your question po, dun sa mga major programs that DepEd provided us, hindi po namin makikita yung
That's crucial.
yung
That makes
details. Wala
that
po siya.
funding will make a difference to a lot of people.
Inside
Oo.
a big
It's
program.
literally the difference between getting a job and not getting a job, Secretary.
Hindi po
So let's if we could prioritize that, the Senate will try to add to it, but baka hindi masama lahat. I don't know. Mas kabisado ni Sen Winto will discuss it in detail.
Just
Yeah,
quick,
go ahead.
quick interjection lang, Mr. Chair. We estimated it will only cost about 1.4 billion pesos to certify about 400,000 TVL students. No? So that's not so much. But the difference there nga is
Is getting a job or not getting a
Correct,
job, di ba? So sayang yung 2 years na inaral nila.
But-
So
but to that-
thank you, Your Honor.
But to that point, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the slide, but every year, mahigit 1 billion ang dinadagdag natin sa TESDA. So maybe this year, ilipat natin yung 1 billion pang certification nun. Kasi,
Fairness also to Senator Cayetano, who's chaired the subcommittee on education. She always puts it in her
Yeah.
wish list. Oh. Pero siguro it must be bumped up on the wish list kasi talagang for many people, it's the chance to earn a livelihood or not. Oh.
or keep the money with TESDA, let them accredit. Di ba? Pwede naman,
Your Honor, nahihirapan nga sila gastusin.
Yeah.
You see at the end of their year, pag alam nilang magre-revert nila, kung saan-saan na lang sila magbibigay ng scholarship. Eh.
Yeah.
Maybe for more efficient spending, we could divert that. Oh.
well, just so that marinig ng ating economic managers, na in love kasi yung TESDA from school vouchers eh. So kung sino man school, bibigyan voucher, mag-aral ka doon. Rather than eto, nasa DepEd na, nandyan na yung mga estudyante, turuan nyo, tapos i-certify nyo. Di ba?
Senator Villar, I think, wants to make a point with your permission. Yeah.
Yes, I will
Senator
submit
Villar?
to the Villars.
I cannot understand why TESDA will underspend. Ang dami-daming nagko-complain na farm school na hindi nila binibigyan ng budget. Di ba? Supposed to be TESDA will pay for the tuition of all the farmers studying in the farm school. Ang daming nagko-complain na farm school na hindi nila binabayaran. So you have to check that. Kasi yun talaga, when we created the farm school, I gave a lot of money to TESDA to pay for the tuition of the farmers studying in the farm.
Kulang sa sipag at tiyaga, Your Honor. Madam. Go ahead, Senator Alan.
Yeah, iklian ko na lang to, just one question on each of this, no? Ma'am, hindi ko na itanong ngayon, but access to capital, kasi napakalaki ng 5-6 sa ating bansa, napakaraming magandang programa. I know, for example, that DSWD has an SLP, di ba meron tayong agency na small loans. Can your staff na lang at a future date just give me the total? Kasi last year, binigay nyo naman yung total nung ayuda. Di ba? So, and I'm taking this from the point of Secretary Jokno that there are better ways of helping our people be productive than just giving away money. no? So I'd like to look at that, yung mga startups, etc., di ba? Kung how much yung total. You don't have to answer now, total. So to my next point, yung ayuda, last year, the chairman said that we have around 203 billion if you put all the ayuda together. And so Secretary Jokno and Secretary Mina are nodding, no? Correct, no? Something like that. Yes. And I asked, since it will fit to give all families of Filipinos 10,000, why don't we cut through the red tape, give it to the LGU, may listahan, and give it? Correct me if I'm wrong. And basically, no, to rephrase, ang answer ng economic team is that they'd rather do it targeted. So kung may sakit sa MAIP, PhilHealth, kung nasunugan through AIX, etc., for many reasons, but you'd rather do it that way, no? Correct me or change my answer. Basically, yun ang pagka-indenti ko last year. Tama po ba, Sec? Yeah. So Secretary Jokno is nodding, no?
Tama po, sir. Dapat targeted po.
Yeah. So there's no use in wasting time, as you taught me in economics, di ba? Wag sayangin yung time kasi resource din yon. So if I ask the same question this year, you'll give me the same answer, sir? So if I also ask na, why don't we get all the ayuda now and just give it to each and every family? Kasi yun ang advocacy ko to you know, to get them to get to start again, and then cut out the red tape, hindi na sila mag-a-apply sa DOH, hindi na sila mag-apply sa DSWD, etc.
Targeted po, and we are cleaning up the list also because there are some who do not deserve to be there but are getting benefits, and there are those deserving who are not in the list. Okay.
Thank you for that, and I'll agree to disagree. And the truth is naman, Secretary, nag-a-add, di ba? So like Secretary Rex Gatchalian is testing the food stamps, and then the Department of Agriculture is testing the kadiwa to lower the prices. So as we discuss this, there are innovations being made naman. No? Okay. Next slide, please. Can I move to the favorite topic the last few years of the LGU, no? The Mandanas ruling? Sir Chairman, has this been discussed since yesterday? Wala pa. Usually kasi ang dami.
Yun, Your Honor.
Mandanas ruling?
No, it has not.
Okay. So this chart is just a chart of actual tax revenue versus actual IRA versus NTA. Ang RIA, di ba, Local Government Code kay Senator Nene Pimentel. Ngayon na panahon na ni Coco, nata de Coco. NTA na nung panahon ni Senator Coco, no? So nagbago na. Okay. And the reason for this is the Supreme Court ruling sa Mandanas ruling. So next slide. Yeah. Ang question ko po, did we immediately, when did we start implementing the Mandanas?
Anybody can answer from the economic?
More or less lang po. And to be fair to the economic team, nakapending pa yung MR nun. They were already, I saw Sec Sani and Sec Jokno already discussing different possibilities, and I think they even entertained Governor Mandanas and other people to give suggestions. No?
An executive order, di ba, Sec?
Yes.
Issued during the Duterte administration.
Mr. Chair, the Mandanas Garcia ruling was implemented. It started in fiscal year 2022 budget cycle, Mr. Chair.
So it's implemented right away, no?
Apo.
Because that's the Supreme Court.
Yes po. During the time, the President issued an executive order on how to go and on how to implement po the ruling of the Supreme Court.
And under the constitutional system we have, when the Supreme Court interprets the law, the executive follows the law, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How about the next slide? Sa Palawan po, di ba? Palawan used to get part of the Malampaya, but then nagkaroon po ng decision that declares that under existing law, the province of Palawan is not entitled to the share of Camagao Malampaya natural gas, no? And then they discussed why not. So as soon as this decision was made, did the government still give them their share o hindi na kaagad? I think obvious naman yung sagot, di ba? They stopped giving their share kasi yun ang utos ng Supreme Court, di ba? Again, we followed the Supreme Court, di ba? In these two cases, did they have to file a writ of execution against the government to follow? May writ of execution ba si Mandanas para sundin nyo yung Mandanas ruling o sinundin nyo na lang?
Refer it to
Janet Abel.
Attorney Janet Abel po, Yusek Janet. Hindi po ako abogado.
Bartap Natcher. Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received a record or a notice of finality of judgment, Mr. Chair.
So, pahirap ng pahirap to ay mahirap na mag-argue sa chief of police, sa ekonomista, tapos ngayon sa bar top notcher na na who I admire, no? Who I could not forget was interviewed sa TV. Ma'am, how does it feel to be a bar topper from the probinsya? And she very eloquently answered, "Excuse me, Baguio is a city." Tama ba, ma'am? Tama? Oh. Hindi kailangan ng Supreme Court decision yan. Okay. So, entry of judgment. Okay, I'll go back to that. May I ask the representative of the BIR some question lang po? Ma'am, good morning po. Okay. Yes. Can you put the next slide? Ma'am, I got this from the internet. More or less, tingin ko tama naman. These are the 5.
Your permission, Senal, I just want to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, Senate President Zubiri. Morning, sir.
Sir, Chairman, with his presence, I will wrap up. So, ito po yung 5 cities. So, syempre, ma'am, pag nagko-kolekta ng tax, di ba, napaka-importante na yung top revenue, naaalagaan in the sense that you don't want it disrupted kung hindi yung targets nyo maapektuhan. Correct, ma'am?
Yes po,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Okay. So let me go to the next slide. Okay. Ito po ang dispositive part ng decision ng Supreme Court sa case of Taguig versus Makati, Makati versus Taguig. Take a look at number 2. The writ of preliminary injunction dated August 2, 1994, issued by the RTC of Pasig, explicitly referring to parcels 3 and 4, PSU 2031, comprising of Fort Bonifacio, be made permanent insofar as it enjoined the municipality, now City of Makati, from exercising jurisdiction over making improvements or otherwise treating as part of the territory parcels 3 and 4, PSU 2030, comprising Bonifacio. Okay. What's my point here? Next slide. The Department of Education has already ordered the transfer of management and supervision of schools from Makati to Taguig. No need of writ of execution. The lawyers here will explain to you. Ang writ of execution, kung halimbawa, balik, 1 slide back, ordering Makati to pay the cost. 1 slide back, please. Sorry, yung staff ko, alam mo lang forward, hindi marunong umatras tong mga to. Ayan. Ordering the City of Makati to pay. Pag pumunta kami doon at ayaw nilang magbayad, we cannot steal their property. We have to get a writ and then identify their bank and then tell the bank, the writ is an utos, ito yung cost, bayaran mo. Diba? Kasama yung sheriff. Pero yung number 2 na exercise jurisdiction, no one has to tell Taguig to exercise jurisdiction and no one has to tell Makati to stop exercising jurisdiction because it is a preliminary injunction made permanent. So any government agency that is giving the funds for the EMBO barangays right now to Makati is violating the Supreme Court. I will follow Ma'am Janet. We will give them the copy of the entry of judgment. So I will also request the BIR to instruct the BIR Makati to turn over to BIR Taguig that area. No, in fulfillment of the Supreme Court decision, ma'am.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. And may I have a copy of that memo once you have discussed it with the proper authorities. Hindi naman kayo, ma'am, pag pinag-usapan ng komisyon.
po sa ano naman po sa Mancom po namin mapag-usapan. Actually po hindi naman po on our part po computerized po ang BIR, so it's more of
So it's very simple,
more
yeah.
on simple lang po
Oh.
sa gagawin.
Pero para ma'am yung taxpayer, hindi mahirapan.
Opo, tama po.
Di ba? Kung saan sila pupunta.
Opo.
Oo.
Tama po.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize kasi I was going to ask the BIR if they read the decision. Because yesterday, iba yung representative nila. Nagulat po ako nung nakita ko yung representative because husband po niya yung sumulat ng desisyon. So obviously, alam niya yung desisyon. Because like anyone katulad natin dito, katulad ni Sec Joc, no? Ako, awayin na kami ng buong mundo, wag lang ng asawa namin. No, what is my point here? My point here, Madam Secretary, no, alam mo, pag hindi ko lang kinamayan si Sec Joc, no, tinatanong ng wife ko, nakita pa kayo, nakita kayo Senate, oo. Nilapitan mo ba? Nilapitan mo. Love, nasa likod nasa harap ako Lapitan mo, kamayan mo, kaibigan ko asawa niya, tapos hindi mo kakamustahin. Diba? So, yung mga may asawa, nagkakaintindihan tayo. I'm saying this for the benefit of you, Sec Mina. Pag hindi ko to tinapos tong question na to, patay ako pag uwi ko mamaya. Okay? So I just want to finish that. Can I get a commitment from the DBM that they will execute the right memos for the following items? Number one, that all departments, yung funds for the MBOS, whether it's DOH, DepEd, etc., will now in the 2024 budget be under the jurisdiction of that department dealing with Taguig. So for example ngayon, yung MOOE sa 2023, nandun pa sa District of Makati. Nilipat na sa District of Taguig. Pero kung hindi nila kayang ibigay this year, okay lang. City of Taguig na sasagot, di ba? But we want the memo. Secondly po, if you look at, next slide please. Next slide.
With your permission, just want to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, also the former chair of this committee.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap it up. 90 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Just 2 slides. So ito po, nakita natin po sa memo ng DepEd, they issued the jurisdiction because yun ang sinabi ng Supreme Court, but yung items ng teachers ay nasa ilalim pa ng Makati. Why is this important? Because I can tell you very bluntly, kaharap po mismo yung mga teachers, tinatakot sila. Tinatakot sila that they're still under Makati. So, if we do not have that memo to assure them you are under the... So, they're getting conflicting orders, even if very, very clear. I think Yusek Powa nagpatawag siya ng meeting mamaya. So, I'm sure they'll clear it up, no? Next slide, please. Ma'am, one question pa ho. Next slide, please. So this is another slide yung police po, NCRPO and the district director of SPD has already ordered na cases na doon will be filed with the Taguig City Prosecutor. So Madam Secretary, ito lang po yung sinasabi ko na nasa sidebar natin yesterday, 2022 pa kasi yung decision naging final. So dapat yung era noong 2023, tinatanong ni Ma'am Janet, bakit hindi ka agad in-inform? And it's a fair question. Ma'am, I asked the City Hall bakit na hindi in-inform right away. Aside from judicial notice, no, it's because at the start of the year, we weren't exercising jurisdiction. So napaka-unfair naman na wala sa iyo DepEd, kukunin mo yung pondo. Wala sa iyo traffic, kukunin mo pondo. Pero ngayon, na itra-transfer na. So can you please study, it will not violate the 2023 budget because 2022, that the last quarter era will already be given dun sa gagastos, no? Last slide. Ito, ma'am, Commissioner po ma'am, Makati was ordered by the Supreme Court to pay 1.2 billion plus interest. Nagbayad na po ba sila?
Actually, as of the moment po, titingnan ko po sa records namin, parang sa tingin ko, ayun
Sige,
kung sagutin yan.
sige lang ma'am,
Muna sa office
kasi
namin.
factual na lang.
Yeah,
But ito,
factual lang.
follow-up question ko. Kung magbayad sila voluntarily, tatanggapin nyo naman, di ba?
Kami po kasi sa BR, wala po kami tinatanggihan eh.
Yes.
Babayad.
No, tama po yun. Any revenue generating agency, pag magbabayad, tanggapin nyo. The point I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, is very clear. Sa lahat ng Supreme Court decisions, voluntary compliance is always welcome. You do not always have to get a writ.
Yeah.
Kung ayaw po magbayad ng Makati, dalawa po ang remedy ng BIR. To file an anti-graft case doon sa mga opisyal na ayaw magbayad, and then number 2, to file a writ, tignan yung bangko o yung properties kunin. Pero kung magbabayad ng kusa, and ma'am, I'm not talking about Makati, but in general. So kayong mga hindi nagbabayad ng tax na nakikinig, pag inorderan kayo, you can do it voluntarily. Di ba? Na mas madali at mas maganda. So I'll end there. Just, can you next slide, please? I'll give you this list na lang, Madam Secretary. This is the total of the 2023 double appropriation. Next slide. So may listahan naman ako. Unfortunately, ma'am, next slide. Unfortunately, ma'am, at saka hindi ko alam bakit parating 2 billion. For 2024, ang double appropriation for this year, for next year's budget,
2024.
2024 is also 2 billion.
Opo, yung
So, I don't know why it's always 2 billion, but I'll give you a copy. Sa akin lang kasi, I don't blame the DPWH last year kasi nga, June 30, nagbago ng budget, hinabol, bagong speaker, bagong Congress, di ba? But ngayon, we had 1 year na eh. No? And yung suggestion ko nga sa kanila, lagyan nilang phase 1, phase 2, ganyan. Pero hindi pa rin ginawa. Or may nakita pa kami, nilagay nung kilometer, pero yung double appropriation, same yung kilometer. Di ba? So anyway, let me leave that at that and thank you for your generosity. Yes, thank you very much. I will make it up to you in the other departments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po.
Thank you very much for very important yung double, medyo importante yun para hindi masayang yung fiscal space, Secretary. Maybe we can implement some of the funds for digitalization and technology. Lagay natin dun sa software. Next is our Vice Chair, Senator Risa, unless the Senate President wishes to. He has the privilege, of course, to ask.
Thank you very much, Senator
Thank you.
Angara, and thank you very much, Senator Risa. This was what I was going to ask yesterday, but unfortunately we had a guest from France. A French senator was with us, Senator Genet, who is a good friend of the Philippines when it comes to parliamentary issues in France. Yeah, just 3 policy questions, gentlemen, ladies. First of all, pleasant good morning, Mina, Sec Ben, Sec RC, and the rest of the economic team. And also our, I believe, nandito ba yung BSP natin, no? Wala na yung BSP natin. Oh, there he is, a representative, okay. 3 policy questions, Secretary. One is the Procurement Act amendments. Because Senator Angara will be very excited to make these amendments, chairing the Committee on Finance. Of course, we're still at a loss on the Procurement Act amendments. Definitely, my interest on the Procurement Act is basically on the military side and Coast Guard. In recent developments, we need to procure the best and not necessarily the cheapest equipment. And in military spending, the cheapest is not the best because the cheapest will fall apart after 1 year. And we've seen that with the vehicles, Mahindra, bumili sila ng Mahindra after 1 year. Hindi na ginagamit ng police dahil nahuhulog yung mga pyesa ng Mahindra with due respect to the company. But it's a fact. So, and definitely I'm asking these questions, policy question on the Procurement Act so that we can help our military because I know there are several allies who would like to give us a slightly used, not necessarily brand new, but slightly used. When you buy aircraft, even a 10-year-old aircraft, as long as it's well maintained, can still be durable for the next 30 years. Same with ships, which are more affordable for us. Because if we buy brand new equipment, we can only buy 1 or 2 or 3 airplanes, for example. And yet that 3 airplanes could be one squadron of slightly used planes from allies. So that's one point I want to make, Your Honor. So may we ask a question on, may we ask an answer for my question on this Policy Issue and Procurement Act?
Mr. Senate President, yes, on the Procurement Act, we already have the amendments to the Government Procurement Act, and we are ready to present this to the President on Tuesday next week during our cabinet meeting. And after the approval of the President, we'll provide a copy of the bill to the Senate and the House for their further filing.
Fantastic. That's great news, just because we were at a loss on where to start from. So I'm glad that the Executive Department is providing us with the sample amendments. Thank you. And also, on the second policy question, you know, recent events that have happened in the West Philippine Sea have made us rethink our position on the economic front. And I believe that looking at Vietnam as our, not just a key ally and partner in the region, but as also a template for what is going on within the West Philippine Sea. Remember that Vietnam had more incidences of skirmishes with the Chinese, with our Chinese neighbors early on, even in the 90s and at the early 2000s. They've been able to make a policy shift, dislodging China as the #1 trading partner. They were able to lobby for free trade agreement from the European Union. They have a free trade agreement with the European Union. Tayo GSP plus lang. I'm happy that when we met together with Senator Gatchalian and Senator Lauren Legarda, that the President of the European Commission, President van der Leyen, has committed to help us with a free trade agreement as well with the European Union. That will be a great help so that we have other markets to tap for our products. But we should also look into free trade agreement with the United States. I think now the position that we're taking and the members of Congress that we have spoken to, I have spoken to several congressmen, both sides from the Democrats and from the Republicans, that they're open to having free trade agreements for certain countries, only with strategic allies. Kasi right now, we're pushing for the GSP Plus with the United States. But I think it's about 40 countries. It's a bill spanning 40 countries, and they're not very comfortable with giving all that GSP Plus or that priority or financial, I'd say, openness to their country with other countries. So, are we seeking that, Secretary Jokno? Because I know China is our #1 trading partner, but there will come a time that we do not want to be hostaged by a very aggressive neighbor in the north.
I think we
yes,
are
Secretary.
seeking FTA with the U.S., but I guess we have to wait until the presidential election is over. I don't think they are in a position to do that within the next few months.
Yeah, but I'm asking the policy question side. Are we trying to tap other markets? I mean,
Yes, we want
Yes.
an FTA with EU community, for example, and even the US.
yes, because for example, when I came out with my position on a ban on contracts, government contracts on Chinese government state-owned corporations, I used the context of what Vietnam had done. And people misconstrue that as saying I'm asking for a boycott on Chinese products. Obviously, if we boycott Chinese products, maybe half the equipment that we have here, together with half the things that we have on this table, will probably not be around. My point lang is, we have to have other markets to tap. India could be one. Japan and South Korea definitely could be one. And I'd like to ask a policy question to the NEDA. Are we actually looking for alternative markets for imports? Remember that there is a trade imbalance with China. We're only, I think it's 70-30. 70% they import here. We only, I think by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and we only export 30 plus. Yes, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, at the beginning of this administration, the President asked, how many bilateral and regional agreements do we have? And he was so surprised to find that we had very few compared to the countries around us. And so we have not been aggressive in expanding access to trade with our neighbors. And so I think the primacy, I think, is to, this what the president says, to speed up negotiations with many countries, not only US or EU, but even our neighbors, because there is so much limitation with the ASEAN, but if you can have these free trade agreements with many other countries, which is what Vietnam has been aggressively doing. That's why they are now the center of the world for investment, because they're very aggressive in opening up their places for investment, their country for. That's what I think should be our high priority, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sec. I'm happy for you to say that because that has been the strategy of Vietnam, and you're absolutely correct. It's now the center of the world. Every time we talk to U.S. senators and congressmen, they've been saying we'd like to have a portion of the businesses leaving China to go to the Philippines rather than all Vietnam, because they're now having a strategic partnership, economic partnership with Vietnam. So I believe, and they had a long war with Vietnam, decimated half their population, including half the natural resources of that country. But now they're making amends, and I believe the United States also will be coming over to very soon with a trade mission to hopefully also ask the Philippines to look at the U.S. with renewed vigor rather, and we'll push for that free trade agreements. But even sourcing materials, why don't we focus on local? Tama po sinabi ni Senator Binay, katabi ko, why don't we focus local? Like, why are we buying fruits and vegetables from China when we can actually grow these fruits and vegetables here in the Philippines? Indonesia did that policy shift. Indonesia banned all the rare earth metals from export. That's why tumaas ang presyo ng nickel, tumaas ang presyo ng rare earth minerals. Because their focus of Widodo, and this was Widodo's policy, the focus of President Widodo is gawin dito sa Indonesia yung processing. At yung hindi lamang po siyang byproduct or hindi lang po siya raw materials, pero high value products ang i-develop. So I spoke to investors because I'm trying to get as many investors as we can. As you know, we've been doing the rounds in the US and other countries to bring investments here. And they were saying in Indonesia, they're giving a plethora of financial incentives for these companies to actually build battery plants, rare earth metals processing facilities, all in Indonesia. So I'm hoping that we can follow suit, Secretary, because I think that's a policy that we should take. If you want an independent foreign policy, we have to have also an independent and strategic and strengthened economic policy so that we're not hostage by any other country. So, and I'm sure the Secretary will agree with me on that. Secretary,
Yes,
do we have the same mindset, Secretary?
We are thinking of the same thing, but I think before we ban, for example, the export of ore, we have to make sure that there are facilities available in the Philippines for developing for value added.
Well, just for the information of the body, I spoke to an investor that is they're actually in Korea now signing an MOU with Poksu, which is one of the biggest battery developers in Korea. And alam mo sinabi nila, ang sabi ng mga American businessmen, we would like to buy batteries directly from your company, but would you assemble them in the Philippines? I was completely taken by surprise there, pleasantly surprised, that was the mention, na they no longer put high level processing plants in the Philippines, Secretary. Just for your information. I just found out about 2 nights ago because they were leaving and they had no gifts to give. So I had to buy, I gave them yung giveaways namin dito para sa mga embassies para madala-dala nila yung regalo dun after the signing of the MOU. So just to let you know, pero binayaran ko ulit. I paid for it again. On the Chinese contractors, Your Honors, I know they go through NEDA approval, Secretary RC. It makes no sense, no? And I came out with this publicly the other day, both in the show of Karen Davila and then kay Noli De Castro in his radio program. Sabi ko, it makes no sense for us to give billions of pesos to a Chinese contractor, state-owned, who will bring the profits back to China, and that profit, because it's state-owned, will go back to fund their different activities in the West Philippine Sea. Parang linuluto natin ang ating sarili sa sariling mantika. Ika nga. Do we still have several Chinese contractors, state-owned contractors doing contracts for us here being paid by Filipino taxpayers' money, including those of the Coast Guard and Navy na kinakaltasan na kanilang sweldo ng buwis na binabayaran nila taon-taon. So, may we have an answer on that?
Okay, in case decision is made to ban Chinese contractors from participating in pipeline projects of the national government, it may have the following potential effects, right? For example, implementation of official development assistance projects from bilateral and multilateral ODA partners alike, particularly for projects considering multiple country participation, including China, as a member of the Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and the World Bank. So that it might affect the implementation of those projects.
Pero sec,
Procurement, let me finish, Your Honor. Procurement of locally funded projects and even PPP implementation, if the main contractors, suppliers, or subcontractors will be Chinese firms or Chinese nationals. Potential impact on the economy for possible delays in the projects that will be affected. And of course, we have to shift to the financing for those projects that have been requested from China. Let me give you the situation. Because of the huge list or the long list of infrastructure projects that we want to do, we're running out of workers in the Philippines, Your Honor. I think you will agree with me. We're running out of work, plus also the private sector workers. And we need foreign workers, maybe Indian workers, Chinese workers, etc.
Yeah, but Secretary, I mean, I think we all have to stand up for what's happening in the West Philippine Sea. You have to make a policy decision.
Especially, Your Honor, with
Secretary,
renewables, renewable energy and power projects.
Sec, allow me to finish as well. Okay, yeah. We have to also stand up for our troops in the West Philippine Sea. We should not be allowed, they should not be allowed to be bullied. I think we all agree to that.
Agree.
Yes. So, again, babalik ko yung statement na bakit natin gigisayin ang ating sarili sa ating sariling mantika. Masyado tayong bilib sa China. I mean, we can always get South Korean contractors. We can always get Japanese contractors. We can get Vietnamese contractors. They make fantastic infrastructure. We can get Indian also supplies from India. Secretary, kausap ko si Secretary Bautista. Ang sabi niya sa akin, ang palpak lahat ng Chinese contracts. Hindi natuloy. South Rail, they abandoned it. All these contracts that were made in the previous administration are abandoned. Correct? You're nodding your head, yes. So it's
Mr. Chair, SP, if I may just interject to support the line of argument of
With the
SP.
permission of the Senate President.
Thank you, SP. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at an Asia Times article citing NEDA statistics na as a percentage of total ODA received by the Philippines as of June 2018, China accounted for a mere 0.8% of the estimated $13 billion received. NEDA statistics po ito, Mr. Chair, SP. While, for example, Japan, on the other hand, accounted for 40.3% of the total. And in that list po, China also trailed Australia, South Korea, the European Union, and France in total ODA given. 6 lang po siya, NEDA statistics,
yeah, because,
SP, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, my distinguished distinguished colleague. And that's my point, Mr. Secretary. Masyado tayong believe sa China when yung talagang dumarating dito galing China ay napakaliit.
Your Honor, that the statistics are correct. There are only a few Chinese projects. Okay, most of the projects done during the Duterte administration are financed by ADB or JICA. However, as I mentioned, when it's ADB project, any member country can actually compete in the bid out. Okay, in the bidding of the project. And if it requires Chinese contractor, if the Chinese contractor wins, we cannot do anything about that.
Usually the style is, 'di ba, pag kumuha tayo ng COICA to do the feasibility study.
Yeah.
Diba?
Kung ano po, yung
COICA, Korean government 'yun.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
JICA, I hope that the bridge that you will develop to Cavite and Bataan will be from a reputable country such as Japan or South
Could be
Korea.
a Japanese firm, but the workers do not have to be Japanese kasi wala na hong workers from Japan eh. Wala na rin mga South Korean na...
I absolutely agree.
So, kaya hindi ho natin kontrolado yung who's going to do the project.
I don't disagree with you on the workers, and that's my next issue. Actually, that's my last policy statement on the workers. I have no problem on your point, but we have other options. We're not saying we don't have to make it. It can be a policy shift when it comes to that, because the track record shows palpak ang mga projects ng China dito sa ating bansa. They were supposed to do the Clark. What happened to them? Gone with the wind. They were supposed to do the rail on the way to Bicol. Gone with the wind. They were supposed to do the Mindanao Rail. Ang ganda-ganda. Gone with the wind. It's now in the West Philippine Sea. So my point is, let us deal with, I think, reputable and reliable, friendly partners with like-minded ideals. And I think that would be a better option for our country. Kasi kung hindi nakataya palagi tayo, kung let's say nagkagulo na sa West Philippine Sea, Secretary. You know, we have several Chinese nationals in this country, to be honest with you. When I go jogging at night, I see several young men from mainland China with short hair jogging around my village. You know, I'm worried that we might, wala si Senator Bato dito, pero I'm worried baka pinasukan na tayo dito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon sa Ross Boulevard, nandyan na sila. They're what you call at your doorstep. There was a movie, Lions at the Gate. So, ang punto ko dyan, what is the policy of ours for protecting our sovereignty in this country? Maybe we need to make a nationalist stand on how we can look at other options for our country. Because as the records show, palpak din naman yung kontrata nila. They never followed through with it. And I think that on the future projects, you want to do the bridges connecting Region 6, you want to do the Cavite-Bataan Bridge. Why don't we look at Japan? Why don't we look at South Korea on that aspect? Moving on to my third policy question. You mentioned it correctly. Wala na tayong workers. Bakit po, Secretary, most of the, wala na po tayong workers? Because I'll tell you, most of our workers, especially skilled workers, are abroad. It's very true. They are abroad. Most of your best welders and electricians and all are in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East. They're all working abroad. And why, Your Honors? Because, to be honest, they don't feel that they can survive with the salaries that we have here in the Philippines. I know you came out already publicly stating that you guys are against legislative wage hikes, but I'll be honest with you, Secretary, kawawang-kawawa po ang ating mga kababayan. Yung self-rated poverty in and out every year in, year out in our country is always over 50%. Kalahati po ng ating kababayan, nararamdaman po nilang kahirapan. How can you survive with then 570 pesos a day salary, and now plus 40 is 610? Tumaas po, naghihingi po ng rate hike ang ating mga public utility vehicles. Tapos tumaas ang presyo ng kuryente, tumaas ang presyo ng gasolina. Ang bigas po ay averaging 40 to 50 pesos. And I know that. You can ask the speaker. The speaker went to the palengke. I'm sure the speaker saw the prices of bigas per kilo. Tapos, yung masama pa, yung 40 pesos rate hike, Metro Manila pa lang. Metro Manila lang. Sa amin ni Mina, sa Mindanao, it has not moved. You know what the daily wage earner in her province earns? 340 pesos. OMG. What can you buy with 340 pesos for a family of 5? The rice cost is the same. The energy cost is even more expensive in Lanao del Sur. The water maybe is free because nag-iimbak na lang sa likod. Pero lahat po, yung Jollibee, McDonald's, pareho yung presyo nila doon kaysa dito. Pareho. So my point is, I think we also need to look into a possibility that we increase the wages of our people a bit. And just to show you, Mr. Secretary, before they would harp that we are the second highest minimum wage in the region. Well, statistics now, today, have shown that Indonesia increased their minimum wage to about 842 pesos a day. Malaysia is now 854 pesos a day. Singapore is 2,486 pesos a day. Kaya ang daming Singaporean, ang daming Filipinos sa Singapore. Almost all their H&R, yung hotel and restaurant, are Filipinos. It is only, we are at par now with Vietnam, but I'd like you to know that when I spoke to our Vietnam counterparts, they are also thinking of increasing the minimum wage in Vietnam. So ano po ang punto ko dito, Mr. Secretary? Let me give you the figures that I saw in the news. This was only in the news the last 2 days. Our friends, JG Summit, net income sourced by 9.5 billion first half of 2023. Ayala Corporation net income up by 55%. PAL earns 13.6 billion record net income. Megaworld net income surges 71% in first half of 2023. Al Jazeera also shows news reports that Philippine economy grows fastest pace in 40 years. Pero ang ating mga workers, Mr. Secretary, are in the rut. They are in the rut. Can we give them a bit of a fighting chance? Na I truly believe if you put in the effort to help our workers, we will have more productivity and maybe we can entice more of them to come home. Yun na po. And I hope that you can agree that maybe we can find a number which is acceptable. Because I've spoken to Frederick Go. I've spoken to Megaworld, Kevin Tan. I've spoken to a lot of the Taipans. And they've said, kaya nila. Pwede. Pwede. And even the MSMEs, I know you're saying that mahirapan ang MSMEs. I think, let's say, for example, a 100 peso additional minimum daily wage will be a welcome respite from them and not enough to break their banks, Secretary. I hope that you can sympathize with us, and I think the Senate, I have sympathy from the senators on this. Secretary, would you like to give an opinion?
All right. First of all, let me just state that the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge is going to be financed by ADB, Asian Development Bank, and the AIIB. Okay. Now, on the position, the position of the proposed 150 wage hike, Your Honor, the one of our major concern right now is inflation. Okay, inflation. The Monetary Board has before we have a policy meeting tomorrow, and so I remember that our assumption for the wage increase is 24 pesos this year, and then 25 pesos next year. Okay, that will be consistent with our target of 2 to 4% inflation rate. Now, with the 40 peso recently passed wage increase, then we are going to make the adjustment. Okay, so Metro Manila, but that will be this will be for the whole country, yung minimum wage increase. Now, the proposed 150 peso increase could bring the country's inflation rate further away. Right now, baka 5.6% po yung average for the year, baka tumaas ulit yung inflation. And also, that kind of increase will have a second round effect, which would mean that wages could be passed on by businesses, industries, and other institutions to consumers. Yun lang po ang concern namin. No? So we might solve this wage problem, but mas mataas po yung impact na sa inflation.
Pero
Mas marami pong maapektuhan na tao.
I understand. No? We all studied economics here that will also increase cost of goods. But Secretary, babalik din naman sa ekonomiya yan eh. Babalik din kasi sa ekonomiya yun eh. What we need to focus are high inflation rates on, for example, our energy sector. We're the most expensive. Diyan tayo nagkakaisa. Isa po tayo sa pinakamahal. Kaya lahat ng investors na ine-entice ko pupunta dito, unang-unang tanong nila, lalo ng mga Hapon, ba't ang mahal na kuryente nyo mas mura sa Thailand? Ba't ang mahal ng kuryente mo mas mura sa Vietnam? Yan na kailangan na natin pababain. Food cost and electricity cost. Di ba po? Cost of living. Now, on the increase in wages, I feel that it will go back to the people. It will just go back to the economy. Because now they have a chance to be able to bring their kids to Jollibee, they have a chance to bring their kids to the malls and buy a little something for them. So, lalago yung ekonomiya eh. Ako kasi, I'm in the I'd say, train of thought that dapat talaga suportahan natin yung ekonomiya para lalo lumakas ang ekonomiya by giving them a chance to be able to spend. It's for more spending. It's spending opportunities by our people. So, I agree with you, Sec. It may increase inflation, but on the long run, if we bring down electricity costs, if we bring down, let's say, other costs on manufacturing, I think we can temper it. We can manage it. Yes, Sec. RC.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may also respond. Yesterday, we presented data showing us that unemployment rate is comparatively low already in the Philippines. But the problem is really the quality of jobs. I emphasize that the lack of quality jobs and nothing less than increasing investments, particularly in strategic areas like manufacturing, could improve that quality of jobs, and with the quality of jobs, then earnings of workers would be much higher. Now, Mr. Chair, obviously we understand what the problems are: high cost of energy, poor infrastructure, high cost of doing business, and the PDP, the plan is we are trying to address those. But what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, that if we don't address if we address the problem of low incomes now by raising the wages, by legislative fiat, and these other factors that are required by investors to come in will come much later. What will happen is this, and these are real data. These are based on the economy-wide information that we have. Is this: suppose you increased wages by 150 pesos, the GDP will slow down in the first semester. But our GDP will contract by 0.2 to 0.9%. And then the unemployment rate would also increase from 0.3 to 1%. The inflation has already been mentioned, that will increase. And worse, the number of unemployed will actually increase. Yeah, that's the
gist of it.
Yeah,
but Secretary, my final point, because I'm running out of time. My final point there is that the lack of quality jobs is also because of the lack of quality skilled workers that we have. They're all leaving. The diaspora that we're seeing now is because of the low wages. And I'm not talking about minimum wage. Dapat pati yung middle income, dapat dagdagan din sila. Yung nurses, ang problema natin sa nurses, it's simple, Mr. Secretary. The problem of nurses is they're getting offered jobs for high-paying jobs abroad. Ganun lang yun. We have hospitals in Bukidnon and in Mindanao. They're being paid 20,000 a month. Come on. So they're really going to leave. And I'm only working with minimum wage here, but you have to see even middle income, blue collar, white collar jobs, they also have to increase the rates. I just read to you the incomes of all these companies. We know them all. They're all our friends. They can afford it. My point being is, when we asked I had a Pulse Asia rider question. Are you in favor or not in favor of the proposal to increase minimum wage by 150 pesos in the private sector nationwide? 97%, almost all. Obviously, everybody wants an increase in wages, right? Almost all. My point being is, kailangan talaga nila. They wouldn't answer this way if they felt that Their salaries are okay. Inflation is low. Prices are cheap. They can afford it. But my point is, we have to give them a chance. With these rates now, if we continue, you will not find any workers, Secretary Jokno, Secretary Balisacan, for your projects. Because they will not come back to the Philippines. They are comfortably located abroad. You can ask Secretary Villanueva of TESDA, Secretary Joel, who used to be head of TESDA. Right now, TESDA, all the graduates of TESDA training centers are applying for passports and they're applying abroad. That's the long and short of it. We will not have jobs. And that's why our population of overseas workers are growing by the thousands every week. Yun ang aking punto dyan. I mean, you also have to look into the fact that there might come a time na wala tayong workers. Alam mo, maraming resorts sa Camiguin, sa Cagayan de Oro, walang ma-hire na waiters, chefs, and hotel managers. They're all abroad, particularly Singapore. So yun lang po. That's my point. I agree. It's a chicken or the egg scenario. Do we increase salaries to keep them, entice them here, or entice them to come home? Or do we keep our rates low and you will not get anything? We'll just have to do AI. That's the whole point. So, and then when I spoke to American companies, by the way, they were shocked and appalled that our rates were this low. They want to come in here, and I mentioned it to you, Secretary, I went to you to Malacanang because there was an eco zone that was telling them, wag mong bigyan ng malaking sweldo yung mga tao nyo kasi baka hindi kayo makakakuha ng incentives. And it was debunked by Secretary Jokno. That is not true. Pero my point is, there are companies that want to come here and give decent jobs to their employees. So yan ang dapat itap natin. Mostly Western nations, no? Western countries. So yun lamang po, that's my point. I know we differ on policy opinions on this issue, but I think we have to make a political stand if we have to make a political stand on this particular issue. And I think the President has a big heart. May puso yung Pangulo natin. If he understands that around the region they're increasing already their minimum wages, I think he'll understand that there might be the need to make these sacrifices for the people. And by the way, the 40 pesos, Secretary, is only NCR. That's why I'm so angry. What happened to the wage boards all over the country? Mindanao, wala pang increase. Nakakainis mga yan. Kaya nga, we want to do their job for them. So maraming salamat, Sec. Thank you, Sec Joknos. Thanks, Sec RC, Sec Mina, and all the members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Senate President Zubiri, for very good points and caring for our workers. Senator Alan, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I just wanted to...
By the way,
Just a quick intervention
really
from
quick,
Senator Allen, with your permission.
Really quick.
Okay, before there's a rejoinder.
I just wanted to say the DBCC briefing, the DBM said 17 billion set aside for possible government workers' salary hike in 2024. It's lumped in the miscellaneous personal benefits fund. So I'm just wanting to put out that the government might get an increase in salary. Dapat sana sa private sector then. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Allen.
Not an intervention, Mr. Chairman. I just reviewed the minutes. I did not get an answer from the DBM because it was my fault. I shifted to another question. So may I just clarify?
Yeah, we'll get that
DBM.
answer from DBM. Go ahead.
The short question is yun nga na may I rely on you and your department to issue the proper communications, coordinations, to the other departments, and then of course yung ating letters, just so that it's clear that it's moving. Kasi rather than us going to each and every department and explaining everything, we will use your coordination dahil yung budget nga sa DBCC talaga.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, we will draft and issue maybe a circular letter to make it standardized. The same that was presented or issued by DepEd and PNP.
Thank you.
And my office will provide all the necessary documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Allen, Senator Secmina, for your response. Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa, thank you for waiting very patiently since yesterday. It's your turn. I just want to, for some administrative matters, I think our economic managers deserve a break in a few minutes. So maybe after Sen. Risa, with your permission, Senator JV and Senator Win, if we could break for lunch for half an hour, is that okay? Okay, yeah, so after Senator Risa. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quickly, just to follow yung earlier train of questioning ni
Sorry again for
Mr. Chair.
interruption, because the Senate President just informed me that he's extending the session to 4 o'clock so we can finish, so you don't have to come back for another day. I think that's acceptable to all of us. Yeah. Thank you, Senate President. Thank you, Senator Risa.
Thank you also, Mr. Chair. So yun na nga po, pagsunod lang dun sa train of questioning ni SP kanina, for example, in the South Rail, we don't even need to go and borrow from China, ni sa ADB, kung yung PPP option lang, no, na sinosponsor ngayong bill ni Sen. JB, if the PPP option can be supported. So just that additional point, Mr. Chair, on the earlier line of questioning. Tapos po, with siyempre pagbati ng magandang tanghali sa mga kasamang senador, sa ating mga secretaries, and the whole DBCC family. Kahapon po, yung unang araw ng DBCC briefing, hindi nababahala yung economic manager sa utang. Pataas na daw ng pataas yung ating credit rating at magiging madali at mura ang pangungutang sa ibang bansa. Pero sa totoo din lang, nasayang yung isang taon. And maitatanong, halimbawa, anong hakbang ang mga nagawa, halimbawa ni na SOF, para umusad yung mga tax measures na hinihingi sa kanila ni Presidente. Maitatanong din, saan kaya nila kukunin ang pambayad sa ating uutangin? So, Mr. Chair, colleagues, yung mga tanong ko will most probably revolve around two themes, no? Una, na yung, at nabanggit ko na rin po kahapon, na yung bansa natin and actually yung buong mundo patuloy na nasa crisis mode at patuloy na humaharap sa mga bago pang mga hamon. At yung budget, as it's being expended now, 2023, and even as it is proposed for 2024, hindi siya fit sa layunin na to. And pangalawang tema, ang gobyerno actually sa tingin ko po is at risk na living beyond its means. At risk pa nga ng revenge debt accumulation sa 2024. Yung mga spending programs ay na-program sa mga revenues na in-interpellate din ni Sen. Coco kahapon. Yung mga spending programs ay program sa mga revenues na maaring dumating na too little, too late. Okay, so unang tanong, no, diretso na sa inflation saka rising prices. Na kumpara sa mga nakaraang taon na halos hindi naman bukang bibig nating, well, at least na mga mamamayang Pilipino yung inflation, kahit sa mga surveys ngayon lumalabas na top of mind talaga. So inflation nga nitong first semester ay sinasite ng ating economic managers para sa kamakailan lang, particularly second quarter, na slowdown sa GDP growth. Pero itong inflation muli is rearing its ugly head. Yung presyo ng bigas ay tumataas dahil mahal ang imports. Nasalanta pa tayo ng bagyo, baha. Ayaw daw ibenta ng mga Thai at Vietnamese exporters ang bigas na mas mababa naman sa mas mababang presyo na kinontrata sa kanila ng mga importers natin. Tapos may El Nino pang inaasahan. At tumataas din ang presyo ng langis. No, dalawa po itong binanggit ko kahapon. Tumataas din ang presyo ng ibang pagkain dahil hindi na naman pinapadaan ng Russia yung wheat at iba pang pagkain na galing sa Ukraine. Ang Bangko Sentral naman, sa ilalim ng dating Gobernador Medalla, ay nag-recommend noon ng tinatawag nilang non-monetary na GOCCs at line agencies ang gagawa dahil hindi na dapat tinataasan pa masyado ang interest rates bilang pangkontra sa pagtaas ng mga presyo. At maitatanong din, no, ilang porsyento na ba ang itinaas? So unang tanong ko ngayong tanghali, Mr. Chair, magkakaroon po ba muli ng mga non-monetary measures? Ito po, binanggit din ni Gov. Remolona kahapon, non-monetary measures upang pababain ang mga preso. Ito ba'y reflected sa revenue program? Ito ba'y reflected sa budget? Non-monetary measures, halimbawa, itataas ba ang importation ng corn para sa feeds? Magkakaroon ba ng fuel subsidies? Binanggit din ni Sec Mina ang fuel subsidies kahapon. Bababaan ba uli ang taripa sa pork imports? Aalisin ba ang tax sa uling na gamit pa rin ng ating power plant? So yun po yung unang tanong ko. Magkakaroon po ba ng ganitong non-monetary measures reflected ba sa revenue program at sa budget mismo, Mr. Chair?
Let me provide Mr. Chair, the broader picture and then the specific budget-related measures can be provided by SecMina. I think that we do recognize the critical importance of inflation in achieving our all the development goals, particularly sa poverty and food security. Insofar as the what non-monetary measures we deploy, I think the bigger picture is we must appropriately deploy trade policy. As I said earlier, if you have shortages, and not only small shortages but big shortages, you must be able to access supplies from other sources, from abroad, if that is that would mean that we don't have nationally we don't have enough. And I think that a big in the early part of the COVID, initially the main source of inflation was imported, okay, because of the supply disruptions globally. But eventually it became also increasingly domestic, and that was partly because of our then lack of appreciation of what we have there, lack of information or inadequate information about our local situation, the supply, the demand, the production, the volume, the inventory, and we don't have those available immediately and shared across stakeholders so that stakeholders could take appropriate action. As a result, napatagal yung shortages and that led to increases in commodity prices, at least for some of the commodity prices. Kaya napaka-importante yung trade policy, and importante yung data na yun is shared and regularly collected para we are properly informed of the local situations. So again, looking at the longer term, not just for this year, Mr. Chair, but for the rest of this medium-term plan that we have, our priority, our thrust is to improve productivity. And in the case of agriculture, as I said yesterday, nothing less than...
How can we improve productivity if we keep importing?
No, the importation should not be seen as a permanent solution.
But if you look, I think if you look over time, we've been in Congress quite some time, Sekarsi. You've been in the DA since the 90s with my father. Pero you've seen siguro as a percentage of spending, I think it's gone up over time. Would you agree?
Yeah. No, yes, because what we have, if you look at our data closely, our productivity has barely moved. Because compared to our neighbors like Indonesia, Vietnam in particular, if you look at how China is particularly spectacular, raising from 2-3 metric tons to 10 tons per hectare. That's and they have done that in such a short period of time by proper.
Just like onions, I saw the figure. Every year, it's 27,000 metric tons ang shortage. But the importation is 100,000. Eh di tatama rin na yung mga onion farmer to produce because ang laki na importation.
Sending
Why
the wrong
don't you
signals,
review
we're sending the wrong
yung
signals, is
PSA data
what you're
at saka
saying.
yung importation? You should review that every year. It's so high. Even rice, nakakapagtakaway, ang laki-laki.
It's our choice. I mean,
I think we
Mr.
all know
Chair,
why we're importing a lot, Sec RC.
yeah.
No? I think we all know why, di ba?
Well,
I mean, I don't want to say it outright. I don't want to accuse anyone of, illegal acts. But I think we all know why, di ba?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe I'll say it
We all know
a
why,
bit
Sec. Yeah.
what we all know.
Alam naman natin yan.
We say
Hindi,
it more
hindi
out
sikreto
aloud.
yan, di ba?
Opo, at yung susi, yung salita din ni Sec RC, choice. Isang synonym niyan, political will. If the governments of other countries were able to exercise their political will na ibigay talaga yung suporta sa mga domestic producers nila, it was an explanation for a time but it didn't remain an excuse forever. What's preventing us from doing the same? Para nga, talagang liliit over, magkakatotoo yung sinasabi nyo na liliit over time ang share ng importation and we will be able to feed, clothe, house, etc. ourselves.
and if again, learning from our lessons and lessons of many countries around us, closing the border to prevent importation will not
Again, Sec
bring us
RC,
anywhere.
gaya ng sinabi ni Chair kanita, we're not talking po about protectionist measures, even an extreme measure like closing our borders. It's just pagbigay ng tamang prioridad, suporta, empowerment, sabi ni Sen Nancy kanina, sa ating domestic producers para ma-supply nila yung karamihan ng ating kailangan. Para pangdagdag lang, pampuno ng mas pakonte ng pakonte over the years ang importasyon.
I agree with that, Your Honor. Empowerment, the power to choose, and the choice of policy is so important. If we use trade policy restricting trade by say not allowing, and we have done that. We have deployed that many times by not allowing imports when we need them most at that particular time. That's when things get crazy. But when we use other measures and build us up over time, like investing in logistics, why can't we get our logistics invest in? Of course, the farm to market roads that are often mentioned, but my constant plea, Your Honor, is if I look at this technological supports of our farmers, do they have the appropriate planting materials?
Then let's give them to them, Sec RC. Yun naman po yung sinasabi namin. At hindi rin po namin ipinagkakait sa gobyerno to use importation, as you said, at certain points in time kapag kinakailangan. Pero ano na lang siya pampuno, 'di ba? Pantawid lang. But we have to really see the strategic and long-term policies and programs. Handa kaming ibigay iyon. Chair's even talking about industrial policy para ma-implementan nyo. And we just have to do it and take out the other blocks and exacerbating factors along the way, including smuggling and whatnot, no? Na pati yung smuggling, nagagamit pang excuse yung underproduction daw natin. Kung palakasin nga po natin yung productive capacity ng mga domestic producers, together with the law enforcement, we will undercut the smuggling, di po ba?
Okay. Let me supplement the statement of my colleague. Well, rather than picture the Philippines as if it's in a crisis, I don't think the Philippine economy is in a crisis, all right? The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank admires the way we handle the Philippine economy. The rating agencies, despite the massive downgrades of economies all over the world, has maintained their rating of the Philippine economy. In fact, recently we have an upgrade in the rating. Inflation expectations. Governor Eli Remolona explained that where the inflation expectation is well anchored in 2024 and 2025. So we don't have to do anything more, but continue with our We have an interagency committee on inflation. That will continue. We have divided the work between food inflation and non-food inflation. The activity of that committee will continue. And on the debt service, I mentioned this yesterday, I'll mention it again. Our debt service, our debt is manageable. The right metric is not the absolute level of debt. It's debt as a percentage of the gross domestic product or the size of the economy. And our debt to GDP ratio is in the neighborhood of around 60%. That's manageable. Okay? Other countries would have 200, 100, and higher debt to GDP ratio. And the structure of our debt is, as explained by the treasurer, is also manageable. Okay? So that's why at the very beginning we already devised what is called the medium-term fiscal framework. This is not an annual framework, not a 3-year framework, but a 6-year framework that will get us back to where we were before the pandemic. And as you know, the pandemic affected all countries in the world. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sec.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to SEC. Na-appreciate ko naman, kaya ako nag-i-insist mula po kahapon na may crisis situation pa rin. And not just for the Philippines, but for other countries. Pero syempre, ang pinaka-care natin sa Pilipinas. Dahil, okay, sineselebrate ko naman kapag tinataas yung rating natin ng mga rating agencies. Maintindihan ko yung debt to GDP ratio. Pero the people na kung kanino tayo pinaka nagbubuo ng budget ay yung karamihan ng mga tao who are in crisis. Sila mismo nagsa-self-rate na mahirap. Sila mismo nagsa-self-rate na gutom. It will take time because of the structure of our economy para literally mag-trickle down sa kanila yung ganito mga epekto na average naman yung debt to GDP ratio natin or mataas yung rating natin sa mga international rating agencies. So, gusto ko lang panatilihin sa perspective natin that there is a crisis. Sheltered ang mga tulad namin na middle class, mas sheltered yung mga mayayaman, pero yung karamihan na mahihirap. Kaya ko rin tinatanong yung mga non-monetary measures. Kaya ko itatanong pa yung mga safety nets. No? Iba yung crisis perception ng mga pinaka-vulnerable sa krisis kumpara sa atin na mas protektado laban sa krisis. So, yun po, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Sina Sec RC and Sec Mina would like to add about the non-monetary measures, kung reflected ba sa revenue program at sa budget, or kung hindi, magtatanong na ako ng safety nets.
Yes, still some non-monetary measures, Mr. Chair. Our approach is in response to the inflation is targeted intervention using targeted measures like targeting our ayuda to those who are most vulnerable. And so we are facilitating the completion of our PhilSys ID project, so that everyone will now have ID, so that ayuda will be given directly to the concerned individuals. So wala nang middleman, whether that's a agency or another party. And that way we can reduce substantially the budget for social protection, even as we cover more beneficiaries. Because as of now, with the current system, napakataas yung leakage sa mga ayuda natin dahil very imperfect yung delivery system. But Sec Gatchalian is working very hard to get that system enhanced. So,
Pero sorry, Sec RC, sabi niyo po ba marereduce substantially ang budget para sa social
Well,
protection?
let me put this, may increase yung ano, but
Hindi
what-
po.
yeah, but,
Increase, okay.
increase, but what I meant is that the administrative costs as well as the leakage. So in other words, even if we keep the current amount, we'll be able to reach more of those potential of those beneficiaries, because there will be less leakage, and we know who exactly those poor are. They are connected directly to our system.
Salamat, Sec. RC, for mentioning.
And with
yes,
maybe less
Chair.
duplication also in the receiving on the receiving end.
Salamat, Chair. And salamat, Sec. RC, for mentioning the targeted measures, social protection na may not decreased budget, but kahit same level, pero balak nyo po by making it more efficient yung administration na to benefit more. Mabuti naman po kasi kung hindi maraming non-monetary measures, yun na nga, yung safety nets nga po yung susunod na itatanong ko. Kino-contemplate, kasi nga po may balita nung isang araw na parang kung kailan pa sumasama yung panahon at ekonomiya ay kontratiempong, nabalitaan ko po, sinabi ng Finance Secretary na nakaplanong i-wind down ang suporta sa mga mahihirap. So I was going to ask about that, and follow-up question, may scale up po ba halimbawa sa food stamps program ng gobyerno na binanggit din ni Sec Mina kahapon na sa ngayon ay para lamang sa 50,000 na pamilya, o i-adjust na ba ang allowance ng 4Ps? Binanggit din po ni Sec Mina kahapon. Itataas na ba ang sweldo ng mga manggagawa? So tinalakay ni SP kanina. O aayusin na bang palawakin yung crop insurance system ng bansa? Binanggit din ni Sec Mina kahapon para yung mga nasalanta ng hangin, ng baha, ay mas madaling makabangon, o i-adjust na po ba ng LTFRB yung kita ng mga drivers?
Before the answer,
Chair.
I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of one of our committee vice chairs, the chair of the Senate Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead. Anyone can answer the many questions actually raised.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Oh,
naipon
baka sa
lang.
dami, hindi makasabay sa'yo, Sen. Riza. Ang mga...
Yung hindi ko po matapos, Mr. Chair, isasabit
They're
ko in
debating
writing.
which one of your questions they will answer.
Apo.
Check Mina, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, as mentioned po dun sa presentation, we will continue po yung mga major social programs that we have po from previous years. And siguro po yung sinabi rin din po ni Secretary R.C. Balisacan at saka ni Secretary Jokno po, moving forward po, baka po, yun nga po, no, para yung maging mas focus po, better administration and implementation po dun sa pagbibigay ng mga ayuda, because we know that there's a lot of leakage po in terms of yung distribution ng ating mga ayuda at saka mga cash grants sa ating mga beneficiaries po. And siguro po, while we exited the pandemic, some sort of nag-exit na po tayo, maybe in our future budget, also it's reflected quite here na rin po, mas dadamihan po natin yung parang mga livelihood opportunities and programs na binibigay po natin sa ating mga kababayan. In fact, when we presented the budget to the President, he noticed po that yung mga livelihood projects natin, it's across all government departments and agencies po. Kaya po sa 2025, binigyan po kami ng direktiba po ng ating presidente to increase yung, kung pwede po pa, yung budget for livelihood para po makapagbigay ng mas maraming trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. And baka po pwedeng essentialize lang po sa isang agency, because we know that meron po ang DOST, meron ang DTI, meron po ang dami pong ahensya na nagpro-provide ng livelihood. So baka mas maganda po na tama po i-rationalize, i-streamline, ilagay lang po sa isang ahensya para po mas madali din po yung pagbibigay ng ating mga benefits sa mga beneficiaries. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Pero Sec Mina, i-maintain ba o even dadagdagan or babawasan yung budget para sa 4Ps sa 2024?
Dito po ngayon, tumaas, no?
Kasi kung tamay naalala ko, yun yung subject nung sinabi ni Sec Jokno sa isang balita.
nag-increase po siya. In fact,
Let
nag-increase po
let me clear my statement na hindi po yun immediate, no? Ang assumption po ng sabi ko na in the future baka pwede nating bawasan if we make the system more efficient. For example, pag nabawasan po natin yung leakage, no? Then only those who are deserving should get it. And meron na po tayong mga bagong proseso ho ngayon, no? For example, if we limit it to those who have the national ID, kasi yun talagang identified kayo, national ID. And i-match po natin tinatawag po natin basic deposit account. Pwede po magbukas sa land bank ng basic deposit account for everybody, no? Ayun, ililink po natin doon. Ngayon po kasi ngayon parang cash card Anybody can get it, cash card. Hindi may duplication po, marami pong leakages. And sa pang-assumption nun, yun sinasabi po ni Secretary Mina na ang dami-dami hong mga nagkalat yung mga ayuda. Sabi ni Presidente, why don't you consolidate it? Meron ka sa DSWD, meron ka sa DA, meron ka sa DOLE, meron ka sa DTR. Madami, meron DOST. Why not consolidate it? Ganun. Yun po ang ibig sabihin na in the future, baka pwede nating mabawasan yan. Lalo na pagka gumana po yung employment, pag marami na pong may trabaho, mas hindi mo na kailangan ng ganun kalaking.
At yung in the future po na yon, Sec, given greater efficiency sa ayuda programs, given generation ng more quality jobs and employment, ano po yung time frame nung in the future na yon na babawasan yung sa 4Ps?
Hindi po yung 4Ps po, hindi po yun, more or less constant po yun. That's about 4 million. No?
4.4 million po. Pero yung 4Ps po kasi di po ba may conditionalities yun. So,
What
as
you're
we
saying
move
is
forward po,
pag nag-graduate na, pasok na ng bago.
opo,
Ano,
nasa
yun
iba
ang
naman
sinasabi
po
niya.
siya. And then, sana po eventually, mabawasan yung denominator natin para makita po natin yung impact nung binibigay po natin na grants sa mga kababayan po natin.
And in fact, over the years at every budget debates na babanggit din natin na effective yung 4Ps. Nag-graduate talaga yung mga pamilya, pati yung mga anak nila nag-graduate sa mga high school at marami as valedictorian, salutatorian at marami sa kanila enrolled ngayon sa mga
Even college, I believe,
SUCs.
meron ng cases na college graduate.
Great to hear. Oo, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question lamang dito. Sinabi ng SWS nung June 2023 na dumami ang gutom, so lalakihan po ba natin ang pondo para sa pagtugon sa gutom?
Yung sa food stamp po ba ito ng DSWD?
Pwede po. Opo,
Yes, ma'am.
Sec.
Yung kasi po, as of now, they're undergoing pilot project po in a couple of say different areas po. And then ADB is helping the SWD po to come up with yung regulations natin once we implement it sa 2024. So as of now po, nakapeg po muna siya sa 50,000 households. But I know po sa budget natin, meron po tayong budget sa may naka-standby. May naka-standby ka, di ba? In case dumami. May naka-standby fund po tayo. In case po, after the study of the SWD and ADB, dumami po yung beneficiaries po for the Walang Gutom program.
Good to hear.
So, one of your
Salamat,
slides
Chair.
showed bigger budget for school feeding or one of the feeding programs. One of your slides showed the bigger budget.
Yes
for that.
po. A major part din po kasi nung increase nung budget doon is medyo tumaas po yung price nung milk and ano po. Kaya po
You're not really
tumaas
feeding
din
more,
po
you're
siya.
just,
Meron din po,
the
pero
numbers
may
are up.
portion
Thank
po
you.
talaga na
Thank you,
tumaas yung
Sen.
presyo.
Salamat, Chair, at salamat, Sec. Well, it's good to hear kahit papano itong mixed responses dun sa first couple of questions ko. Maybe I would have wished for more on the non-monetary measures, pero there's some reassurance regarding yung mga safety nets. Kasi otherwise, kung hindi pa rin gagawin itong adjustments na ito sa kita at wala ring public subsidies galing sa budgets, baka tanungin tayo anong sinasabi natin sa mga Pilipino, no, na bahala na lang kayo sa buhay nyo. Sige po. So to my second question po, so follow up ko yung ilang points na ni-raise ni Sen. Loren kahapon. sa right-of-way acquisition funds. So a few days ago, DPWH Sec Bonoan told the Committee on Public Works that for 3 consecutive years, Congress has been given very little in the way of right-of-way and resettlement budgets. As of last week daw po ito, na 1.7 billion pesos lamang daw ng kanilang 37 billion pesos right-of-way and resettlement funds ay na-release. Tama po ba itong claim ni Sec Bonoan?
Just to share while they're retrieving the
Yes, Chair.
answers, Henry. Sometimes the right of way, kasi it's a lump sum. If we knew that what the specific project it would be, so we give them the money, but in the past, hindi nila nagagastos. So yun ang problema. So it's kind of a chicken and egg, di ba? If they could give us the specific anong paggagastosan ng right of way, then we can allot it. Pero when we see, all of us here in this room know it, if your utilization is low, then you will lose that money. Ganun lang yun .
Salamat, Chair. And in fact, that guides me in wrapping up because I'm advised na overtime na ako. Actually, swak dun sa last request ko this noon, Mr. Chair, if the DBCC could provide the Finance Committee a report of the right-of-way acquisition and resettlement funds na nasa sa, well, kasalukuyang na nasa 2023 NEP. And over the years, ito po ba ay na-reduce sa NEP? Tapos in the
Well, I can answer that already,
Okay,
Senrisa.
thank you,
It's
Chair.
we really reduce it because we look at the utilization for previous years. Pag hindi nga nagagastos, just like the OTR, DPWH, pag mababang utilization, then we'll use it where the funds can be used more efficiently, Madam Senator.
I agree, Mr. Chair. So, but would the DBCC report to our committee still be
But
useful
nonetheless, could you
request?
comply with the request of Vice Chair
Yes.
Ontiveros, as well as
po.
earlier may request din yata si Senator Lauren and si Senator Aimee for information, just to
We-
remind.
If
Yes, Sec.
we will submit po. And then siguro po, just to follow po yung sinabi po na ating chair. Kasi nga po, for example po, although we try to provide a bigger budget like is in 2023 po na nabawasan po siya sa GAA. But it's still substantial. It's 1.6 billion. Pero to date po, parang hindi pa po nagagastos much of the amount. Zero obligation pa po siya as of now. Siguro, kasi po pag right of way, kailangan merong perfected contract, nakausap
Kaya nga,
na po
bakit
lahat ng
maybe we haven't really
Kaya nga
sorted
po.
out. Di ba may batas na yan sa
Yes
right of
po.
way law that there are certain preconditions before you can allot funds. And Senator Ping, I remember, would stand up, Senator Risa, do you remember? He would stand up and remind DPWH, pagka hihingi kayo ng pondo sa amin, dapat meron, alam namin saan pupunta yung pondo, di ba? I think he stood up on at least 3 consecutive budgets, if I remember
And
right.
if I
Yes, I
remember
share the chair's
din po,
recollection.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
sir.
parang ngayon lang po kami rin naglalabas ng mga action documents dun sa mga right-of-way. So, middle of the year na usually. Halos ngayon lang po naglalabas ng mga action documents, SARO, para sa right-of-way.
Thank you for that.
Salamat, Chair, and salamat, Sec. So yun po, if the DBCC could please provide that to the committee na reduce ba sa NEP, sa course ng GAA approval, o hindi lang ba nare-release ng DBM yung nasa budget na. I'll just submit through the chair in writing yung iba ko mga tanong na, halimbawa, sa DOTR din po ba ay medyo ganito ang nangyayari? Paano po natin maasahan ng DPWH na gamitin ang infrastructure budgets niya, pati na ang budgets niya para mabawasan ang baha? Majo and other colleagues have been asking about this since yesterday. Mabawasan ng baha sa Pampanga, sa Bulacan, concern din ng Bataan, kung wala tayong pambayad pala sa right-of-way at kung wala din tayong pondo para sa pabahay ng mga apektadong pamilya. And lastly, isasubmit ko rin in writing through the chair yung mga huling tanong ko sana dun sa, tinanong din ni Sen. Loren kahapon, yung declining government spending dun sa PSA GDP reports. Okay. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, at sa mga secretaries.
Thank you very much for the very good questions, Sen. Risa. And yung mga hindi mo natanong, we'll try to get the side in writing. Thank you very much. Just an administrative, when we return, let's allow our secretaries and their staffs to have lunch. And just the order is, ito first round pa lang to ng questioning sa kanila. So that's why I've tried to be liberal in the time because we want them to exhaust their questions. So hindi na wala nang balik po. Vice Chair Senator J.V. Hersto, Senators Gatchalian, Jinggoy, Sen. Tulfo, Sen. Grace Poe, Sen. Tolentino. That's the order when we return. And thank you. We'll suspend the hearing to allow our secretaries to have lunch. Thank you very much to our colleagues and secretaries and their staff. We'll come back at 1:10 p.m. Thank you. Gatchalian, our committee vice chairs. It's your, you have 10 minutes, and
Thank you.
Senwin will follow you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be rest assured that the 10 minutes will be very fast and direct to the questions. Anyway, this is the DBCC. So, Mr. Chair, this is the policy. So we would know already, as vice chairs, the directions of the current administration, and we'll take it from there. And we will just ask the detailed questions probably as we hear the different departments. I'd like to ask anybody from the BCC. And I'm glad that one of the priorities of the Marcos administration is to continue the infrastructure development, no, which we have been missing the past decades. And I would say, Mr. Chair, that probably one of the reasons that we really lag behind our ASEAN neighbors is because of poor infra. Dalawang bagay, no, was two things that really we are having problems. No, we're trying to get foreign direct investments, but there are two things that hinders us from getting them. They're going to Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and now Vietnam. Before po, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, we were third or at least top 5. But now Vietnam has overtaken the country in terms of foreign direct investments because of two things: high cost of electricity and poor infrastructure. And I'm very happy that the President mentioned already in his initial SONA and the recent SONA that infrastructure will be given priority. Siguro si Sec Joc or Secretary Arbalik sa akin can answer. Sa report kahapon, no, the report yesterday by Sec Joc, no, that we'll be spending about 5 to 60% of the GDP for infrastructure. That's correct. 5 to 6%
of gross domestic product, Your Honor, and it's about 21% of the budget for infrastructure.
Well, that's a very good, Mr. Chair, that's very good to hear, because for so many decades we've been spending about 2% only, and probably that's one of the reasons we really were overtaken by most of our neighbors. And also, just to give you an example, infra spending Philippines now is 5.3, hopefully to maabot tayong 6%. But Vietnam is still spending spending more than us, no? Nasa 5.7 to 5.8. My question is there a way that we can still increase, so that, because we have a lot of catching up to do, because in my own estimates, in terms of infrastructure development, we're probably about 20 or 30 years behind.
Your Honor, I think 5.3 is an underestimate of what we will spend for infra next year and the following years, because the new program now considers public-private partnership. So in fact, if you notice, in the 94 priority projects, 30% of the 94 projects will be done through public-private partnership. In addition, renewable energy that's purely private. In fact, power is purely private in this country. In other countries, yung power and water are government projects, or even telco are government. In our case, telco is private, power is private, and water is private. So the 5.3 is actually an underestimate.
Is sponsoring the PPP reform as we speak. Later, he'll be on the floor.
Yes, in fact, hopefully we finish interps today. So hopefully second, third reading by next week. So one of the priority measures will be passed today. That is the PPP measure. Anyway, so in your estimate, so 5 to 6% is what government is spending for infra. And if you add the PPP projects or programs also altogether, abot ba tayo ng 8%? Thereabouts?
Easily. Plus, hindi pa ho kasama yung LGU, yung projects ng LGU.
Well, that's very good to hear, because as I've said, we have a lot of catching up to do. because these countries, I remember Malaysia in 1990s already invested heavily in infra. Thailand, no, they have super skyways that kahit 1 hour na you're still in the skyway, in railway. And probably that explains why no matter how we market the country, foreign investments are looking at the other way. So hopefully with this, this is a welcome development. Hopefully if we can solve and catch up with our ASEAN neighbors in terms of infra development, at least we are able to solve one, yung electricity nila, so that we will be more attractive. Because you know, I commend the president really for going around selling the country that now we are open for business, but we have to do our part, Mr. Chair. That's why we want to find out so that we will know the directions we will take, so that at least we can ask, we will be able to help, supplement, or augment if need be during the committee deliberations. Yes, Sec. Mina.
Kasi po yung hindi pa po kasama sa budget, yung 194 infrastructure flagship projects po natin na nasa listahan ng NEDA, that's worth more than 8 trillion po. So, yung sinasabi po ni Secretary, underestimate pa po talaga yung 5.3% na amount po sa budget.
Well, that's great to hear. At this rate, at the rate we are going, if we continue to spend that way, we're hoping we can catch up the soonest possible time. Because I remember also, si Sec. Jokto was then, during my father's time, 1998, North Rail and South Rail, we were already discussing that in the board. And now it's 2023, di ba? So hopefully with the passage of the PPP measure later, wag na yung PPP dati, puros PowerPoint presentation. Ngayon, totoong implementation na tayo. No? So, that's why, anyway, yung pong sa infra, I'm hoping that the North-South commuter line, no, will be finished very soon because it will help a lot. Yung Metro Manila Subway, not only for the convenience of motorists, but yung airport congestion, kasi they will now have a twin airport when the NSCR becomes online. It will definitely create jobs because we will create growth nodes in the different provinces that it will pass, and that will, yun yung talagang job creation, no? Good news, Malolos-Clark, Mr. Chair, Malolos-Clark segment is 48% complete already. So yung ko lang siguro, tanong lang natin is the budget utilization, kasi I understand tumaas yung budget natin, no, for railways especially. Tumaas from 167 in ANEP last year, now it's 214, probably because full blast na. If I'm not, tama po ba? Because full blast na ang rail projects natin?
Yes po. Both the north to south commuter railway and yung subway system.
How's the utilization? Okay naman? You think they will be able to achieve this hopefully 90% at least budget utilization?
Sa DOTR po, tumaas na po yung obligation rate nila. It's almost 42% na po from previous years na mas mababa po yung obligation rate po nila.
And also last year, Mr. Chair, if you may call, from the age gap, the budget for the railways was cut in half when it reached the Senate. And we restored that budget. That's why I'm asking about the utilization, if we will be able to, that will help us, guide us, no? Kasi po, that will affect a lot of things, no? Kung we will be paying our loans kung ma-delay po yung if the budget was cut in half, yung mga right of way, relocation, everything will be affected. And we're already paying for the loan for the mechanical side. So this year, 214 po ang inyong budget, no, that will be allotted. So yun na po. I just want to be sure that it's utilized and spent very well, no? Kasi I'm very supportive of this because as I mentioned, we have a lot of catching up to do in terms of infra development.
There's another good news, Your Honor. The PNR board just approved the North-South Commuter Railway this morning, and it will be submitted to NEDA ICC next week. So finally, pati yung commuter railway to the south will be
Going South Long Hall or
Yes, yes, sir.
the South Long Hall. But picking up where the Senate President took left off earlier, Sec Jokno o Sec Albalisacan, yung po mga China, supposedly China projects, no, funded projects and supposedly carried out, yung South Long Hall, yung the old Bicol line and Mindanao Railway System. So
Ito pong North-South Commuter Railway, the Indian government has expressed interest to do it.
yung South Long Hall po,
Yung,
yung going to Bicol.
Going to Bicol.
So we're open already to other interested, pwede rin Korea, those who have good track record, even European companies sa Korea. Mindanao Railway System, I think, Mr. Chair, is very important, no? Because now that we have achieved already peace in Mindanao, and one of the things, siguro si Sekmina can attest, one of the root causes of secession, rebellion, and insurgency is really poverty, no? And I think if we really have to prioritize the Mindanao Railway System because this will spread out the development all over. Hindi lang si Cagayan de Oro at Davao, no? So hopefully the poorer provinces, we will create growth areas. So that's why I'm really pushing for the Mindanao Railway System. Hopefully, yung na ano siya, no? What's this? Hindi siya natuloy. Hopefully, we can already find ways on how, makaano tayo kagad. Yes, Sekmina.
When we were in Davao po during the post-SONA, nandun kasama po namin si Secretary Jimmy Bautista and kasama po siya sa priority projects. They will continue po. I think yung design po ongoing na rin po kasi nakasama po siya before dun sa mga China projects and maybe they will offer it to other development partners.
Well, that's good news, but meron na tayong delay, 2 years, but we have a lot of catching up to. Hopefully, it materializes because it will not only be convenience. Again, it's the way to have lasting peace talaga in Mindanao, diba? It's lack of opportunities, diba? So hopefully with improved infrastructure, again, as Mindanao will live up to its promise. Siguro tanong ko lang kay Sep Mina, yung being the chair of the Committee on Local Government, I noticed that there is a decrease in the allocation of the Local Government Support Fund or LGSF from 9.16 billion to 5 billion. So ano po ang ano nito? What is the reason why there was a decrease? Because this helps a lot. This can help the LGUs a lot, no, for special projects that they would need financial assistance.
Sir, yung additional 4 billion po kasi amendment po yun from the Congress and the Senate.
Last year.
Last year po. So we pegged it lang ko ano po yung NEP that we propose in 2023.
Yeah, because ang concern ko might affect a lot of projects, no, with the reduced allocation. So if needed, again, we are willing to augment anything that would really help, especially the local government units right now. Doon po sa yung ano kanina, natanong na rin po yung tungkol sa Bandanas Garcia. I know that this is a real challenge, but as committee chair of the Committee on Local Government, of course, we want to know the direction. So we will also know on how we will tackle this issue. So siguro the question is, how is the government monitoring the implementation? How many LGUs or national government agencies have complied? And last but not the least, with the proposed extension of the transition period to full devolution to 2027, what are the steps the government is taking in order to ensure the smooth and sustainable implementation of the devolution?
We were directed po by the President to study po yung Supreme Court ruling and the EO that was issued in previous administration. It's the NEDA is the lead po of para po dun sa paggawa ng study. As of now po, ginagawa pa po ng NEDA yung study, and as soon as we have the report, we'll present it to the President and come up maybe a new executive order to that effect po. Thank you.
Yes, that's what we are also expecting. Medyo maganda naman talaga yung intention ng batas, kaya lang nung implement, it was more difficult, no, than it was envisioned, no. Kasi maganda talaga yun. We bigger share of the NTA, bigger share of the pie to the local government. But with the devolution, a lot of LGUs are not capacitated.
Ready.
Hindi nila kaya, no? Like health, agri, among others. So, yun yung mga challenges that we really have to look into.
Yeah. Kaya po, Mr. Chair, kami po dun sa committee po namin, yung DBM together with DILG and DOF po through BLGF and of course with NEDA and the GPPB, continuous pa po yung capacity building namin sa LGUs po para po by the time, maybe, we don't know po, in the near term or much longer term, mas ready na po yung ating mga LGUs to implement projects.
Ano lang, favor lang, because being the chair of the committee on local government, we might need legislation later on, amendments. I hope that we can also be briefed or at least be a part of it.
Yes, sir.
So that we will know what direction to take. No, I know that there are laws that when you pass, yung sa implementation phase, doon lang mo natin nakikita yung flaws eh. So we are willing, in fact, Secretary Benhur before, and Congressman Rex Gatchalian din, dapat magkakaroon kami ng study on how we will be able to tackle this problem amendment. So hopefully you can brief us already earlier so that we can already file the necessary amendments
Yes,
if
sir.
needed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, will do po.
Yes, Sir Kyok, no?
Yeah, let me just correct myself. The North-South Commuter Railway is composed of the Malolos, Clark, Tutuban, Malolos, Tutuban, Calamba. So there are ongoing loans both with ADB and JICA. And this is finally happening after 10 years and 3 administrations, Your Honor.
Yes, that's really good news, no? And hopefully, South Long Haul will follow suit, yung pong Bicol Express, no? Because, it's very important because, Bicol, Mr. Chair, is one of the richest, hindi ko matake na one of the poorest regions, because it's a natural beauty, it's rich, kaya lang, because of distance, isolated po sila. So I think we really have to prioritize the South Long Haul and the Mindanao Railway System. And it will really help create growth nodes in the different parts of the country. Sa health naman po, being chair of the health committee before and likewise sponsor of the Universal Healthcare Law, of course, I'm still, I would want to make sure that's implemented properly. No, I would ask na the details during the, Mr. Chair, when the committee on, when the Department of Health is here. But with the tanong ko lang because the President also mentioned in the SONA that he wants the specialty centers to be prioritized. No? Last year, Mr. Chair, there was an allocation of 4 billion from the HGAB and we added 2 billion more here in the Senate. So that was good news. That will fund a lot of specialty centers, no? Regional specialty centers from Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital in Ilocos, Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center for the Cordilleras, Batangas Medical Center for Southern Luzon, Bicol Regional Hospital Medical Center for the Bicol region, Western Visayas Medical Center for Western Visayas, Iloilo and Panay, Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center for Cebu and Bohol, Eastern Visayas Medical Center for Samar Leyte, Northern Mindanao Medical Center for North of Mindanao, and Southern Philippines Medical Center for the South of Mindanao in Davao. The total budget that we allocated is 2.235 billion. I just want to ask kung will we still add, because it being a priority of measure of the administration, having the specialty centers, and likewise our own said President, the senators also I think sponsored the measure of having specialty centers. Ilan pa ho ang sekmina tingin yung kailangan natin dagdag so that we will have in the soonest possible time most of the specialty centers that I mentioned will be operational.
Mr. Chair, I'm just getting the breakdown. Pero po sa presentation namin, it will show that the budget for operations of DOH, regional and specialty hospitals and other health facilities increased po from 44.76 billion nung nasa NEP po ng 2023 to sa GAA po na 48.45 ng 2023. For 2024 po, it's already 49.7 billion pesos po. So may increase na po tayo for that po.
And that's very good news, no? Because through the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, we already established these specialty centers initially, no, nasimula na po. And you know, Mr. Chair, it's very good news. Before, pag government hospital kasi, may takot yung tao. Sabi nila, pag government hospital, dadaling ka, lalakad ka pa, papasok, nakatayo, paglabas mo, nakahiga ka na. Pero ngayon, but now I have personally seen the improvement through the HFEP of the improvement of the different hospitals na sabi nga nila parang private na because we have improved a lot, no? So I hope that we will keep on supporting the necessary budget so that yung specialty centers can be realized soon. And that's a priority of the President and even our Senate President and the senators. I have two more points, Mr. Chair. For housing, of course, it's another concern of mine under my committee. The target is to achieve 1 million housing units per year of the administration. That's a target na 1 million housing units. Ang ano lang natin, because I can see that the budget is 8.5 billion for Department of Housing.
You have one more minute.
Yes,
Your Honor.
I'm wrapping up. In the key shelter agencies, 8.5 billion. So, yung pong unprogrammed appropriations, yung para po yung pambansang pabahay para sa Pilipino, the priority program to produce 1 million houses, it's in the unprogrammed appropriations. So, total dito, just going to confirm, 16 billion, almost 16 billion, Sekmina.
Of 9 billion po. Merong 1.5 po sa program under DSUD and meron po sa unprogrammed appropriation. Maybe just to explain lang po, at the proper time po when DSUD is already here in the Senate, meron po kasing pinresent po sa amin ng DSUD on paano po yung concept nung pagpapagawa po nila ng bahay and paano po yung payment scheme na pinakita sa amin. And I know that yung budget po that they have right now, okay po sila dun sa budget na yon and they will be able to deliver po yung housing units.
I think si Secretary Acosar kasi parang innovative, no? It's something out of the box. Hindi yung usual. So hopefully, I may hope it becomes successful. Sana lang, ang prayer ko rin, magsama sila ng NHA na. No? Because the NHA is the construction arm of the DSUD. And as the author of this measure, we want all key shelter agencies to move into one direction. So hopefully maayos nila yan, no? Because that's the idea of having DSUD. All has to be under one direction. Mr. Chair, I conclude. I still have some points, but I'll just ask later on, especially in defense later on, especially with the current issues current circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Senator JV. And it was on his initiative that the Finance Committee restored some of the amounts cut from the DOTR budget. That was the initiative of Senator JV. Next, we'd like to acknowledge our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. And next is Vice Chair Senator Win Gatchalian. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a lot of questions have been asked already, so I'll just go to the questions which were not raised in the last 2 days. Number one is on growth. I noticed that, in 2022, our full-year GDP growth was 7.6, and everyone was very happy and jubilant about that, especially coming from the pandemic. But for Q2 of this year, our growth dipped to about 4.3%. And may I ask maybe Neda about this? what were the causes why our growth dipped from a high of 7% in full year 2022 to 4%, 4.7% in Q2 2023?
Okay. First, the growth rate in 2022, which was quite high, has to be taken in the context of the sharp contraction in 2020 and the modest recovery in 2021, which is just a little over 5%. So in effect, the high growth that we observed in 2022 is still quite a base effect to some extent. And then the 2023, the second half, beginning the first latter part of 2022, we had high inflation. The global slowdown was taking place. The BSP responded to the high inflation with hikes in interest rates. Those began to be felt. The impact of those began to be felt in the first half of this year. In addition to that, of course, as we mentioned yesterday and this morning, there was also noticeable underspending among agencies, and that contributed quite also to the slowdown in the first half. But also we noted that not all was lost in the first half, because the underspending can be spent in the second half of the year, so that the impact and growth of that underspending can actually be shown in the second half. So that's why we're expecting that the growth for the second half could reach 6.6%, and that would allow us to still reach the lower rate of 6% of the 6 to 7% targeted for 2023, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it will be forgivable if the headwinds will be coming from the outside. Inflation, slowdown in the growth of China, the Ukraine invasion. But looking at the components of our GDP growth, especially on the demand side, I saw that the government spending dipped by negative 7.1%, and also gross capital formation, which is investment, which is zero. So I want to focus, Mr. Chair, on government spending or government final consumption. These are things that we can control. Inflation, if after the Russian invasion, we cannot control the prices of international crude, that's forgivable. We can always point our fingers to Russia or to the Middle East for that. But government spending is pointing our fingers to ourselves. So what happened, Secretary RC? How come government spending not only slowed down, but it went negative? These are things we can control. I just want to put this in context, because we're talking about increase in budget by 9%. But for this year, we cannot even spend as quick as possible, and it affected our growth. So, and I remember yesterday in our hearing, Secretary RC, you also mentioned a catch-up plan. So my question is, what happened? How come government is not spending fast enough? It's spending, but not fast enough. And at the same time, what is this catch-up plan? Is it a written document? Is it a commitment from our implementing agencies? I know you don't implement these projects, but you probably monitor the implementation. What commitment do we have in order for these implementing agencies to spend as quick as possible to reach 6.6 growth in the second half of the year?
I'll ask my colleague from the BM to respond to that, Mr. because they've been working hard to address the issue.
As mentioned yesterday po, these are some of the reasons po kung bakit po mas mababa than expected yung spending ng mga agencies. First po, there's a substantial outstanding check recorded as of and June 2023, which equals to 124.1 billion pesos. Meaning, na-issue po yata yung check pero hindi pa na-i-encash or maybe nakatago pa po. Second, lower than program interest payments because bumaba naman po yung because of our credit rating. Bakit nawala? Procurement-related difficulties po. We know that may mga, of course, it's a new administration po, bago po yung back, bago po yung mga hope natin. So siguro po, meron din pong learning curve in that aspect. Second are some ongoing implementation of social protection programs under DSWD and DOLE. And yung mga ongoing right-of-way and site acquisition and utility relocation for our infrastructure for our infrastructure departments, and billing concerns po from our suppliers and creditors. Especially po yung sa CHED po, yung free tertiary education, medyo mabagal po yung pagdating nung mga requirements from our SUCs because that's also a big fund po.
Actually, going to that, no, I just want to zero in on that SUC/CHED. If you talk to the SUCs, ang sasabihin naman nila, ang bagal yung bayad. No? Bill sila ng bill, mabagal yung bayad. If you talk to the suppliers, the same thing. They'll tell you, wala pa akong nakakausap na supplier who will say advance payment ang gobyerno. No, we all know that, no? Diba? All suppliers will say hindi kami hindi
bawal po yung advance
alam ko nga bawal.
payment.
I know it's bawal. I'm just making a extreme example, but all suppliers will tell you na mabagal ang bayad ng gobyerno, no? So if we are saying that hindi sila nababayaran, the SUCs are not billing, I don't think it's true. Because I talk to the SUCs, we talk to the suppliers, and government, mabagal nga sila magbayad, no? But then again, all of these are controllable. My point of the matter is all of these are controllable matters within the hands of government, no?
Yes po.
And because of government not spending fast enough, it's already affecting our growth, no?
Correct po.
So that's the point that I want to make. And
Correct.
the other question that I posed is, are all of this catch-up plan, no? All of these action points, are these written and are these hard commitments by the implementing agencies or nag-meeting lang and then, oh sige ho, gagawin ho namin yan? Is that a loose conversation or is it because if it's a written document, I would like to see that written document because we're asking for an increase in budget but we cannot spend the budget.
That's true po. Yes po. First of all po, yung request for a catch-up plan, it's a written document, it's a circular released by DBM po to all the departments, agencies, and GOCCs. And I guess po, siguro po may commitment na po tayo dahil yesterday po, we had a meeting with the President and nandun po yung secretaries natin ng mga agencies na mataas po yung underspending and they all committed to submit a catch-up plan before the deadline.
Just submit to us that document and also submit to
We'll
us
provide a copy, Mr. Chair.
who are the notoriously slow spenders so that during the different budget deliberations, we will push them to spend faster. My point is, because of their inefficiencies, no? All of those you mentioned, Secretary Mina, are controllable. No? Some of them are not accurate pa nga. I can tell you because you talk to some of the stakeholders. And we want to really push the different departments to implement faster because it's affecting the entire economy. No? That's the first statement that I want to make. And then second is capital formation or investment, Secretary RC. How come we have zero growth? No one is investing in our country?
I think the investment capital formation there also includes the public construction. So the underspending there is also reflected in that number. And then the other part is the private investment. What we notice in the data is a lot of withdrawal of inventories. and so so it appears that there is some constraints faced by private sector to invest, and we suspect that that's already the effects of the spikes in the interest rates beginning in the second half of last year in response to the inflation, because normally the effects of this hike in interest rates comes with a lag, usually 9-12 months, but I think that we're seeing that as early as 6 months later. Yeah. So, and then the inflation has also created some pessimism in the demand prospects. So those two combined depressed, I guess, the investment outlook in the short term at least. But now that we are seeing this deceleration in inflation and quite likely that there's no further increase in interest rates unless something something we don't control, like what the Federal Reserve will do next. Then we would not expect any major disruption or further uptick in the interest rates, and that will improve investment sentiments. So moving forward in the next 6 months, in the second half, and in the immediate term, we expect to see investment coming back.
Thank you for that, Secretary. See, one piece of good news that we've heard yesterday is inflation is going down. It's on a downward trend. And I would say that the intervention, whether it's supply side or monetary side, it's already being felt. No? Having said that, is it about time to lower down policy rates so that we can spur investments? I know that BSP is
the
here.
BSP is here.
Because I think it's already affecting capital formation or investment in short. No? Because we've managed to bring it down to 4.7. I think everyone's very happy about that. Now there's room to lower down. No?
With your permission, Vice Chair Win, just to acknowledge Vice Chair Jinggoy and of course Senator Raffy Tulfo again. Go ahead, please.
I just want to get your opinion,
Good afternoon,
Deputy Governor, about that. No?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honors. It's true that inflation has started to go down. Actually, in the June meeting of the Monetary Board, we've assessed that the average inflation for 2023 will be at around 5.4%. So this will still be above the inflation target band. But for 2024, this is for the June meeting, we're looking at 2.9%. Now, again, some of the latest developments on the inflation front, on a month-on-month basis, that June inflation of 4.7% is actually equivalent to 0% inflation. That's in July. In June, it's month-on-month is at 0.1, and May was at 0.3, April 0, March 0. So the still high inflation number was really a carryover from the spike in inflation that we saw in January because of food prices. But having said that, we're anticipating that the board will be deciding tomorrow on the monetary policy stance. So at that time, we will be presenting a revised inflation outlook to the board. And although this is not yet finalized, actually there might be a slight upward revision in the inflation outlook because of the developments in, again, external developments, mostly in oil. And also, the core inflation, as the governor said yesterday, core inflation is the measure of inflation over which monetary policy has a greater influence. Core inflation is still much higher compared to the headline inflation numbers. So what we're very careful in ensuring is that inflation expectations remain anchored to the inflation target. So we want to guard against any, disanchoring of inflation expectations. So I would say that, of course, it's the board's decision on what to do with the monetary policy. But as the governor has been saying, inflation has to first go down to within the inflation target band. Moreover, we should also, I would say, wait for core inflation numbers to also go down, just to make sure. Now, we, of course, are the adjustments will have some impact on growth, but we are estimating that the growth impact has so far been minimal. For every 25 basis points increase in the policy rate, the reduction in growth would be at around just 1 basis point. So for 2023, so that the growth, in coming up with a decision on the policy stance, of course, the board assessed the impact on growth, and part of the reason why that impact is minimal is because what really matters is the so-called real interest rate, which is the interest rate minus the inflation rate. And because inflation is still elevated, in real terms, the rate of interest is still quite manageable.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
With the permission of the Honorable
With the
Wayne
permission
Gatchalian,
of Senator Gatchalian.
can
Yes,
I interject?
Sen. Rafi. Yes.
Medyo off-topic to ng konti, pero my question is directed to the BSP. Ito po ay may kinalaman doon po sa National ID na may budget po na 28 billion and it started back in 2018 and hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin po natatapos. Ang akin lang po pinagtataka, inarbor nyo po sa PSA yung pagpapagawa, pag-a-assign, pagbibigyan ng task kung sino po yung gagawin National ID. No, matapos nyo po ma-arbor, isinabcontract nyo po sa isang company. And nung matapos po may subcontract, yung ngayon sa palagitnaan, nagkagewang-gewang na po yung paggawa ng ID, nagkaroon ng problema, and from my understanding, there are about 20 million na mali ang disenyo, kaya babaguhin. Anong mangyayari dun sa bagong disenyo? Itatapon na lang ba sa basurahan? At ano na lang yon? Kumbaga, wala na yung mga nagawa ng maling ID kasi gagawa kayo ng bagong design, or magpapalabas kayo ng corrected design and then yung lumang design and the corrected design, gagawa lang kayo ng konting correction doon. So meron tayong dalawang klaseng disenyo.
Please,
thank you.
would you know about that,
Thank you,
Deputy Governor?
Mr. Chair. I just have some notes that the designs are actually approved by the PhilSys Policy and
Pero bago niyan, sir,
Council.
pakisagot lang, bakit niyo po inarbor sa PSA? Di ba dapat PSA na ang maghanap ng agency, government agency na para gumawa ng national ID? Para sa akin, di ba dapat yung National Printing Office ang may capability din? Or kayo po meron din kayong capability sa BSP, bakit po kinakailangan niyo isang-on?
Na-request po ang BSP na tumulong.
Hindi po, inarbor niyo po, kayo po ang nag-request. Hindi po ni-request ang BSP. It was the BSP who requested from the PSA na kung pwede sa inyo na lang po ipasa para hindi na po magkakaroon ng bidding kasi government-to-government arrangement, so there's no need for bidding. Yun po yung purpose nyo para hindi na magkaroon ng bidding. Tama?
Mr.
Like
Chair.
can you answer?
Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
The national statistician who's head of the PSA is here.
Okay,
Maybe we
so,
can directly answer.
Parang traffic controller tayo. Sino talagang makakasagot?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes, our national statistician.
Yeah,
Mr. Map.
Yeah, Senator, the original plan for BSP to print the national ID was ordered by former President Duterte. So it was given to them. But BSP is one of the three printing agencies. You're right, NPO, APO, and BSP can actually print. So they are the ones.
So bakit sinab-contract pa kung kaya pala i-print ng BSP yung ID? Anong national ID, ba't kinakailangan i-subcon?
The ball is back with you,
Kasi
Deputy
ako,
Governor.
hulaan ko, manghuhula lang ako. Okay. Kasi pinapaboran yung isang kontraktor at mukhang meron atang kumita rito na malaki.
Yeah, Deputy Governor.
28 billion pesos na contract.
That's a huge contract. Yeah.
Yung detalye po nung kasi hindi ako talagang na-involved.
Who would know in the BSP about this?
I would know. I would know.
Sec Ben, yeah.
I was governor when that happened, but
ganun ba?
the
Okay.
decision to have BSP print was the president's decision for BSP. And we have competitive bidding. May bidding po yan. Competitive bidding. Hindi po binigay lang namin doon sa...
Was there a bidding?
There was a bidding
Conductor?
by BSP.
Was there at nanalo po?
Yes,
I don't think so.
May
Can
bidding po
we
yan.
see that?
May bidding po yan.
Okay. And then pangalawa, follow-up. Bago ako umalis dahil nagpermiso lang ako kay Win. Doon din po sa pagpagawa ng pera, di ba, nagbago tayo ng design sa 1,000 notes natin. Bakit hindi po dito natin ginawa, inimprenta? Ba't kinakailangan padalhin sa Australia? At again, nag-subcon na naman. Wala ba akong kakayahan yung BSP na iprenta yung sarili nating pera? At ito pa po, nasan ba itong pera ito?
Ako po ang governor nung dinesisyon na namin yan. Wala po capability rito sa Pilipinas.
Wala.
Because we are shifting to polymer.
Okay. And
so
if we did shift to polymer?
I talked to the governor of Australia. So
itong mga pera ito, pinapagawa na sa Australia?
G2G po
Sa
yan.
Australia.
G2G. Apo.
Kaya nga. So, di ba meron dito yung security, tawag nito? Security features. Kaya natin pinasa Australia. So, bakit yung Australia ang gagawa ng security features na yun? Bakit kinakailangan ipagkakatiwala sa Australia and then Australia ibabalik sa atin?
Nasa design po namin yan.
Nung mga nakaraang pera na ginagawa natin ng BSP, pinapadala rin ba sa ibang bansa?
Hindi pa. Because we have the capability to do that here. Pero yung polymer po, wala po tayong capability.
So, ba't kinakailangan pang polymer? Bakit hindi lang tayo binago natin yung disenyo and then kaya naman pala natin gumawa ng security features?
There was a decision, every 10 years, nagpapalit po ng disenyo yung
kaya nga, change the design. Change the design. But, yes, change the design. Pero dito pa rin natin gawin.
Pero wala nga pong capability for polymer production.
Bakit kailangan pumunta tayo sa polymer? Who made that decision na kailangan pumasok tayo sa polymer?
The Central Bank Monetary Board decided.
Well,
because it's safer, it's more economical.
Anong pinagkaiba? Wait a minute. Anong pinagkaiba nitong perang ito at saka yung sa dating pera? I've seen the data na for the past 10 years, worth 7 million lamang ang nahuli ninyo na mga nag-counterfeit ng pera natin. 7 million pesos lang worth for so many years. Na ibig sabihin na napeke, o mga pekeng pera na kumpiska ninyo. So, kumparahin mo yung 7 million pesos na nalugi, sabihin natin nalugi o na-counterfeit na pera sa bagong disenyo na gagastos nyo by the billions, bakit pa tayo nagpa-polymer? Ba't nilang tayo ipagpatuloy? Ibang disenyo, ibang itsura, pero yung pa rin yung mga security features na gamitin tulad ng ginawa niyo sa dating mga pera. Ba't kinakailan pa
Your Honor,
isangkot?
the Monetary Board made the decision. It's cheaper. I know because it's yung mga pera po natin dati, after 3 months, gas, wala na po, hindi na magamit. It's cheaper and that is also recyclable after it, and yan po, because of the pandemic especially, pwede yung ano ng alcohol ho yan, yung current money ho natin nun, hindi nyo pwedeng lagyan. Mag-smudge po yun.
Wala na rin abaka.
Pinag-aralan na rin po namin yun. That's a very small part of the money po.
Yeah, they can always use the reason, pinag-aralan, pinag-decide ng board, wala talagang gustong mag-amin ng kasalanan. Yung bang talang sabihin, it was me, it was my decision, and I'm to be blamed, period. Palaging nagtuturuan. Ganon din sa kabilang hearing na pinuntahan ko.
I assume responsibility, sir. It was my decision when I was governor.
Okay, very good. Last na lamang po. So kailan BSP, kailan matatapos yung national ID natin?
National Statistician Mapa. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Right now, Senator, we have registered already 80 million Filipinos to the national ID. This is about 87% of the 92 million target, which are the 5 and above. 5 kasi hindi pa po tayo magre-register dun sa 0 to 4. Now dun sa 80 million na na-register
okay, sige po, 80 million na para mapabilis na.
42 million po yung cards na na-print ng 42.
Pakisagot ulit, ano nangyari po dun sa nagkamali na disenyo na kailangang babaguhin?
Yung
20 million mahigit. Ibabasura na ho ba yun? Yung mga...
Hindi po 20 million yung mga may defects, ano. Ito po'y pinapalitan, piniprint uli ng BSP service provider for free po yun. Under sa kanila.
Hindi natin magbayad. So bakit nung umpisa pa lamang nalaman nyo na ata, baka magkakaproblema, bakit nyo ipagtiwala pa rin gawin dun sa kumpanya na yun na kinontract ninyo, hindi pala nila kayang gumawa at isang beses pa lamang na walang pagkakamali?
We requested the BSP senator. In fact, we wrote them a letter because the president also instructed PSA to look for additional service provider so that it can fast-track the printing of the PhilID cards. So we requested the BSP if their service provider can print up to 50 million at the end of the year so that we can have another service provider that can continue the remaining cards.
Next year, matatapos na ba lahat ng national ID natin?
We are waiting for the decision from the BSP if they can cut the current service provider.
So hindi nyo pa ho alam kung next year sa isang taon?
Our target, Senator, is that if the BSP agrees that 50 million, parang mag-stop ang service provider at 50 million, and then we will get another service provider because we really need another line. At the current output, we cannot finish it on time. We need another line. So if we have another line, this would mean a quicker release of the PhilID. So we have substantial by next year po.
So by next year, meron tayong mga national ID na magagamit na ng mga tao. Okay, sige po. Yun lang po. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At thank you, Senator Win. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sen. Rafi, and thank you for the answers from our resource persons. Go ahead, back to you, Sen. Win.
Thank you for that brief intervention, Mr. Chair. And also, hopefully that will not be taken out of my 10 minutes, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, but my point to Deputy Governor is I think there's room to lower down interest rates to spur investment. So I think that's the whole point. I don't want to preempt the Monetary Board meeting, I think tomorrow or this week, but just looking at the growth of our economy, a big chunk was taken out because corporations are not investing and because interest rates are very high. So that's the whole point that I want to make. Mr. Chair, I just want to jump to a different topic, and this is in relation to the 8-point agenda of the crafting of the budget, and one of which, I think it's in the top agenda, is food security. And I read in the news that India stopped exporting basmati rice, or the I think the most common rice that they export to different countries. And my knee-jerk reaction there is if India will stop exporting to whoever their customers are, their customers will obviously buy from other sources such as Vietnam, no? And we buy close to about 90% of our supply, 82% to be exact, of our supply from Vietnam. So my question is, with this latest decision of India, no, what are our contingency plans to ensure food security? And obviously, rice is a big chunk of our, is a big driver of inflation, no, especially for the poorest of the poor. No? So my question is, how are we in, what is our contingency plan when it comes to ensuring food security, particularly rice, in light of what India just recently decided on? So I probably Neda, if
We have discussed that quite a bit, Mr. Chair, and the Department of Agriculture told us that they are already in talk with India and with other potential exporters for our imports. The reason for the tightening in the market for rice in the global market is this expected El Nino that may hit many of the rice producing countries in the world, and India is repositioning itself to also protect its population by diminishing, reducing its exports. So that indeed the reaction of many governments, including Indonesia, for example, exacerbated that because they pre-ordered by the millions of metric tons to this country, exporting countries, which are very few in number. And the world market for rice is actually very thin. And so we also have to, domestically, we have to ramp up our supports to our rice producers so that they can recover quickly from the recent floods and typhoons, Mr. Chair, and so that by the time that El Nino peak in the first quarter of next year, at least some harvests have already been done.
What's the contingency plan? RC, for example, if this customers of India all of a sudden go to Vietnam, will there be a price war in terms of who Vietnam will sell to? Are we assured of, because I can see that on the average we buy close to about more or less 2,000 to 2,500 metric tons of rice from Vietnam, which is about 80% of our supply. So are we assured of supply from Vietnam in the next, I don't know, next few months? And then how are we in terms of local inventories? Are we assured of local inventories for a few more months? I just want to, because again, rice is a very big component of inflation. No? And on top of that, it's also part of the 8-point agenda to ensure food security. So I just want to understand what government has put in place in terms of contingency measures for this, again, external disruptions in terms of supply of rice.
So the Department of Agriculture, as I understand, is already in talks with governments like India so that we can enhance the inventory that we have because the third and fourth quarter inventory, our expected inventory is likely to be challenged, quite low relative to the first half of the year. That's why we need to get the supplies coming in. Obviously, that would would mean importing that shortage, but at the same time, the DAs has to also, and they are doing this with the acceleration, the release of funds for DA, get this recovery in the farming sector, especially those affected badly by the recent floods and and typhoons. So we are watching closely the inventory to make sure that price.
Inventory do we have, Secretary? Good for how many months? For example, if all of a sudden tomorrow there's no supply of rice, how many months do we have domestically?
Well, we have at the end of these are just estimates, Mr. Chair, and that doesn't don't yet take into account the orders that were made recently. It's about 36 days inventory last. That is our internal estimates. But as I said, we're in the process of discussion with major exporters to get those that inventory improved, because what's happening is the global rice prices is inching up. When I look at the recent data, I think it's increased by something like 10% for the last 12 months in the global market. Whereas actually we are a bit lucky here so far. The rice price hasn't increased that much, the domestic retail price. But of course, in the next couple of months or the weeks, if we don't do much about this dwindling inventory, then that could impact on us. But we are seeing this, and the government is, particularly as I said, talking with potential suppliers for.
I think the prices are constant because of that 36 days of inventory. But after 36 days, then it's a different story because they'll be buying much more expensive rice. Have we secured any short-term, medium-term contract with Vietnam? Because Vietnam is our biggest supplier. Do we have that type of contingency?
There is quite a lot of private sector, because the importation of rice has been liberalized.
But at least Vietnam will be. Vietnam is assured. Is there any assurance from Vietnam they will sell to our local private companies? Is there such a thing? I know it's purely private, no? But even the private, if they're not assured with supply, then they don't have anywhere to buy rice.
I guess the issue is whether those that have pre-ordered, whether they, because prices in the global market have been rising, and so there may be that that issue of the supplier may not want to commit to that pre-order because of it was pre-ordered at lower price, and I think that's how many governments are doing. Indonesia has been reported to be pre-ordering by the millions of, in anticipation of the El Nino in the latter part of the year.
I'd like to urge government to really seriously look at this situation, because it's not only going to affect inflation, but more importantly, food on the table for our constituents. So just submit to us, Secretary, a contingency plan that government has put in place, so that the committee will be enlightened. What are the plan A, plan B? How much do we need to execute those plan A, plan B? I'm really worried that this export ban from different countries will affect us, even if we have supply, but it will affect the pricing of those supply. So I'm really worried. And later on, we still don't know if how many typhoons are going to come into the country. Then you have that threat of El Nino. So we have all of these factors that will affect the domestic output of our rice. So we'd like to be enlightened and just submit to the committee a contingency plan that government has put in place.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of
I think Senator Gatchalian is done, no? Yeah? Not yet. Okay. With your permission then,
just to
Senator Nancy.
share
Yeah.
to the body ho, nag-order ho ako sa NFA ng 1,500 sacks of rice as part of the relief operation, di ba? Ang sagot ho sa akin ng NFA, they can only give me 300 sacks kasi wala na daw silang buffer stock. So, isipin mo yung ahensya na supposed to be nagsisecure ng ating buffer stock, hindi na ho nila nagagampanan yung mandate nila. So I think kailangan bantayan ho natin na talagang meron tayong bigas kasi nga itong mga padating na scenario mukhang hindi yung maganda for that crop.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, that's precisely why government is now talking with other government suppliers, because we want to replenish these stocks of NFA. The stocks of NFA have been so low that if there are and NFA has been under the RTL has been mandated to
Pero kasi di ba ho dapat din, NFA should buy the rice of our local farmers. Parang sa tono ho ngayon, mukhang pabalik na naman din sila doon
Hindi
sa
ho.
mag-i-import.
Under the law kasi, the RTL ho, NFA has to buy from the local producers, but for prices not to rise further with kasi every time na you stock, you are withdrawing from the market. Kulang na nga yung rice sa merkado, no? So kinakailangan magpasok ka. And that's what we want to do. I have with me here data, Mr. Chair, that from January to July of 2023, we seem to have at least the private sector and the rest of the stakeholders have a volume arrival of 2 million metric tons already. So it looks like medyo safe naman tayo, but still we have to monitor this periodically ho.
Back to you. Thank you, Sen. Nancy, for sharing that. Back to you, Senator Win. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one more question. I saw this in the presentation of the DBCC team yesterday, that there are a few revenue measures that government intends to push in the next few months. And I'm for increasing government revenue, and we all know how important revenue is in terms of launching programs and projects. But I'm also concerned with some of the unintended consequences of raising taxes, particularly excise tax. And I just want to flash on the slide, a slide that I received from here, Philip Morris. No? And this is a presentation that they showed to us on illicit trade of cigarettes. And of course, we raised the taxes on packed cigarettes in the hope of reducing the number of people, or the number of Filipinos who will go into smoking, and hopefully increase the number of Filipinos who will quit smoking. But consequently, the illicit trade also went up in terms of smuggled cigarettes. So if you look at the 2018 figures, this is an estimate that we got, or data that we got from Philip Morris, who's in the business of cigarettes. 18.5% of cigarettes being sold in our country is from illicit trade. So 1 out of 5. And almost 30 billion pesos of taxes is being lost because of that illicit trade. Of course, when you raise taxes, excise tax in particular, it becomes very attractive for the illicit traders to go into this type of businesses, because the risk and return reward is quite high. So I would like to ask, again, I support increasing government revenue. Government revenue is very important in implementing all of these infrastructure projects, social safety nets. But how are we addressing illicit trade, in general? And also, how are we addressing illicit trade for cigarettes? Because I can see the trend that it's going up. And what type of enforcement are we doing in order to curb this? Those who are paying taxes because we're increasing the different type of taxes in in our different products. No? So I'd like to ask government, what are we doing in order to curb illicit trade in the different types of products that we have imposed taxes? And what are we doing to curb illicit trade for cigarettes? No?
Okay, Your Honor, I've seen the statistics. Cigarette smoking has actually diminished over time. But on the illicit trade, may I ask the BIR representative be recognized, please?
We recognize DEPCOM Rosario, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Maridor V. Rosario, a Deputy Commissioner for Operations Group. Actually, we are doing a lot of things now for the nationwide enforcement operations on illicit trade. Actually, nung sinasabi niyo, Senator, about Philip Morris, they're happy now we're doing a nationwide, meaning it's not only that we identified all those who are doing business, ito po yung mga, hindi lang po yung mga nasa, pati po yung mga storages nila, mga bodega nila, nakikita po namin. At hindi lang po namin ginagawa yon sa isang area, kundi buong Pilipinas po namin ginagawa yan. So we did it last January and last July po. So last July, may nakita po kaming isang storage sa Subic na marami po kaming machine na nakita. And we hope na what we're doing now, makita po ng mga, kasi marami na pong ginagawa yung mga, like for example, ito po mga illicit traders. So we hope na makasabay kami sa kanila. Kasi ang ginagawa nila dati, pa-expand. Ngayon paakyat na po sila. So mahirapan kami umakyat sa mga buildings. So we hope na makatulong sa amin yung mga police secretary. Hingi po kami ng tulong sa inyo. But for now, marami pong ginagawa ang BIR. And Senator, Mr. Senator, nationwide po ang ginagawa ng BIR. So yung Philip Morris po, ang ginagawa po nila, tumutulong din po. Kasi ang isang problema po namin, yung mga nahuhuli namin, wala po kaming storage. Marami po kaming machine na nahuli sa Subic, kasi po pati masina paggawa po ng sigarilyo, marami po kaming nahuli. So, isang problema ng BR, since we're talking about budget, wala po kaming budget for the storage. So, maybe we need a budget para yung mga nahuli naming sigarilyo, ano pong gagawin namin? Yung nahuli natin pong mga machines. Kasi we cannot return the machine. We cannot return the sigarilyo. Lahat po na nahuhuli namin, dapat po sirain namin. Pero bago po namin sirain yun, kailangan po namin kunin. So, isa pong problema namin po, Mr. Senator, about our storage. Kasi po, ang BIR po, lahat po kami ngayon nagtatrabaho. Nationwide.
But ma'am, we can control, mapunta ko, those things we can control, no? Storage,
Yeah.
The others. But we're in the midst of increasing taxes again, no? So my point of the matter is, while we are increasing taxes and talking about new impositions, lumalaki rin po yung illicit trade, and we're also losing about 30 billion pesos, no? So
Actually, hindi lang po kami nag-increase ng taxes. Actually, dapat po
No,
nag-increase
I'm
kami
seeing
ng yung penalties po ang nakafocus po kami ngayon para po ma-penalize namin lahat po ang mga nasa illicit trade po. Yun ang, actually, to be honest po, Mr. Senator, tomorrow po, yung meeting namin with my group, it's about the penalty that we're gonna impose to doon po sa mga illicit trade. Kasi medyo, ito po yung kailangan namin ipakita sa buong Pilipinas na ito pong ipe-penalize namin pag once na nahuli na namin kayo. Kasi ngayon, medyo hindi po nila alam eh. Kulang po kami siguro, hindi nila nakikita na pag nahuli namin kayo, kukunin namin. Kahit po maliliit na ngayon, pinapatulan na po namin, Senator. Yung maliliit na po nasa palengke, dati po hindi namin pinapatulan yan, pinapatulan na namin para hindi na po sila bibili. Pag kinuha namin yan, magpe-penalty kami ng times 10. Babayad po sila ng times 10. Mahuhuli na namin sila, magbabayad pa sila ng times 10. Kukunin pa namin yung item nila. So, with that po, maybe pwedeng mapigilan po namin sila sa pagbili po ng mga sigarilyo at hindi na po sila magbebenta.
madali huli ni mga maliliit, ni malalaki.
Actually po, marami po kami nahuling malaki. Ang ibig ko sabihin po, Mr. Senator, hindi na po kami namimili ngayon. Maliit, malaki. Dati po kasi syempre yung maliliit, maawa ka
tumataas pa?
Ngayon po, pati malalaki po nahuhuli namin.
Bakit tumataas po in illicit trade?
Sir, Mr. Senator, nasa Pilipinas po tayo, di ba? Alam nyo naman po tayo, napapaligiran tayo ng dagat na kung saan-saan nanggagaling yan. Ang pinakamahirap po namin pasukin, alam nyo naman po, Mindanao. Eh, alam nyo naman po kami, hindi naman po kami mga pulis, mga tax collector po kami. Kaya every time na pumapasok po kami sa isang lugar, may kasama po kaming pulis.
Innovation do you suggest in order to, at least man, if you cannot eliminate, minimize? No? Because if you look at this graph, no, it's growing up. No? Tumataas siya. No? So all of your enforcement that you are doing, obviously is not making any dent because it's increasing. No? If it's making any dent, then obviously it's going to reflect in the numbers.
Actually po,
So what innovation, what outside of the box solutions that you can propose?
as of today po, ang outside of the box po na ginagawa na po ng BIR, ito na po yung sinasabi naming yung door-to-door na ginagawa namin. Pinupuntahan na po namin yung sinasabi namin tax compliance verification drive. So, pinapasok na po namin yung hindi namin pinapasok. Ito po yung sinasabi ko na po kailangan namin ng pulis kasi yung area na hindi namin kayang pasukin, kailangan namin pasukin. Kaya sinasabi po namin nationwide kasi po like for example, lahat ng buong BIR lumalabas para hindi lang po yung mga auditors natin, mga examiners natin po ang nasa field, including our lawyers, our reviewers. Hindi po yung, kasi usually po yung mga nasa audit natin lang ang po lumalabas natin ngayon eh. But lahat po, pag nasa BIR kami, lahat po kami lumalabas, including the commissioner po. Kasama po namin siya nung nakahuli kami ng maraming machine sa Subic. Ang lakas-lakas ng ulan, bumabagyo, pero nasa Subic po kami, nanguhuli kami ng, ito yung mga illicit traders. At ilang storage po yung nahuli namin, marami po kaming machines na nahuli at marami po kaming supplies na nahuli.
Yeah, I commend the BIR, also the police, and also
Including the
customs
police. Opo.
for really enforcing. I know it's very difficult,
Opo,
but I
it's
see
difficult
the news, I see your post on social media that you're trying your best. No? But I think doing the same thing over and over again is not, it's not yielding the results that we want. I think we need to really think outside of the box in order to address this. But my point, no, I don't want to belabor this topic. My point is, we're thinking of imposing new taxes. We're thinking of imposing, increasing some of the existing taxes. But then again, on the other side is, we're not collecting what we're supposed to collect because of all of this illicit trade happening, no? And my statement to government is look at this angle also. Let's come up with a novel plan to address this, because it's very hard to justify to our constituents that we are going to increase some of the tax rates, but then again, there are illicit traders who are making 30 billion a year, no? From doing all of this smuggling and doing all of this underground selling. No? So that's my point. My point is, we have to address this. It's very hard to justify to our constituents that we're raising taxes on sugar, on vehicles, but then again, some people are making 30 billion pesos a year, no, in terms of illicit trading. So that's my point. And we can talk about that later on once we talk about these taxes. But I would like to urge government to really think about this and come up with a plan how to address this, or else it's really difficult to justify to our constituents. No?
Can I say something po?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Can I say something po? Kasi we're saying that you're giving us 2.639 trillion collection target. But that's only you're giving us, to the BIR. Pero di ho ba tayo po, lahat ang taga-Pilipinas, tayo po dapat lahat ang binibigyan ng 2.639 trillion. So meaning, yung sinasabi nating constituent, dapat sila din po, dapat may share sila sa pangungulekta namin. So ibig sabihin pa yung nakikita sila doon sa lugar nila na may mga hindi nagbabayad ng buwis, na may mga bodega. Kasi po, nahihirapan kami, yung mga storages na yan, nandun nakatago yan eh. Yung mga constituent po natin na nakikita natin, na nakikita pala nila na may mga nakatago doon, dapat sila po ang magsabi sa atin na, oh, may mga bodega dito na gumagawa ng sigarilyo, or may mga bodega dito ng bigas or asukal or whatever. Kasi po, nasa Pilipinas tayo. Hindi naman po kami lang po ang nakasalalay sa amin ang 2639 trilyon. Buong Pilipinas po tayo. Sa atin po nakasalalay ang 2639 trilyon. Ibig sabihin, all of us are taxpayers. Yung
ma'am.
pang ibig kong sabihin dito.
Yes, ma'am. And actually, there's a suggestion, Mr. Chair, that I want to make. Why don't we, again, we'll talk about this when the time comes, but why don't we ask the help of our local governments? No, the local governments know each and every bodega in their jurisdiction. Let's ask their help. Maybe give them a reward system if they find out who are these illicit traders in their locality. No, things like that. No, I'm just thinking, outside the box in order to address this issue. But Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you
for
very
the
much.
opportunity.
I know that's on your top of your mind as Chairman of Ways and Means. Naintindihan ko po yun. Thank you. Thank you for some very, very good questions. Senator Jinggoy, you're next to interpolate if you wish. I have 10 minutes, sir. Vice Chair also, Senator Jinggoy.
Chairman Sani. First of all, I would like to address my question to Secretary Mina. During my privilege speech yesterday, it was mentioned that funding will be proposed for the establishment of a facility in the Ayungin Shoal. Are there programs in the pipeline which intend to strengthen our presence in the West Philippine Sea? And if there are, how much is allocated for these programs?
If the answer involves national security, maybe it's better to put it in writing, no?
We don't have it now, Mr. Chair, but maybe
Right,
we can...
Sen Jinggoy, ilagay na lang in writing kasi baka it might
alright.
impact. Baka may na mga
Okay,
nakikinig
okay,
sa atin eh.
All right, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
alam
I
niyo na.
understand. Okay, thank you. Okay, with regard to the latest cash operations report of the Bureau of Treasury shows that the national government spent below the 2.5 trillion disbursement program for the first semester by 170 billion or 6.6%. May we know the reason for the underspending?
Sir, yung underspending po for first semester,
Why was there an underspending?
Price mo na dapat yan, Sec.
oo nga po.
Sa dalas ng tinanong.
Meron
So,
pong
natanong
mga,
ba?
first po, may problema po, possibly po sa procurement, yung mga departments and agencies natin. Second po, interest payments, bumaba po. So, nabawasan po on that amount. Third po, yung may mga outstanding checks po tayo na 124 billion pesos na hindi pa po nagiging cash. Next po is may mga social programs po tayo na hindi pa po nai-implement ng ating mga agencies. Yun po yung mga reasons po.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, tungkol naman doon sa MUP, kasi ako, tagal na po ako nababahala dyan. And I think yesterday, the House already approved their own version of the MUP pension. And up to now, I have talked with the National Treasurer yesterday. Hanggang ngayon ay wala pang binibigay sa akin na briefer.
Ayan.
Kasi because I will be the one who is going to defend the MUP bill here in the Senate. Maybe I get an update on this because are you aware of the bill that was passed in the House yesterday?
Senator Jinggoy, yung pong sa hearing yesterday, we were asked to also present yung pong our own version. So yung pong what we are asking for in terms of the reform package. And at the same time, katatapos lang po, the GSIS just finished po yung study, actuarial study nila. Kasi po if...
With your permission, Treasurer De Leon, just to acknowledge Senator Poe, also Vice Chair, and our Higher Education Chair, Senator Chis Escudero. Good afternoon, Your Honors. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. So yung pong GSIS actuarial study, it was just finished po. So we're going to discuss this coming Friday, and next week po we will already submit the version of the economic managers for
Okay,
for
didn't the
Senate.
House contingent consult the economic managers
Meron
with
po
regard to the bill that they passed yesterday?
Meron po silang binigay sa amin, but we did not really made a position dun po sa House
Have you
version.
read the bill that was passed yesterday?
Meron po, yeah, it was shared with us.
What can you say about it?
Dun pong sa
Kasi
vers-
pagka-amenable kayo, we will just adopt it.
I think meron po kaming yung comments dun po sa House version. So we will also
Malayo ba yung inyong version sa
Kasi,
House version?
yung pong kanila ngayon, it would be indexation, continuous po yun. And at the same time, there would be a guaranteed 3% salary increase. Meron din pong contributions. So, meron lang pong mga differences with our version right now. So, pwede pong, it will be something that we'd have to discuss also with the chairman of course, and of course, with the other MUP services.
Do you expect us to pass this before this year? Before the year ends?
That's our goal po.
Kasi hindi niyo pa binibigay sa
Sir,
amin.
promise po. Kasi,
Next, by October, hanggang September 30 na lang kami ito. October, bakasyon, recess, then November, budget na. How
Yeah.
can we discuss this?
we understand
What
po.
if we pass this next year? Hindi abot?
Kasi sir, gusto namin sana yung cut-off period.
When
na-
is the cut-off period?
Yung pong starting January, para po yun for those who would be intending to retire, hindi na po sila makaka-retire kasi meron na hong batas.
All right. Thank you. Next question, dun sa head ng PSA. Okay, the labor force survey defines employed as those 15 years old and over as their last birthday and are reported either at work, those who do any work even for 1 hour during the reference period. And for the latest labor force survey, and as of June 2023, employment rate was at 95.5%. And this was also mentioned during the zone of President Marcos. How did you derive these figures?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator. We conduct a monthly and quarterly labor force survey. Ginagawa po ito every month at yung survey po ay nationwide. Pag monthly survey po, ito ay umaabot ng mga 11,000. Pag quarterly naman, ito po yung months ng January, April, July, October, 44,000. So malaki po yung sample nito, Mr. Senator.
How many are those underemployed?
Yung latest underemployment rate natin, I think the last one was about 12% po.
As compared to last year, how many?
The
percent was last year?
underemployment rate in terms of percentage ay bumaba na po.
Bumaba na yung underemployed.
Underemployed.
Yung unemployed.
Bumaba na rin po.
Bumaba na rin. All right. Okay. Secretary Mina, on the programs of in the proposed 2024 budget, may we know how many households or individuals will stand to benefit from the following? Yung 112 billion budget for the 4Ps, yung Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. Yung 4Ps?
For 4Ps po, 4.4 million households po.
4.4 million households. What about the budget for the social pension for indigent senior citizens? Nag-allocate tayo ng 49.81 billion.
For social pension po for indigent senior citizens, 4,085,066.
Okay.
Target indigent senior citizens po.
Ilan na ba yung senior citizens natin?
Siguro,
If you know.
Siguro yan.
Kasama na ako ron.
Ito na, maybe ito, indigent po eh. Hindi ko po alam yung total for
Hindi.
the entire,
The entire, yung senior citizen, I'm not
Sa lahat
only
po?
talking about the indigents.
sa, Yusek Dennis, help.
Sandali lang po, hanapin pa yung data. Sandali lang.
Oh, sige, indigent na lang, ilan?
I guess ito po, yung 4,085,066.
Indigent senior citizens. Alright.
Opo.
Okay, what about the protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances?
This is financial assistance to 3,867,673 individuals and families in difficult circumstances.
Ilan po?
3.9 individuals.
3.9 individuals.
Million po.
Alright.
Million po. Round off. AX po.
I think that's about all, Mr. Chair. Yung mga tanong ko rito, natanong na yata ng ibang...
Thank you very much
Thank
to
you.
Vice Chair Senator Jingo Estrada. Next is our Vice Chair, Senator Grace Poe. Ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I would just like to forewarn the chair that Senator Escudero will try to interject in my line of questioning. I think that we've waited for our turn, so I don't think the chair should allow that. But anyway, my question is, Mr. Chair, first, we always have this problem. Pagka tag-init, kulang tayo ng tubig. Pag tag-ulan, sobra. Matagal nang pinag-uusapan yung Kaliwa Dam. Ano na ba talaga yung status doon? Did we allot any funding for that in the coming year's budget?
Okay, for the new Centennial Water Source Kaliwa Dam project, the loan amount is $211.21 million US dollars, and the amount disbursed as of March 12, 2020 is $31.7 million.
$31.7 million.
31.682 to be exact.
Dollars, sir, right?
Dollars, yes.
Dollars?
Dollars, yes.
Okay. Now, how much is allotted in the coming year? Is that the... And are you aware of the status of the project? When will the completion be?
Who knows? Because the disbursement is as of March 12, 2020, which means there was no disbursement in 2021, 2020.
2020 pa ho, ang last.
So, ibig sabihin, the project is not ongoing.
So what is the status of the
What's
project?
the status?
We will check po with DNR because I know that the last time parang nakasuspend siya. Hold on po, we'll check po. We'll call.
Okay, moving forward while you're checking on that, ito, medyo out of the box question ito Pero pinag-uusapan kasi natin yung mga reclamation. 'Di ba? Now there's a directive of the President to review most of them except for I think 3 or 2 of those. Siyempre sa gitna yan ng dagat 'di ba, ang reclamation. So, wala namang may titulo nun, 'di ba? Ang may-ari nun, Republic of the Philippines. So, since they're reclaiming there, what income are we generating from those reclamations? Kasi right now, we're giving them the permits. O, sabihin na natin, supposedly, yung average daw is parang 8,000 hectares. Per reclamation ba yan? Kasi sabi nila more than 8,000 hectares daw. But anyway, I'm still confused about the actual size. But what are we generating from that?
I don't have the answer right now. We can prepare a written answer to your question.
Kasi ang titulo nun, di ba sa tubig yun So pag ni-reclaim yun, kanino na yun? Anong titulo nun? Kaya nga, di ba? So that's ours. Kung saan nag-reclaim yun, pero galing yun sa Republika ng Pilipinas. Walang may-ari
With your
nun.
permission, ma'am, not to interject, not to acknowledge Senator Cheese, but to acknowledge the arrival of our Majority Leader, Senator Joel, and the Deputy Majority Leader,
There. I have no objection
Senator Mark
to
Villar.
that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honors. Go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So, wala. Kasi, di ba, we're looking for sources of revenue. Can you imagine if that's 8,000 hectares sold at a certain per square meter that could go to the National Treasury? Eh, parang nga nagbibigay lang ng permit, let's say, DNR, tapos LGU, nasa na yung national government income dyan? That's what I need to, maybe in writing, if you could submit that, so that can form a part of our forecast for government revenue. Okay, next question. This is also a suggestion to me. Of course, I'm not an expert in agriculture. Senator Cheese and Senator Cynthia may know more. But, for example, Senator Cynthia mentioned, why are we buying imported farm inputs, no? Bakit hindi dito? Pero yung inbred kasi na ginagamit natin, na seeds para pang planting, hindi kasing efficient yon. Instead of being able to, let's say, get 3 harvests per year, at the maximum, minsan 2 lang. On the other hand, when we get naman from a laboratory or manufacturer in other countries, isang beses mo lang magagamit, hindi mo na magagamit ulit. Now, here's the question. Somebody suggested to me, instead of giving more in fertilizer subsidies or other subsidies to farmers, save from mechanization, kasi yun, importante yun. Sabi nila, why doesn't the government buy their palay at a premium? Kasi they'll be more encouraged pa. Kasi yung bibigyan mo ng fertilizer, pero pag tumubo naman pag nag-ani naman sila ng palay, ang baba naman ang bilis sa kanila. So they're discouraged from actually being productive. Have we looked at that facet of probably giving more in terms of buying the palay of farmers at a subsidy? Bili ng palay nila na mas mataas, magsubsidiya na lang ang gobyerno.
Yeah. Well, ma'am, depends on how much money the government has for subsidy, because output subsidy is like buying the output of farmers.
To speak into the mic, please. Yeah. Thank you.
It would require more money than a fertilizer subsidy. That's one. There is also that distinction between yung impact or yung effect ng fertilizer subsidy versus output subsidy, yung farm price subsidy, and the literature is not clear which one is superior in terms of efficiency. But in many cases, we have had experiences with fertilizer subsidy in the past, and especially when we still had a domestic fertilizer plant here, no? Yung Philfos at the time, but that closed, and the effect of the subsidy was mainly at that time for the benefit of Philfos rather than for the benefit of farmers. We increased the price of the fertilizer, but that increase in the fertilizer hardly benefited it came at the expense of farmers. Now ngayon baliktad kasi wala na yung Philfos, we can directly provide subsidy now to the farmers, and that is a subsidy for to lower the price of fertilizer rather than increase the price of fertilizer. No?
Ano po ba yung nakukuha ninyo from the rice tarification na nabibigay na subsidy?
I don't have the data.
10 billion under the law, di ba?
10
There's a 10 billion that's supposed to be given back to the farmers.
Okay. Thank you.
10 billion.
Pero the law provides for an amount. Yeah.
If I need more explanation, I will. But in the interest of expediency, I will go to my next one. This one is with regards to the food stamps pilot study program, which was mentioned wherein 50,000 families are beneficiaries, supposedly. So pilot study pa lang to, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. For this year po, naka-pilot pa lang po sila.
So we're going to receive data on the effectiveness. But can you give me the mechanics of that? How much are you allotting for the pilot study, number one? How much are you giving the 50,000 families? How do they go about it? How do they actually use their food stamps? Do they go to any grocery? Is that accepted, or are there there's a center na pinupuntahan nila for that?
What was provided to us po, of course, baka po, it will be subject to change, depende po kung anong maging result ng pilot study this year po, is that ang total targeted households po for the food stamp program is 50,000 households, and ang rate po per household is 3,000 pesos. So that's 1.8 billion for 12 months. And then may admin cost po na 5% that will sum to 90 million pesos. So the total budget po is 1.890 million pesos, billion pesos po. Hindi po siya, from what I know, hindi po siya cash. It's a QR code that the DSWD po will provide the beneficiaries. And then yung cash card po, yung card po na yon na may QR code, yun po yung pwedeng dalhin ng beneficiary sa mga accredited groceries or markets po para mabili po yung mga items. Yung mga items po, hindi rin po lahat ng items dun sa grocery pwede pong mabili with that QR code. Naka-limit po siya dun sa may nutritional value po ng mga pagkain.
Okay, good. So that needs to be identified. Ano yung mga centers na yon, di ba, na accredited by the
Yes, ma'am.
government?
Yes,
Good.
Mr. Chair.
I'm glad to know na hindi cash para at least talagang pagkain yung makukuha nila. Usually, the DBCC, we focus on spending and efficiency of the priorities that we have. We've seen, for example, in education, in 2022, the target was to distribute 6.73 million textbooks, pero zero nga were delivered. Apparently, the same goes for undistributed 209,000 pieces of TechVoc equipment. Sa department, sa PNP naman, walang target for percentage of calls responded in 15 minutes. I guess my point is, we need to discourage moving goalposts, di ba? Parang maybe when budget is assessed, ano yung mga deliverables nila, and if they were able to do it, so that they know that they're actually encouraged to be able to meet those targets. Doon naman sa flood control program, 'di ba? Ang specifics nun, parang 2 billion pesos a day yung computation ni Senator Joel dun sa total budget na binibigay, 'di ba? Parang almost 2 billion pesos. 1.8 billion, 1.07 a day. So, paano ninyo, meron ba kayo talagang nakitang gagawin nilang project aside from dredging for flood control in determining the amount that you're going to give them, Secretary Mina?
Flood control projects po ng DPWH, meron po silang mga priority projects na nakalista po doon kung saan nila ilalagay. Yung mga flood control projects po.
Kasama ba doon yung sa irrigation system na mga sira-sira at hindi completed? Yung mga sinabi doon sa Bulacan, number 1. Number 2, kasama ba doon yung sinabi na mga water entrapment facilities? Or iba pa yon? Ibang
Parang
item
hindi
yon?
po. Baka po nasa NIA po yung budget nung para po doon sa for irrigation system po.
Okay.
Or catchment po.
Well, I would also, before I end, I'd like to commend also the team for increasing the budget for the national feeding program for undernourished kids. Diba, parang nasa 14, school feeding program is about 11.7 billion already, which is an increase, am I correct? So at least you've seen the value of actually the benefits of providing nutrition to the young learners.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of our
Yes, go
dear
ahead.
colleague, because you're talking
Are,
about
are you allowing it, Senator
flood
Poe?
control.
Yes, it's for the minority, for the majority leader.
No, I would,
Yes,
just,
okay.
I would just point out something, Mr. President. I know that next in line is Senator Cheese, because I'm just curious about the questions raised by Senator Grace Poe with regard to flood control. Because yesterday I was here, I was talking about the flood control program of DPWH, 187 billion ang nakalagay, pero 1 billion a day, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Now, during the hearing, and for some of our colleagues who were not present during the hearing, last hearing conducted by the Committee on Public Works, headed by Senator Bong Revilla, the answer given to us in the Senate by Secretary Bonoan in addressing the flood control program is that they would have a 60-kilometer floodway program being financed by the Asian Development Bank. That's what we were told. And according to him, this is a game changer. This will address the flooding in Bulacan and the nearby provinces. That's what he said. That's what he said, Your Honor. So I'm just quoting the Secretary. The Senate Minority Leader is here. He can attest to it. He was with me. But I was checking the NEP this coming year, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. It's not there. I wanted to find out, I mean, if it is there, and perhaps ask our economic managers, because that's the only reason why we stopped asking question na, oy, meron na palang solusyon ng ating pamahalaan. Pero it appears, wala po dito sa NEP, Mr. President. So I just wanted to put that on record, and if we can get an answer from our economic team, we also wanted to find out how much loan. Kasi hindi ho sa amin sinabi kung magkano yung loan na kukunin natin. How will this affect our country's debt to GDP ratio as earlier raised by our minority leader? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you know about that, Sec Mina? The floodway?
The 60-kilometer floodway.
I can answer Senator Villanueva, but I'm not allowed to talk for Senator Grace.
Senator Poe.
If he really, I think I'll make an exception if Senator Cheese can really prove to have an answer to this.
Maybe while we're waiting, Your Honor, you...
Foreign assisted is for Metro Manila, Flood Risk Management Project, Cavite, Ambal Simoy River in Mindanao, and there is a Korean FAP, doesn't say where, and the 222 million. Ang tinatanong mo, Bulacan? Wala.
Which was mentioned to us during the hearing. If you recall again, Your Honors, this was the main topic of the hearing of the Senate. Secretary Bonoan specifically mentioned the 60-kilometer floodway would address the problem. Major problem in
Majority
Bulacan
Leader,
and
parang wala yata.
There is no FAP for Bulacan.
Yeah.
Foreign assisted project in Bulacan.
Exactly,
Mina?
that's my
Yeah.
point. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed.
Sa nakuha ni Sec Manny
I
yun,
think
yung,
while they're, so we won't waste
maybe you
time.
can proceed to your next
Yeah,
question
while
because it
they're
doesn't
waiting.
seem that,
Actually,
Your Honor.
Senator Cheese was former finance chair, so I'm sure now that he's more inspired, I'm sure you guys need to prepare for his line of questions. But I will finish mine. One thing is for the flood control, just to put it in perspective, for next year, 250 billion ang ibibigay ninyo. For the record, this is 6 times larger than entire outlays for school buildings, 16 times larger than outlay for hospitals, and 8 times larger than the calamity fund. So talagang kailangan ay detalyado kung anong mga plano na ito. So I would just like to recap what I need, additional information from the team. Number one, the status of the Kaliwa Dam. Alam mo, kukulangin talaga tayo ng tubig kung wala tayong bagong sources. Hindi na kaya ng mga existing dams natin pag tag-init. And palaging tinuturo magkakaroon ng Kaliwa Dam. But hanggang ngayon, ewan ko kung may mga nangangaliwa na dyan, wala pa rin. Number two, I need to know from the team if you have studied the possibility of charging those that are reclaiming these islands what the Philippine government can get out of it. Atin yun wala namang may titulo doon kundi ang Pilipinas. Bakit hindi natin pagkakitaan yon kung payagan natin yung iba na maglagay ng reclamation doon? So yun lamang, I'll be waiting for that, and also details on the food stamp program. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for respecting the time limits, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Escudero, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of Senator Poe, with your permission and kind indulgence.
With pleasure now, Mr.
Before I begin with my line of questioning and policy questions, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, may I ask, I heard earlier upon the inquiry of Senator Tulfo, the 28 billion contract was subjected to, if I remember the Secretary of Finance correctly, competitive bidding. Is there a distinction between competitive bidding and public bidding? Was that intentional, or was it subjected to public bidding? Because in the NEA, in the procedures of the co-ops, competitive selection process is different from public bidding. So just to clarify, this was subjected to public bidding under the procurement law?
There was a competitive bidding, Your Honor.
Public bidding, competitive bidding?
Competitive bidding.
The difference is?
There's no difference.
It's the same.
It's the same.
So there was notice, nakalagay sa PhilJeps, I presume? Diba? Tapos nag-submit ng bid. So competitive and public bidding were used interchangeably and synonymously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, may I ask, when was the DBCC created? This is the DBCC, right? When was it created? How old is the DBCC? All of you are part of it.
I remember it was created during the Marcos term.
Which
Your
spanned
Honor.
20 years, Mr. Secretary.
More than 30 years. More than 30.
1970, Mr. Chair.
May 14, 1970. That is correct. It was amended only 3 times. First, on September 22, one day after the declaration of martial law in 1972, when they added the Executive Secretary. That's why the representative of the Executive Secretary is here. It was later on amended by resolution adding the BSP, or at that time the CMA, if I'm not mistaken, as a resource participant to the DBCC. And then later on amended by institutionalizing the functions of the DBCC in EO 292 in 1987. Only 3 amendments of a 51-year-old committee, agency, or body. I raise this question, Mr. President, Your Honor, because the basic participants of the DBCC, namely NEDA, DOF, and DBM, have specific functions. NEDA to look at the macroeconomic assumptions and performance of the economy, of course. DOF to look at the revenue generation if targets are being met. And DBM, of course, the allocation of resources. And I will focus on that. OP for oversight, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I'll focus on the DBM. When you make the budget call, Madam Secretary, do you give immediately a cap to the agencies as to how much they can propose?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair.
So, agencies come up with a dream sequence list of everything they want to do in their respective departments. Sky is the limit.
No po, ang initial submission po ng agencies is their tier 1 level. Meaning their yung recurring expenses po ng mga agencies.
And then your tier 2 would be?
New projects and expanded projects.
So doon na papasok yung dream sequence nila.
Apo.
Mga pangarap nila, yung AFP, 100 F-16 kunwari, whatever.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And there is no limit.
Wala pong limit yung submission nila.
Mr. Chairman, can I get a copy of the agency submission of certain departments, meaning their proposed budget, namely the DA, the DND, the BIR, and the Bureau of Customs? Yung dream sequence ba nila?
Yes po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I ask those questions because when is a cap now imposed? Who decides? The DBCC or the President, given that he's only oversight? Who decides, oy, DA, ganito ka lang ha? Hoy, DND, ganito ka lang ha? DepEd, dapat number 1 ka, kasama CHED, kasama PNPA, kasama PMA, kasama TESDA, ganito ka lang ha? Who decides that?
Let me go back, Your Honor, if you allow me. First of all, we determine what's called the global cap. And that is determined by the DBCC, the global cap. How do we figure that out?
Meaning the entire budget.
The entire budget. We figure that out by asking BIR, Bureau of Customs, how much revenues they can raise, and then among ourselves, knowing the state of the economy, how much is the allowable deficit. So we add that amount to the revenues, and that will be the global cap.
Plus borrowing.
Right? And this under this administration, we actually have a medium-term plan. And if you notice, we already figure out the revenues over time, up to 2028, how much is the deficit, and we want to reduce the deficit to 3%. So we add that to the revenue, and that's it. So we have an annual and we have a midterm global cap. And
I think the question of Senator Cheese was regarding the particular departments, the apportionment, the apportioning of
That is the DBM's function, correct?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the global cap, meron pong sectoral cap also. Depende din po dun sa 8-point socio-economic agenda in our Philippine Development Plan. Obviously po, for both roadmaps, human capital development is our priority.
Number 1.
That's why yung social sector po mataas. Yan po yung education, also provided by the Constitution. Yung health po, kasi nga po, nag-exit tayo sa pandemic. And then, livelihood, training, and social assistance po. Tapos, may base na po tayo from previous years kung ano po yung budget level ng mga agencies. So, when we ask po for their Tier 2 na, kasi meron ka na pong Tier 1 level, doon na po i-check yung capacity po ng ating mga agencies to utilize their previous budgets. Kaya po, and of course, we have to consider also the fiscal space na naiwan po doon sa malaking cap na binigay po ng DBCC doon sa natira dahil nag-provide na po tayo ng Tier 1 sa lahat ng agencies.
Agriculture plays a major role and is mentioned predominantly in the MTPDP. Correct, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fact, the President himself recognizes it because he is up to this day acting secretary after more than a year in office as President. Would that be correct, ma'am? And rice was discussed earlier. I'll just digress. Perhaps Secretary Balisacan, you can advise the Department of Agriculture, the President, to kindly not announce how much rice we will import because definitely it is increasing the world market prices of rice. You do not do that. Actually, no country does it except for the Philippines. We don't announce our buffer stock of chicken. We don't announce our buffer stock for pork, for beef, for fish, only rice. Every president before the current president announces how much we will import before we import. And as an economist, you know the effect of that in the market. So the last thing you would want is to announce how much rice we will import. An announcement was made about 2 weeks ago that we will import 1.3 million metric tons of rice. Why even do that? Who needs that information? Why can't you contract it first and then announce, we have contracted out X amount of rice we will import? We should not be announcing. In the previous administrations, even the President announced how many metric tons of rice we will import in his zona. With the ambassador of Vietnam there, the ambassador of Thailand, and all other countries who need rice. Eh de siyempre magko-contract na yan, tataas ang presyo. Kindly look into it. And if I am correct, kindly avoid announcing exactly how much we will be importing because it impinges on the price of rice upwards, as discussed earlier. Now, Let me go back to my point. Ma'am, if agriculture is important, may I ask, why is it that the budget for flood control is bigger than the budget of the Department of Agriculture or the agriculture sector as a whole? The budget of the agriculture sector as a whole is 181 billion. The budget for flood control, an item in the DPWH budget, is 255 billion. It's bigger than the budget of the DSWD. It's bigger than the budget of the Department of National Defense. The only department the flood control item in the DPWH budget beats would be DepEd, DPWH itself, DOH, and DILG. The fifth biggest allocation, not even a department, is flood control. May I ask why that cap was given by the DBM and or the DBCC? If indeed we put a premium on agriculture and our country is an agricultural economy and the president is still the DA secretary, why is it bigger, ma'am?
Under the DPWH po, meron po siyang mga major programs. Hindi po DBM ang nagbigay ng cap for the flood control projects ng DPWH.
But you allowed it, or you recommended that to the president, and the president approved it. In the DBCC, as you said earlier, the function of the office of the president is oversight. So I ask again, I'm not saying who did it, who's the culprit. It's within the discretion of the president, because at the end of the day, ma'am, governance is about allocating scarce resources. Palagi naman kulang yung pondo eh. Economics is about allocating scarce resources. So, given our scarce resources, putting a cap, a global cap of 5.7 trillion, as stated by the Finance Secretary, you decided, the Executive Department decided to put more funds. Given the problem with China, there's a new nationalistic, patriotic fervor. We should beef up the defense, and yet we're spending more on flood control than the defense sector. We're spending more for flood control than the agriculture sector. Kindly make us understand, ma'am, why that is so.
I guess all of the projects po of the national government, as mentioned, are equally important. It's just that we have limited fiscal space. And on flood control po, I guess it's but timely to have that big amount of budget now with what's happening. And we have this, we also encourage, although we don't know exactly where to put the DBM, cannot identify the projects, the flood control projects, the flood
Just to
control
clarify,
projects.
with the permission of Senator Cheese, just to clarify, Sec. Mina, you're saying, based on your earlier answer, wala kayong say dun sa allocation within the DPWH budget for different programs?
Wala po. As
Okay.
mentioned po
Just
in
to clear- just to
HOR,
clarify, yeah.
yes po,
Yeah.
because they have an internal formula
That's not the point.
of providing, well, let's say, caps for every major project and program under the DPWH
I
budget.
sympathize with Secretary Mina, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I don't think she can give me a direct answer and a truthful answer on this matter. But still, philosophically and in principle, ma'am, make us understand. Fine, the DPWH is number 2. It has 822 billion for 2024. Fine, they can allocate within their department. I understand that. Build back better. But on the macro, on the whole, as DBCC, why did you allow one item in the budget of DPWH to be bigger than the Department of Agriculture? Not only the Department of Agriculture, the entire agriculture sector for that matter, which stands only at 1.81 billion. It's bigger by over 74 billion, only for flood control. And if you speak of the recent events, ma'am, I will ask that. I'm not even going there yet because I will ask that of the DPWH. Of the 255 billion, you only allocated 10 billion for Region 3. That's about 3.9% of total allocation for flood control, and yet our biggest problem in the recent typhoon was in Region 3. Most of the funds are going to NCR, which did not even suffer as much as Region 3. So we're not yet there, ma'am. That I will ask that question of the DPWH, but we're still here.
Thank you, Senator Cheese. Can I interject again? Just
Senator Cheese naman, alam niyo naman may umiinit na dyan pag nababanggit yung Region 3 eh.
I know sinisilaban ako ni Senator Cheese. I know that. I've been his wingman for quite some time. When he was the minority leader of the House and the senior deputy minority leader is also here. Itago natin sa pangalang-alang Cayetano. Mr. Chairman, just to point this out, as already as already mentioned by Senator Cheese, the 2023 budget for flood control is 183 billion. It increased by 17.8%. By next year, 215 billion. Other projects, ayan yung parang hindi o itinatago sa DBM, sa DBCC, but I also agree with my former minority leader, Senator Cheese, that it is the duty of the economic managers as well, before recommending these items, Mr. President. Considering, Mr. Chairman, you add the foreign assisted projects, the flood control projects, the mitigating items under the flood control. For 2024, it's 1.018 billion pesos a day, Mr. Chairman. Last year, or this year, I mean, 1.79 billion pesos a day, Mr. Chairman. A day. You know what's sad, Mr. Chairman? Not just because Senator Cheese mentioned na 10 billion ang nakaalat sa Central Luzon na apektado ng baha. Ang masakit ho, napaniwala kaming lahat dito sa Senado, I think lahat, minority, majority, and the minority leader is nodding his head. Napaniwala po kaming lahat na itong 60-kilometer floodway ay kasama sa budget. Napaniwala po kaming lahat na itong 60-kilometer floodway, that is a game changer in the entire Central Luzon, will start next year. Yun po yung sabi eh. And now it's not in the NEP. And now it's not in the budget.
Just with your permission, Majority Leader, Mina, confirm natin on record, wala talaga sa NEP yung sinasabing floodway. There's a feasibility study. Okay.
How much is the feasibility study?
Lump sum yan, di ba? Lump sum po yung amount.
242. So if it's a feasibility study, why would you say it's going to start next year?
Wala po akong sinabi na it will start.
I know, it's not you. It's not you. I'm talking to Senator Coco. I'm looking at him because we were talking to each other. I'm not talking to you, ma'am. I'm just surprised because
there is a budget of 115 million pesos for feasibility study.
But that's a lump sum.
Lump sum
That's
po,
all
under
feasibility
DPWH.
studies. Yeah.
That's
Let's be
for-
specific
Among-
because
marami
baka akala ng mga
marami pong
senators, that's
FS.
for one particular.
Marami pong FS
Okay,
yun.
okay.
I mean, the past 6 years of my tenure here in the Senate, laging feasibility study yung binibigay ho sa akin eh. Laging feasibility study. I'm just disappointed. I hope Senator Bong Revilla will call another hearing for this particular issue because I'm really not happy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Cheese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving forward, I think the figure should be 500,000 million for the feasibility study, both region-wide and nationwide, and the detailed engineering for flood control and drainage, accumulated within the DPWH. But anyway, again,
Babasahin lang po nila, mali po yata yung basa ng staff.
it's 242 for the FS. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, again, I go back. Flood control is mentioned, or mention was made earlier of NTPDP. MTPDP. Flood control was mentioned when I read it about 2-3 times. In fact, the emphasis was on making sure that we have a study in order to come up with a system to make sure that it addresses the flood problem in the country and to address irrigation as well. For reference and for the record, Mr. Chairman, flood control projects under DPWH is 255 billion. Irrigation projects, the funding for 2024 is only 31 billion. Again, I thought we were an agriculture country and we want to promote agriculture. Why are we spending so much for flood control, namely river control, canal, and seawall, and allocating a measly 31 billion for irrigation, for rice, so that we don't import as much, so that Secretary RC Balisacan won't be scratching his head each time we have to import so much and use up our foreign reserves. That question is still hanging, Mr. President, Your Honor, because you look at the bigger picture. Of course, DPWH will allocate it from within their department. I understand that. But as DBCC, as we discussed earlier, given its function, you look at the bigger picture. As I said, you have the global cap, and then you have a cap per department. You get to see it, and you get to look at the priorities. You base it on the MTPDP. Agriculture is prominent in the MTPDP. So why is it getting a measly 181 billion? Again, as a sector, not even the department. And flood control gets 255.
Baka mas malaki yung ani sa flood control, Senator Cheese.
Senator Joel, iba ang irrigation sa flood control, ha? Irrigation is only 31 billion.
I am very much aware of that, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Anyone can answer because Senator Cheese has pointed out he'd like to hear maybe a policy statement from our economic managers on this. Anybody can...
I think the Congress has the right to rearrange the budget, as usual. Right.
We do, Mr. Secretary. I've been in Congress for over 25 years, minus 3, so that makes it 22 years. The problem with the budget, once Congress touches it, given your global cap, is that it is a zero-sum game. We cannot increase unless we remove something from somewhere. But from your end, mas madali eh. Kasi ang kailangan na lang gawin, protektahan yung allocation, yung budget, hindi ganun kalaking away. Now, if this was allocated properly, judiciously, in accordance with the MTPDP, these questions would not even crop up. But given the suggestion of the Secretary, we most likely will, Mr. Secretary, given the disparity. And I hope you sympathize and agree. Do you agree, Secretary Balisacan, that there seems to be a disparity? Enormous disparity with the allocation with respect to the 8-point agenda of the MTPDP, which doesn't even make mention of flood control. The 8 points, huh? Shouldn't we put our money where our mouth is?
Mr. Chair, just to procedurally, any of these big projects, like the flood control, would have to go to the NEDA board anyway before they
These are not big projects, Mr. Secretary. These are 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. If you look at the itemized list of the flood control projects, these are not big-ticket items that need to go through NEDA ICC. This will be bidded out either by the regional office, the district office, or the central office of the DPWH.
If this, Mr. Chair, if this is going to be financed, for example, by ADB, that will be
Not
a
all,
lumpy
Mr. Secretary.
thing.
A small portion only. About of the 255 billion, not even 10 billion will be through FAPs. So about 240 billion will be locally funded. So shouldn't we, do you agree with that proposal that we should spend more on agriculture?
No, there's probably no blanket statement approval on that, Mr. Chair. But because I think that again, we may be able to justify it in certain areas, like for example, Central Luzon, as you see, but. Some flood control projects may be inferior in some areas compared to other needs in those areas, like for irrigation, for example. So some portion of that are likely very viable.
I sympathize, Mr. Secretary. It's difficult to grapple with it, but you made mention of the recent floods. As I said, only 3% or 10 billion of the 255 billion was allocated for Region 3 or Central Luzon. And that's where we suffered the most in terms of floods. So you cannot tell me that that was for that purpose. In fact, the NEP was prepared way before the floods in Bulacan and in Pampanga, so that they could not have foreseen that. There will most likely be a reallocation, but still, I think it's a huge unacceptable disparity that we're spending that much, although flood is a problem. Agriculture is a problem too. And there are so many problems. I go back to my basic principle. Governance and economics is about allocating scarce resources. Palagi naman kulang eh. So let's allocate it properly where it's needed. And if indeed agriculture is important to us, as the President has signified himself, then why not put your money where your mouth is and allocate more funds for agriculture?
Mr. President, we also have to consider that yung sa agriculture sector, it already posted a 30% increase from previous year to this year. And there's another increase po for 2024. And among others po, we also have to take into consideration din po yung Tier 2 proposal nila and how ready po yung mga proposal na binibigay po nila.
I agree, Madam Secretary. It increased, and we actually credit you for that, credit the DBCC for that. But once you compare, again, the entire sector with one item in the budget of the DPWH, it's still not right. At the proper time, we will be introducing the corresponding amendments, and I hope the DBCC would and the DBM would work with us on this matter to make it more palatable, acceptable, and in line with the medium-term development plan of the Philippines for the next 5 years of this administration, which was signed by the President last January. In fact, it was issued in time for your budget call this year. January 17, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although I have here SDS, we had, siguro hindi na lang po umabot during our budget deliberations, but the President already called a meeting with NIA and DPWH and other infrastructure, the DPWH, para po ayusin yung sa flood control po natin.
I will wind up, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, we have sessions, but just for the record, education is 924 billion, DPWH is 822 billion, DOH is 306 billion. These are the only three agencies. Tanggalin mo na DPWH dahil nandun naman yung flood control. At DILG, 259 billion, ang mas mataas sa flood control item ng Department of Public Works and Highways. Ang tinalo ng flood control allocation, agriculture sector at 181 billion total, DND at 232 billion total. Our budget for railway, which is very important in developing our economy, flood control even beat railway by over 100 billion. Railway budget is only 153 billion, and irrigation at 31 billion. Mr. President, I hope the agencies will work with us insofar as making sure that our scarce resources are allocated properly according to our priorities, given the exigencies of the time. I thank and I sympathize with Secretary Mina as well as with Secretary Jokna and all the members of the DBCC. I knew you had to swallow a bitter pill at some point in time, but we will try to correct some of these things when we face the agencies. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Secretary Jokna. Thank you, Secretary Balisan.
Thank you very much, Senator Chis Escudero, for the very good points. Senator Mark Villar, Vice Chair, also wants to make a manifestation, I believe.
Yeah, am I the last?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Actually, I don't have. I just have a few questions. I just wanted to ask, based on our economic performance, I'd just like to know what is your timetable for the. We worked recently on the Maharlika Fund, so I'd just like to know what is your timetable for the Maharlika Fund, so we can know when the public will start feeling the benefits of the recently passed legislation.
Sure.
Yeah,
Leah,
so
go ahead.
the law has been passed. So right now, we're working with a technical working group and consulting with the Development Bank of the Philippines and also the Land Bank of the Philippines, as indicated in the law that we have to consult our founding members. Now, sir, given also that we have a new chair in the GCG, so we are also going to meet with them and also iron out in terms of the understanding on the role of the GCG as the Maharlika, on the implementation of the Maharlika. Now, we hope that we'll be able to promulgate the IRR by week after next, because we're consulting with the GCG next week. So, and then after that, we're going to have it published in the official gazette, and the publication might be during the last week of August. From then, 15 days after that, we have to submit, together with the advisory body, the selection in terms of the nominees also for the candidates for the board members and the CEO of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. So hopefully, and within another 15 days, we would have to already the president would have to make the selection on the board members as well as the CEO. So before the end of the year, Maharlika should be up and running. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And for the record, based on the NEDA study, it should be able to generate 350,000 jobs once it's fully operational. So we eagerly look forward to the implementation of the law. And I'd just like to make a manifestation. I'd like to commend the whole economic team for sharing their expertise with us for the past days. I know I've been there on the other side. I know how tiring and how taxing these hearings can be. So I just like to thank you for your time, and thank you to all my colleagues who also put forth some very good questions, and it's been a very interesting past few days. And I'd like to thank the whole economic team. The work that you do is very impressive, and the way you answered these questions and shared your expertise with us is a really good sign. And it makes me optimistic for the next years to come, that we're led by such able and such competent public servants in the economic team. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Senator Mark. Minority Leader Coco, I think you were interested in making a second round. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I'm still consulting with the Minority Leader, Mr. President.
The minority of the majority. The Minority Leader of the majority.
With the real minority. I think the bell is already ringing, Mr. Chairman. So
Yeah, we asked for a few more minutes precisely so you are able to
gusto ko
ask your
sana-
question. So we don't have to ask. I don't think we need a third day with our economic managers. That would be unprecedented, Your Honor.
they could come back with a smaller delegation naman siguro. I mean, masyadong marami kasi delegation. Well, at any rate, Mr. Chairman, let me start with Maharlika because Senator Mark asked about it. Is there any entry? Is there any entry in the 2024 GA about Maharlika? How about yung don't we need
There's none po.
we need to allocate the BSP dividends to Maharlika in the law?
Hindi na po siya makikita doon sa automatic appropriations po siya. Hindi na po siya makikita sa budget.
Yung AA hindi nakikita sa budget.
Hindi na po. Sa BSF po siya nakikita, hindi po sa NEP.
Ibang libro.
Ibang libro. Okay. But when we allocated the BSP dividends back to BSP, nasa GIA siya. Correct? Yeah, correct.
Yes po. Yes po. Yes po.
Oh, we're referring to the same BSP dividends. Now you want to give it to Maharlika. How come it's no longer in the GIA?
Yes, Mr. Chair, nasa unprogrammed appropriations po nung previous years. Yun sa BSP dividends.
Doon ako nakatingin because of the law, di ba? BSP dividends will now no longer go to BSP but will go to Maharlika. How come we are treating it differently? Hindi siya lalabas even sa unprogrammed. Tanong pa yata magtatanong pa yata magtanong ka pa.
We'll just get po the...
But basta the answer is it's not there. Diba? In the
Tapos
yes, in the NEP.
NEP,
Yes,
pero
in the
nasa
NEP.
BSF po.
It is not in the NEP. Unlike when we use the BSP dividends to remit them, to allocate them for the BSP's capitalization pursuant to law, it was found in the NEP. Okay, so sa explanation lang siguro, why the different treatment? Ganun baka extraordinary si Maharlika? What is Maharlika? Is Maharlika a GOCC?
The MIC is the GOCC.
Yes, is it an ordinary GOCC or is it an extra special GOCC?
No, it's a GOCC.
Yeah, it's an ordinary GOCC. So don't the automatic allocations meant for GOCCs also appear in the NEP?
No, but the law itself appropriated already the amount, Your Honor. 50 million from Land Bank, 25 million from DBP, and the 50 million maximum for the next 2 years out of BSP. The law itself says that, Your Honor.
Yeah, kaya pati naman yung sa BSP, the return of the BSP dividends to BSP's capitalization, nasa law din yun eh. I'm not expecting yung Land Bank at saka DBP funding for the initial capital stock to be found in the NEP. So I'm only asking about the third portion, the BSP's profits. So, how do we explain that?
Yusek
Sige,
Janet
apa,
po.
apa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The difference between the regular use or the regular use of the share of the national government from the BSP dividends vis-a-vis this contribution to the Maharlika Investment Fund would be the provision under Section 51 of the Maharlika Investment Law RA 11954, which says, the amount of contribution provided in Section 6 shall be remitted to the national, so Section 6 being, sorry sir, I just want to be very, as to the capitalization and initial funding, which includes the contribution coming from the BSP, it says, shall be remitted to the National Treasury as a special account in the general fund and are hereby appropriated solely for the payment of the MIC's capitalization subscribed by the national government, which shall not exceed 51% of the authorized capital stock. Thereafter, all funds collected under Section 6 shall be deposited to the National Treasury under the General Fund to support the national budget. That's another one. So the first one, sir, is the law itself provided the specific directive.
Anong rules sa Constitution on if it's no funds out of the National Treasury shall be spent without
appropriations made by law.
Saan nahanap yun? Di ba sa budget yun? Di ba sa GAA yun? Yun ang meaning nun? Appropriations made by law is GAA?
Meron din po, sir, kasing generally you can say it's the GAA. That's the general rule. Although there is another Supreme Court decision, pwede po namin isubmit, sir, saying na wala pong hard and fast rule kung ano ang wordings na gagamitin ng Congress as long as the intent is there to appropriate a specific amount. And in this case po, as we know, based on our knowledge...
To interrupt you, with your permission, Minority Leader, that provision you read, you're saying it is a general grant, meaning there's a general, it should be appropriated in the general appropriation law. But at the same time, there is a automatic appropriations according to that language. That's what you're saying.
Yes po, because it says are hereby appropriated. So based on our studies po kasi...
Is that the first law to do in one provision to have a special or to have a special and a general?
May different po. Kasi yung isa bayanihan, ganyan din po
din,
eh.
okay.
Medyo, ang tawag natin dyan, nag-hybrid na siya. And we know that the intent here is to really have it appropriated for the, automatically appropriated for the purpose.
Anyway, isa ngayon sa mga difficulties which we realized when we were discussing this bill.
Yes.
So pagdating sa privatization proceeds, Section 6 din yun eh. We don't even know the amount. Automatically appropriated na. What is decided by a certain committee or a certain board?
Again, pardon the interruption, Minority. What's the case you're citing, Sec Janet? Yusek Janet? What's the case you cited earlier?
I don't have it here, sir,
okay,
but
okay,
we
no
can
problem.
submit.
Submit na lang, sige.
Yes,
Yeah, in
yes
the case,
po,
yeah.
we will.
So that we will also be also examining. So letter D, Section 6 din ito. Other sources such as royalties and or special assessments, automatically appropriated. We will not even mention this in the law, in the GAA. Ganun po ba yun? Well, I mean, that's a very dangerous interpretation, Mr. Chairman. At saka baka additional argument na naman yan to the case which we expect to be filed against the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Ingat lang po tayo, mag-ingat na tayo. But at least we are hearing today established that there is no entry in the 2024 NEP providing for the allocation of the BSP's dividends for the initial capitalization of Maharlika. So,
To that, Mr. Chair. It's not in the NEP, but it's in the BSF.
Yeah,
po.
I think their
Kasi-
position, Your Honor, is that hindi na kailangan ng appropriation.
Yes po,
Meaning the
kasi-
dividend will go straight to Maharlika. That's
Yes
what you're
po.
saying, di ba?
Because the BSF po, yan po ay part ng mga SAGF,
Yung mga considered
which are
automatically
not
appropriated,
actually
yeah.
reflected in the NEP because they are considered automatically appropriated. That's why
So could you
we're
just specify for us what are the amounts that you consider fall under that automatic appropriations?
Yes, sir.
Lahat nung
we have
specified.
a table.
Yeah,
We
could you
have a
submit to
table.
us, please?
We'll submit po
Thank
as
you,
part.
thank you.
It's part of the BSF. We'll just lift it po. And then particularly for the BSP dividends, as it is now, sir, BSP dividends pa siya. Nandoon siya sa BSF until it is used as capitalization for the MIC. Pero wala na po yung another
There's no further appropriation
further
or law
appropriation
needed. That's what you're
Wala
saying.
na
Okay.
po.
sige, so it's released from the from the Treasury without an allocation pursuant to law. That is what we're establishing here, Mr. President.
They're saying the law is already the Maharlika law. That's
Yes
what they're
po.
saying.
Section
Yes.
51.
I know. Kaya nga. But
That's
if
the
you
basis.
interpret
We'd like
it
to
that-
acknowledge Senator Senior Vice Chair Marcos.
If you-
I'm sorry, I forgot. I saw you in the end. Thank you.
I'm just telling you that if that is the interpretation, that opens a can of worms, Mr. Chairman. Delikado po 'yun because Section 6 has some general sources 'yun eh. You mean to say allocated na kaagad sila pursuant to Section 6 and Section 50 something of the law. Well, at any rate, there are some automatic appropriations found in the GAA. Tama po ba yan, Yusek Abuel? There are
Yes,
some
sir.
automatic appropriations found in the GAA. And you're telling us there are some automatic appropriations not found in the GAA. Ganun po ba yun? So, dalawang sources ng automatic appropriation. Iba nakikita sa GAA, iba doon sa anong book?
Please
Anong
clarify
book?
that.
Anong book yun, Mr. Chairman?
Yusek
The
Janet,
book?
please clarify the point of Minority
Yes,
Leader because
opo.
ang tanong niya kung sa GAA meron bang amount doon na automatic appropriations. My understanding is basta automatic appropriations, wala na siya sa GAA. Doon na siya sa kabilang libro na sa BSF.
Yes,
That's my
sir.
understanding. So I also need clarification just like
That's
the
also my
Minority Leader.
understanding, sir. Whatever you have in the NEP are those that are programmed. Tapos yung iba po, nasa BSF lang yung automatic, except that NTA. Kaya nga po yung NTA natin, dating IRA, naka-reflect siya, pero paglabas ng GAA, wala na siya doon. It's just for purposes of showing yung shares
Not
ng
really for the
LGUs.
approval. It's just more for
Yes
to
po.
be put there. But it's not actually necessary that we
put it there.
We include it
Yes.
because it's automatically appropriated.
Tama ba yun, Secretary? I mean, when you present the NEPO, you have the regular budget, you have the special purpose funds, and you have the automatic appropriations. Nandun eh. It's in NEP. NEP becomes GAA. So merong AA, merong automatic appropriations also found in the GAA. That was my statement eh. Tapos bibigyan tayo na sagot na, no. Oh. Are you sure? I think this deserves another day, another hearing date, Mr. Chairman. Hinihintay na tayo ng colleagues natin doon, Mr. Chairman. Siguro
maybe
they can
not
they can
another-
come back with a smaller delegation. Hindi naman siguro ganyan kadami kailangan, Mr. Chairman.
Wag na sana, Minority Leader, pakiusap namin yan sa iyo. Sana, if there are maybe particular questions you have, maybe the secretaries can bend over backwards and sit with you to address your concerns.
Kasi, at point na lang po kasi baka, okay, ganito kasi nangyayari natin sa plenary. When we have the hearing sa plenary, they will promise to provide you with the document. Darating yung document, but it is not about what you requested. So for example, ma'am, Treasurer De Leon, and then I think andun yata ibang secretaries. Okay, we have a budget deficit. We borrow for that. But we borrow more than the budget deficit. Tama yan. That's a statement of fact. Yes or no? Statement of fact yan, right?
Yes, kasi po
Okay.
we have to also include the principal payments that we
Correct.
have to pay.
So yun pa. And if we add the principal payments that we have to pay plus the budget deficit, we still borrow more than that sum, right?
Kasi po, we can
correct,
also
correct.
include some amount for our cash buffer for the following
Correct.
year.
Yan na nga. So, and then we make actual payments na. So we have excess. And over the years, nag-accumulate yan. Tinanong ko yan how much is the balance of that sinking fund or buffer fund? Sabi nyo, okay lang po, relax muna tayo. You cannot answer it over the microphone. So I said, submit it to me in writing. You submitted to me in writing a January to September 2022 period. Ang gusto ko, the running balance for that. Kasi we do this every year. We borrow more than our needed amount every year. So I'm sure merong nag-accumulate dyan. Meron din siguro nababawas for some extraordinary events. But may we know the balance of that, whatever you call that amount? Is it an account, a buffer account, a sinking fund? What is the official name of that account?
Sir, maybe perhaps we should distinguish our what we call the sinking fund. Kasi po yung sinking fund, that is really for our principal payments and that is also mandated by law. So our borrowing authority mandates us for the domestic redemptions. We have to maintain a sinking fund to ensure the timely and adequate principal payments. So we have that po. So the other na sinasabi niyo po is what we maintain in our general fund for our budget to finance the budget. So at the end of the year, syempre po hindi naman mag-zero out yun, di ba? And we cannot also maintain that as negative. Otherwise, the market will see us na wala po kaming cash and that would also go against us in our auction. So meron din po kaming maintain na buffer that to ensure na the continuity of the business operations of the government in the following year. So meron din pong ganong cash balance.
With your permission, Minority Leader, I forgot to mention, babalik din sila for their agency budget. So any questions actually you can address to DBM, to NEDA, to DOF. So yung pakiusap po natin, sana wag na tayong humingi ng third day sa DBCC. Minority Leader, please.
Yes, sir. I will of course accede to the advice of our learned chairman. Mas bata sa akin yun, pero mas experience sa lawmaking po sa akin si Senator Angara.
Not bar top notcher. Pag kayo nag-usap, medyo I'm out of my depth. But you and Jusek Janet, she has an answer, by the way, for your earlier question in case you...
Ang point ko lang, there should be no secrets kept from lawmakers. So, if amounts are sensitive, you can submit it to us in writing. Pero sana, it is about the question. Sana, okay. It answers the query.
Suggest maybe Treasurer Leia, after the hearing, you can have a short powwow with the Minority Leader, and you can so you're clear what is the information being requested at responsive yung mabibigay ninyong written response. Pasensya na po ha.
Yes,
Si Yusek Janet was signaling Minority Leader na
yes,
to your
Sorry,
earlier
sir.
question regarding automatic appropriations and the GAA, she has a response, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, sir, but one last attempt to answer. In Section 1 of the General Provisions of the 2024 NEP, what we have indicated as appropriation of funds, ito po yung President's amount of the President's proposed budget, is 4.
Ayusin mo yung sagot, Yusek Janet.
Ayan.
Baka Pimentel versus Abuel yan sa SCRA.
Sorry po, baka gumulo lalo. 4,301,676,248,000. That 4.301 trillion po consists of programmed appropriations. Ito po yung nasa NEP, which is 4.0198, and unprogrammed appropriations, because we are saying that we need Congress to authorize us for this additional appropriations when the three conditions or any of the three conditions are present. So that amount is 281.9 billion po. So 4019 and 281 is equal to 4301, which is under Section 1 of the NEP. Yan po ang kailangan pong i-authorize ng Congress for us to...
Medyo nawala ako, pakiulit. Nawala ako. Oh.
Because if we are looking, sir, at Section 1 ng NEP, yung Section 1 ng NEP, sir, na binigay namin sa inyo, it's not 5.767 ang nakalagay. It's actually 4.301.
It's the one that we need to authorize or to appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Because the remainder between that and the 5.7 is automatically appropriated.
Yes po.
Okay.
It's programmed. So,
So just give us what's... so para yung question niya, na are there automatic appropriations that are in the GAA and are those which are in the BSF?
None, sir, because
Lahat nasa BSF.
yung 4019 that is programmed is the same as 4019 that we are accounting for the 5767, where the automatic APRO is 1.7 trillion. So
Okay.
pag pinag-add mo yon, it's
Okay. Yeah, okay. I got it.
5.767.
Is that answer your question, Minority Leader?
Siguro, ibang terms po namin. Well, at any rate, basta automatic ito nag-random, just a random opening of the NEP, Mr. Chairman, Tariff Commission, page 433 ng volume, volume 3. New General Appropriations, may amount. General Fund, may amount. Automatic Appropriations, may amount. So there are automatic appropriations in the GAA. Yun lang naman ang point.
Mr. Chair,
natin.
to correct po, meron po sa GAA naka-annex.
But is it there for our
Annex A
approval
po
or
siya.
only for viewing?
For transparency lang
It's
po.
for viewing.
Yes,
It's not for
naka-Annex
approval.
A po siya
Yeah.
sa GAA.
That's when you say that.
Yes
That should
po.
be what you say. That it's there, not because it's necessary for it to be approved, but it's there for lawmakers to
Para
have a
makita
holistic
nyo po, opo, kung ano
understanding
yung
or
automatic-
appreciation.
Kung magkano
Oo.
yung automatic appropriation, sa GAA po siya as annex.
Okay. But when you report that the total budget is 5.7 trillion, Yusek Abuel, di ba? Admittedly, sa umpisa, opening statement ninyo.
Yes po. Kasama po yung
yes,
automatic appropriations when we submit the budget.
Correct.
Pero
Tama.
hindi po
What is the total of the GAA? Sige, sagutin niyo ako. What is the total of the GAA? 5.7 trillion pesos.
No, it's not. NEP po yun, NEP.
O nga.
NEP amount po yun.
When we pass it.
It's not NEP.
When we pass
Pag
it
pinas
into
nyo
law.
po, Mr. Chair, yes, it's 5.768 trillion pesos.
That's correct. Last year, ganun lang nangyari. 5.2 last year. Kasama automatic appropriations sa pinas namin. Well, at any rate, if I can be more educated by Undersecretary Abuel and the DBM, in writing na lang, pati ano naman open mind naman po tayo eh.
Pero yun ang mag-affect sa decision niya na kung maglalagay siya ng asunto o hindi.
Life is all about continuous learning, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so tapos yesterday, Secretary, hindi niyo ko sinagot nung yung effect nung unprogrammed kasi lumalabas na parang nakadiscover na tayo ng paraan na to go beyond your global, meron kayong binanggit kanina, yung global cap. No, yung global cap, yung sa question ni Senator Chis, there was a global cap. And your global cap, I think, already includes your unprogrammed, your planned unprogrammed. Kinonsider na ninyo yun. And then, nagbo-bloat sa unprogrammed. So how does that affect? Doesn't it destroy your global cap, the assumptions that you have made, even our planned borrowings? Hindi po ba nasisira yun? For all of a sudden, I apply natin for the year 2023. Of course, when you were planning the budget for 2023, 588 billion lang yung unprogrammed funds ninyo. Kasama na may borrowings doon, portion eh. Ang ending, 807 billion ang ending. And I'm sure doon sa difference na 300 billion or 220 billion, may borrowings din doon. So how does the program fund affect the projected or the planned borrowing of the government?
Ang program po, Mr. Chair, hindi po maapektuhan yung borrowings because yung kolatilya nga po doon, kailangan po may additional revenues po tayo bago po tayo mag-trigger ng release ng unprogram appropriations.
So we have three conditions. Yung three conditions, the unprogrammed in the NEP are sourced from the three conditions. Okay, yun sinasabi niya. Okay. Once the NEP processed to the legislative mill and all of a sudden the unprogrammed funds portion increases, you will not finance the increase from the foreign borrowings. Yan ba yung sabihin? Limited na lang yung increase by legislative action sa A and B, hindi na sa letter C. Ganun po ba yan?
Mr. Chair.
Ganon?
Apo.
Okay, sige. So we at least if we are clear about that, okay, at least nalaman natin 'yan. So yung mga ibig sabihin yung mga increase in unprogrammed funds due to legislative action should only come from excess revenue collections or new revenue collections, but never from loans, especially foreign loans. Basta klaro lang po.
Approved loans. From approved loans for foreign assisted projects.
Okay, siyempre hindi nyo gagalawin nyo kasi maso-surprise din, pati si creditor maso-surprise eh. But can loans be contracted to finance those new unprogrammed fund appropriations arising out of the legislative mill?
Hindi po,
Hindi.
Mr. Chair. Opo.
Okay. But in spite of that, sabi nyo, historical record says around 70 to 75% of unprogrammed funds allocations are funded.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so basta you were limiting it to excess revenue collections and no, kasi kasama pala doon sa 75% would be found in the NEP. So, yes, kasama si approved foreign loans. Okay. So, I will not complete my last sentence, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Okay, andito, I'll take advantage of the fact na nandito si National Statistician natin. Andito rin si NEDA Director General.
Getting an award tonight from the UP. So he has to go all the way to the bahay ng alumni. If we can excuse him, maybe unahin mo na lang siya.
Yes, but ito lang sir, tignan,
he has to be there at 6
pakinggan
o'clock. He's getting the most outstanding alumnus. Baka most outstanding late alumnus.
Sige, our best mathematicians siguro are found in the PSA. Sige, are with the PSA or maybe with NEDA, Central Bank. Sa hearing po ng DA last year, tinatanong ko, how do you compute the quantity to be authorized to be imported regarding agricultural commodities or products? Okay. It will be national demand minus national production. Pagka negative, pagka more si product, mali. National production. Hindi, sandali. Ulit. Ulit, sir, ulit. National demand, tama. Minus national production. If the result is negative, you import. Okay. Si national production, how do you determine that? They go to the farms, they get the figures, they will go to the basta they have a way to determine that. Si national demand, how do you determine that? Sabi ko, tanong ko sa kanila, wala. We get it from PSA. They get the national demand figure from PSA. So we wrote the PSA. What do you do to determine national demand? Itong binigay nila sa amin, estimation procedures po nila. Estimation of gross supply. Gross supply equals beginning stock plus production plus imports. And then they determine the estimation of net supply disposable from gross supply minus something, then estimation of net food disposable. Then the ending nila is per capita net food disposable. And that is what the DA uses. The net, your figure for the net per capita net food disposable, they multiply it with the population, that becomes the national demand. Pasok na doon sa formula ninyo is imports. So hindi ba self-reinforcing po yun na Yusek Mapa and Secretary Balisacan? There is something wrong with our formula on the amount of imports we will allow, when from the very start, yung national demand natin already has the import figures incorporated in computing national demand. So I hope I'm making sense, because I did not make sense to my staff, Mr. Chairman. So
Thank you. You made sense, Senator. Yung process ng PSA kasi, in-explain namin na iba yung net disposable amount for consumption kaysa dun sa per capita consumption. So this is estimated exposed yung pagkatapos na makita na natin yung beginning balance, local production, saka yung import. So parang sinasabi natin, pag ito yung total supply natin, ito yung pwede niyang paggagamitan. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na yung net disposable, yun talaga yung i-consume. Yun yung parang maximum na pwede mong i-consume. On the other hand, we explained this to DA already. And we also told them that mayroon tayong tinatawag na per capita consumption galing doon sa food demand survey. Doon talaga kinocompute ano bang estimate ng onion, for example, na consumption per person from the survey. That is the one that you will multiply with the estimated population. So that is actually explained.
That also comes from you?
Yes po.
So you really you do an actual survey?
Yes, we have this food demand survey which we're doing every regularly para ma-check natin how much is
Often,
the
Yusek?
rice.
How often?
This is done every 5 years, Mr. Chair. Of course, if the policymakers wants it done more frequently, they talk to us, and if
When was
there's
the
a
last
budget-
one?
The last one I think was 2016.
Thank you. Oh, that date's already 7 years from there.
Yes, we are having another. We talked to DA that if they can support PSA on running another food demand survey.
Yes, you siguro just double check your methodology, kung if it really captures what's happening on the ground at the household level, kung talagang dapat iba siguro situation ng cities sa rural areas, Luzon compared to sa...
Yes, Mr. Chair. Also, if I may add, Mr. Chair, in addition, kasi ito po annual ito we also provide, because we do the report for agricultural commodities, for example, on a quarterly basis. Because while the demand could be annual, there are actually seasonality. So there are quarters wherein possibly the supply or production is low. So these are all provided and reported by the PSA.
Sige po, basta at least nasabi ko na sa inyo that the DA uses the PSA as the source of their figures, kasi nagdududa kasi tayo sa nagdududa tayo. I think they're allowing more the quantities that they're allowing to be imported are more than what we need. There's something fishy there. Kaya I'm looking at their formula. Baka because it may be a good faith mistake because of mistaken formula, or it could be also be driven by some other factors. Wag lang magpagamit ng PSA. Yan po ang aking point sa inyo po. Okay, so Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask permission, Minority Leader, just because he's on USEC MAPA, can I ask
With your permission,
one quick question?
Again, with the permission of the minority leader.
Sir, magandang hapon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Have you received a letter from Taguig City?
Wala pa po.
Yeah.
Personally, hindi pa po ako naka...
Para matigil na siya. That's the unanimous decision also.